I think I'm live. There we are, I'm live. Hey everybody, actually, I don't even know who's, it only says 2 viewers. I am a little early. Thank you, Artie, for the early donation. Dying is overrated, don't do that, I like that. Oh yeah, I think the message on my Streamlabs page says something about help us not die or something like that. And I don't know how to change it. So we were like really desperate for money when I gave it that name. I'm guessing that's what you're referring to. Hi, Sticks. Yeah, I'm early. I happen to be ready early, so I figured what the hell. Hi, Taijan. Yeah, I'm early as opposed to late this time. So Twitch will be on to double the outcome. No. I'm not bothering with Twitch anymore. I only get like maybe 2 viewers on it, and one of them is always you, so... It's just, at least for now, I'm not bothering with Twitch. Also, I can't like, if I'm streaming on both at the same time, I can't like schedule the stream. I have to just start when I start. So I don't know. Right now, I'm just don't feel like streaming on both platforms right now. Hi, Adam. Hi, Claire. I'm good. How are you? Probably wait until some more people show up before I start the videos. So we are waiting for whom? Nobody in particular, just waiting for some more people to show up before I get started. I hope Special Iron. Hope Special Iron shows up. I didn't notice him on Twitter, so when I made the Twitter post, I didn't notice a reaction from him, so I hope he knows about the stream. It's bloody cold here in the UK. Yeah, it's finally warming up a bit here. Yes, we are waiting for me. Yeah, we're waiting for your mark, Artie. Just let us know. Because that's how that works. I wish we had more Red Dwarf to look forward to. Oh, I know. I guess I reached a point where I guess I don't mind too much if they don't make any more Red Dwarf. Like, I didn't feel like they were running out of ideas yet, but I feel like they're going to get there at some point. Terra Stream will raise more funds. That's funny. She's actually right here. I know. Yes, I'm talking about you. Silly girl. What do you want? Just attention in general. She is vocal. She is. She, like, almost any time I talk to her, she reacts. She responds. A revisiting of Blake 7? That's a game, right? Let me look that up really quick. Maybe I'm thinking of something else. Oh, a British television program. Okay. Hi, Julia. Yeah, I just looked it up really quick, and it said it was a BBC series. I'm sure I've heard of it, but I don't know anything about it. Aren't they still doing Doctor Who? I guess, I don't really watch it. It's just I know the internet always talks about it, so I guess they're like between shows. Surprisingly, for a show that's older than The Simpsons, their jokes are still top-notch. Yeah. Too much Doctor Who. Doctor Who has been running for a long time, huh? Have I seen any analog horror? A little bit, like here and there. It's not something I really seek out. I did see Linkara's, what was it, Winter of '83. That was good. Doctor Who turned 60 in November. God damn. Yeah, well, I know like the oldest episodes are in black and white, and some of the earlier seasons are lost to time, like because they didn't keep the film. These are all things I learned from cultural osmosis. Like I said, I've never really watched Doctor Who. I saw a couple random episodes of Doctor Who. I think I walked in while Lee was watching, and I ended up watching it with him, and kind of like how I discovered Red Dwarf. And so I saw like that random episode. It was the one with the lady who I think she was the last living human or something, and she was just this face that was all stretched out. If you watch Doctor Who, I'm sure you know. I've seen her referenced on the internet a lot. And I also saw that episode that was called Dinosaurs on a Spaceship. Lee had me watch that one. He's like, this one's right up your alley, and yeah, it was. And I saw that one, that Christmas one where they sort of did Christmas Carol, but they made a lot of changes, and there was like there was a flying shark. Again, if you watch Doctor Who, I'm sure you know the episode, but yeah, I saw that. So I guess I've seen 3 Doctor Who episodes. Have you tried red wine? Probably. I'm not much of a wine drinker. I like Ruby Port. The main reason I've never tried to get into Doctor Who is because like they change the whole cast every season, from what I gather. So I don't like that idea. I still shudder when I hear the Dalek voices. Maybe orange juice and vodka? What do you mean? Are you saying that's what I'm drinking? Yep, in the early 70s, they felt no one would want to watch the early 60s episodes and literally threw them away. I was thinking they erased them and taped over them or something, but that could be right, too. Now, us Doctor Who fans are pretty pissed about it, but at least we have the audio still. Yeah. Red Dwarf. Not every season, but when there are departures, they are heartbreaking, yeah. The best part of Doctor Who, you can go in and out. That's probably true. Oh, orange juice and vodka would be nice on a Saturday. Yeah. It's a good combination. Vodka and lemonade is really good, I think. Okay, well, it's noon, so I guess I'll go ahead and get started here. Okay, the Inquisitor. We're up to the good ones now. And, oh, yeah, I guess I should mention I'm hoping to raise some money, so I totally get that not everyone can or wants to donate. That's totally cool, but yeah, just for the record, I am hoping to raise some money. I just need to be able to pay rent, so that's just, yeah. Anyway, let's get started here. Rimmer died officially 3 times. Again, we'll watch the opening once. I do like my opening, I just don't necessarily want to watch it every time. Turn the volume down a little bit on my end. We open on something happening in another place and time. This imposing figure shows up in a man's bedroom and informs him that he has been found unworthy of having existed.
Is that you, Mother?
I don't want to know why this guy has toilet paper on his nightstand. The figure declares that the man will now be erased from history and replaced with someone else who never had a chance at life.
All that remains is to delete your physical form.
On Starbug, Lister is reading a comic book
graphic.
adaptation of Virgil's Aeneid.
This wooden horse of Troy malarkey. I'm not buying that.
It's one of the most famous military maneuvers in history.
It might be famous, but it's a myth, Rimmer.
A huge wooden horse. Just large enough to happily contain 500 Greeks in full battle dress. Are you telling me that not one Trojan goes, hang on a minute, that's a bit of a funny prezi.
And that's why. Anyway, they're interrupted when Starbug suddenly changes direction and starts heading back to Red Dwarf, and Holly doesn't know why. Suddenly, Lister is being controlled and a voice takes
Hi, Adam.
over.
Hi, Flash.
Who are you?
Tremble at my name, for I am the Inquisitor.
The Inquisitor?
So this is the guy from the beginning, and he tells them that they will head back to Red Dwarf, where they will face judgment, and each will have to justify their existence. So Crichton has heard of the Inquisitor, and he shares the legend with everyone.
A self-repairing simulant who survives to the end of eternity. After millions of years alone,
A shamrock
he
particle.
finally reaches the conclusion that there is no God, no afterlife.
But where would all the calculators go? Anyway, the legend goes that the droid went around through history,
Crichton's
erasing
fun to
anyone
imitate.
he deemed unworthy.
And replaces them with those that never had a chance of life. The unfertilized eggs, the sperms that never made it.
As we saw in the beginning.
I mean, who's to say what's worthless?
Of course, this sets off a conversation about what makes a person worthy.
The criterion is not fame, it is simply to have lived a worthwhile life.
Why did no one mention this before? The object was to lead a worthwhile life. I could have done something about it.
Because for most people, that would go without saying.
Sure, you don't
Right.
have to be a great philanthropist or a missionary worker.
Well, thank you for
simply
telling me
have
I've
to
gone live,
seize the
YouTube.
gift of life.
Oh, God.
Simply have to have led a life that wasn't totally egocentric, vain, and self-serving.
Yep, Rimmer is clearly screwed. By the way, this is off topic and kind of nitpicky, but I hate that Rimmer is wearing the green uniform again. I know why they did it, and I'll point it out later when it's revealed, but the lack of consistency there bugs me. Rimmer's uniform changing from one season to the next is fine, but with how he's such a stickler for protocol, it's a bit odd for him to randomly switch uniforms just because he felt like it one day.
See me now and tremble.
After getting off Starbug, they encounter the Inquisitor in the halls.
Yeah, there's an outtake coming.
The honor of life, or drink deeply from the well of nothingness for all eternity.
Anyway, he again tells them
Drink
that they will
deeply
be
from the
judged.
well of
And Rimmer will
nothingness.
be the
That's a good
first.
line.
The gift of life. Tell me, what have you done to deserve this?
And he is surprisingly brave.
maybe I
and then
saved
he
it for the
questions
end.
what gives the Inquisitor the right to make that demand.
Your magnificence.
Of course, he's cowardly in the way that he presents the question, but I'm still kind of impressed that he said it. Rimmer asks how he'll get a fair trial, and there's an interesting reveal into how this is going to work.
Your judge shall be
Yourself.
Yeah, interesting.
Oh, Smeg. Oh, Smeg indeed, matey. Everyone is judged by their own self?
You know, I tend to sometimes get this episode confused with Justice because it has the same kind of system where the person put on trial essentially judges himself. In that episode, Rimmer
I
was
do get them
punished
mixed
because
up.
he felt responsible for the deaths of the Red Dwarf crew, not because he actually caused it. That same kind of idea is going to come into play in this episode too, but maybe not in the way that you expect.
In my way, I've tried to lead a good life. When?
Yeah, you can't bullshit yourself, Rimmer.
Justify yourself.
But anyway, he comes in with a Freudian
Here
excuse.
come the bad
as
edits
usual.
where I was trying to
My father
avoid.
was a half-crazed military failure. My mother was a bitch queen from hell. Yes, I admit I'm nothing. But from what I started with, nothing is up.
And here's another one of my favorite cat scenes.
Justify your existence. I've given pleasure to the world because I have such a beautiful ass.
Seriously, that is a shining moment for him.
Some might say I'm a pretty shallow guy, but a shallow
Some guy with a great ass.
Next up is Crichton.
Justify yourself.
This bit's good.
Not sure I can.
Interestingly, he can't justify himself because anything good he does has been programmed into him, so he can't really take credit for it. And yet, in his own polite-sounding way, Crichton manages to get a little dig on the Inquisitor.
In a human, this behavior might be considered stubborn, but I am not human, and neither are you, and it is not our place to judge them. I wonder why you do.
And finally, Lister.
Get him,
Get out of
Crichton.
this one, Smeghead.
The idea that he has a lot of untapped potential comes up, but he gives no fucks.
So justify yourself. Spin on it.
Back
Spin
in
on
that
it.
hallway they were in earlier, the Inquisitor announces that he has made his judgment
Oh, this
and
might be it.
Two of you have failed to become that which
Yeah, this is it.
easily have been.
predictably, Rimmer and the cat disappear. But not for the reason you might be thinking.
I'm afraid it is we who are to be erased.
Ah, the cat has led a more worthwhile life than either of us.
I guess maybe I did save it for the ending, huh?
By their own low standards, they have acquitted themselves.
Cat lives by his own rules, baby. By the way, there's an amazing
there we go.
outtake that goes with that scene. I guess they were still setting up or something and everyone just gets goofy. Rimmer makes faces at the camera and Cat flips him off when he's not looking.
Our lives are being undone.
Anyway, Lister and Crichton have now been erased and replaced in their own timelines, and now the Inquisitor just has to kill them. Suddenly, a second Crichton shows up behind Inquisitor, cuts his hand off that has the glove with all his powers in it, and kicks it over to our Lister and Crichton. It turns out that this Crichton is from the future, and he tells them that they are supposed to alter the glove.
I'm afraid we get killed.
While I'm standing here explaining this to you, the Inquisitor jumps me from behind like this.
Future Crichton is killed in a pretty nasty way.
He's just killed you, Crichton, sir. We have to go.
Our Lister and Crichton run off as the Inquisitor regenerates his hand. They
Enig.
try to go through a door, but since they have been erased from history, they are no longer recognized as who they are, so they can't go through.
I have no record of your
Hi, Nabdank.
Holly releases tear gas and sets off alarms, alerting Rimmer and Cat to their whereabouts.
Move so much as an eyebrow, boy, and your dog meat. What? It's us.
Who are you people and what do you want?
And this is apparently why Rimmer was wearing the green uniform earlier. Same reason why Cat's outfit changed also. So he could wear the red one to signify that he's from a different timeline, even though he normally now wears the red one in the main timeline. I know that bugs me more than it should, but it still bugs me. Anyway, Rimmer and Cat don't recognize Lister and Crichton and may end up shooting them.
If you do know me, you'll know I'm the kind of rough and tumble, hardened astro, ex-marine type guy
Wibbly
you
wobbly,
do not
timey
fly
wimey.
No, you're not.
But Lister starts naming off everything he knows about Rimmer that most people wouldn't know.
You've got three brothers, John, Howard, and Frank. You once spent an afternoon on the Samaritan switchboard, and 4 people committed suicide. Your middle name's Judas, but you tell everyone that it's Jonathan. You sign all your official letters AJ Rimmer, BSc. And BSc stands for Bronze Swimming Certificate.
I love that a lot of those things were mentioned in previous episodes.
Who the smack of these guys, Rimmer?
And now, alternate Lister and Crichton show up.
Who the smeg are you? I the smeg, I'm Lister.
Of course, Rimmer still wants to shoot our Lister and Crichton.
Rimmer, for smack's sake.
I think we should take the lift, put him on the security deck, and stick him in the brig.
For once, Trans Am wheel arch nostrils is right.
I can't decide if that tops Grand Canyon nostrils or not.
Trans
Anyway, the
Am wheel
Inquisitor
arch
shows up and
nostrils.
starts shooting wildly at them, inadvertently taking out alternate Crichton and alternate Lister. Our Crichton and Lister go back, and Lister finds something that he's going to reveal in a minute.
Look, turn around. Oh, what? Trust me, you don't want to know.
They make it back to that door they couldn't open earlier, but Lister has a plan.
Logically, sir, there is only one way you could possibly have opened that door. I feel quite nauseous. Sir, you've got it in your jacket!
So
I have
Lister and
truce
Crichton
one.
have been shackled together all this time, and now that they're safe for the time being, they're trying to break out of them. Lister is beginning to despair, but Crichton isn't afraid of death due to being a mechanoid.
For myself, death holds no fear.
But Lister knows that isn't true, and now he's lamenting the fact that he helped
Hi, Tall
Crichton
Chalk.
break his programming and made him more than a mechanoid.
Crichton, I know when you're lying. Your right foot jiggles.
Nonsense. I'm not afraid to die.
Yeah, Special Iron hasn't shown up yet.
Yeah, Crichton!
Anyway, Crichton has figured out that the way the Inquisitor's device works is that it's time-based and causes the victim to age really fast and disintegrate, which kind of makes sense with how they turn into skeletons. And it turns out that he's able to do the same with the shackles, so now they're free. Rimmer and Cat catch up with them and declare that they are on their side now due to being afraid of the Inquisitor.
He killed our 2 crewmates in cold blood. He's a monster.
And now the plan is for Lister to wear the glove and somehow use it against the Inquisitor.
You can't wear it, Crichton.
Why not?
You're programmed not to kill.
So they all go out and the Inquisitor shows up, quickly killing Rimmer and... Kitty, no!
Oh.
Anyway, the Inquisitor finds Lister and messes with him a bit by turning him into a child and then an old man before getting ready to finish him off.
Excuse me, could I just distract you for a brief second?
Crichton to the rescue! Now each of them has a glove.
I've got to go back in time and sacrifice myself in order that we can get into this mess we're in now in the first place.
Also, if I had to pick a favorite Crichton line, this might be it.
All in all, today's been a bit of a bummer, hasn't it, sir?
So Lister's
love
plan
that.
appears to be to suspend the Inquisitor over a chasm with a rope and possibly drop him. But then he saves him at the last minute.
Why?
Because if I save your life and you erase me, I won't be there to save your life. And you'll
Oh,
die.
sorry, I didn't full screen
That's
this.
not really...
Sorry about that.
You will never exist to end my life in the first place.
Yeah, what he said.
That's a point.
So the Inquisitor ends up erasing himself from history because Crichton had reprogrammed the glove to shoot in the opposite direction. So Lister actually knew what he was doing the whole time, and the bit before where he mistakenly thought he was saving himself was a red herring. Go Lister.
Yeah, that's
Now
pretty
the timeline
badass.
corrects itself, Crichton returning, followed shortly by Rimmer and Kat. And I'm going to complain about costumes again, because shouldn't they both have their old costumes back on since they're supposed to be returning for the main timeline?
I know, right? What the
Oh, well.
fuck?
I believe this is an appropriate juncture for you to give me 5, sir.
I'll give you 15.
Classy. And so ends The Inquisitor. Despite my nitpicking and how I confuse it with Justice, I honestly do love this episode. I've said it before, but it bears repeating. I love it when the show gets all philosophical, and the discussion about how one defines whether they've lived a full life is really interesting. The show really is more than the sum of its parts. Kind of like Lister. This probably isn't the first episode to talk about how he's basically brilliant but lazy, but it really hits on it. Lister's judgment
Hits on
basically
it.
revealed that even he knows that he could have been more than what he has become. And as the series goes on, we'll see Lister doing more and more things that we would not have guessed he'd be capable of. As for the Inquisitor, by the way, I don't recommend making a drinking game out of how many times I've said the Inquisitor in this video. You will be dead. I think he looks pretty cool, and considering this is a comedy, I think they do a good job of making him seem intimidating. With the way they handle costuming on this show, he's probably a mishmash of random costume parts they had laying around. But if so, those were some good finds. Also, random fact, originally they were going to have him remove his mask during the final scene with Lister, revealing that he has a human-looking face, but decided against
looks like
it and
Rowan
ended up
Atkinson.
reshooting it with the mask on.
A little
I
bit.
actually prefer not seeing his face. We already know that
Hi,
he's a
Shamrock
simulant
Particle.
and probably looks humanoid, so there's no need for the reveal. Plus, I think it humanizes him too much. He looks more machine-like with the mask on, and that helps him to be more intimidating. Other than that, the comedy is spot on. The judgment scene is probably one of my favorites in the series overall. Frankly, Season 5 is pretty solid overall on both the comedy and philosophy, so you won't hear too many complaints from me outside of nitpicking costume choices. Next up is
It's what
another
I do.
Rimmer episode, Terraform. See you then.
Ooh, Terraform.
Just because I haven't written any symphonies or painted the Sistine Chapel, that makes me prunable.
No, being a totally worthless, unwashed space bum, that's what makes you prunable.
Such a good line. Oops. There we go. Okay, let me get caught up on the chat real quick. If everyone who joins donates $1, I mean, that I'd probably get like $30, so that wouldn't be very much. I wish everyone subscribed to me on YouTube, like pledged $1 on Patreon. If so, I'd be pretty well off. But I think the only reason I have so many subscribers on YouTube is just because my channel is so old, and I think most of those people, probably a lot of those are inactive accounts. And does alternate Rimmer deaths count? Oh, good point. I don't know. I guess it just depends. This was such a good series, you mean Season 5. I'm starting to wonder if maybe Season 5 was better than Season 6. I always want to say Season 6 because it has Gunmen of the Apocalypse in it, but maybe, like, Season 5 is actually better, like, overall. The Inquisitor might be the best villain in the show's had. Cool design, great MO, funny and intimidating, and the Justify Yourself scenes are a series highlight, yeah. I'm guessing Lister's Trojan Horse comic must have taken place in the same universe as 300. That's pretty funny. I'd like to see a 300-ish take on that whole thing.
Channeling Dino and ordering McNugs for lunch. Yeah. I'm probably gonna make I'm probably gonna make nuggies and fries for dinner tonight. It's kind of what I make every Saturday. I try to eat healthy for the rest of the week, but then Saturday it's nuggies and fries. Cat Judgment's the best, yeah. A couple of people are saying this is their favorite episode. That's interesting. I guess it's probably one of mine. Nabdank says, finally caught you live. It's 6 a.m. in OZ. I'm not sure what OZ stands for, sorry. Always watch your Red Dwarf vids whenever I feel like watching some Red Dwarf, but don't have the time for a full episode. That works. Wow, you're watching me at 6 a.m. I'd say that's dedication. I'm sure you were up for some other reason, though. Rule of furry, I like that. Oh, sir, you've got it in your jacket. Yeah, still no special iron. Oh well. He's a little bit less online these days, or at least he doesn't go on Twitter as much. The other Lister hand is funny and wrong. Yeah. Funny and wrong is kind of Red Dwarf in a nutshell. Anyone else got a headache from all this time chicanery? I'm just kind of used to it in Red Dwarf. Whoops, damn it. Stupid thing. Considering both Crichton and the Inquisitor stopped believing in Silicon Heaven, I'm guessing it's possible for AI in Red Dwarf universe to become atheists. That's a good point. Excuse me, could I distract you for a moment? That is a good line. Kind of like the lapsed Catholics who found out what their priests do to their altar boys. Yeah. I was going to mention the full screen thing, but I don't know if it was intentional. Yeah, I almost never watch videos in full screen. I'm just doing this for you guys. Although, I wonder if it might help me get past the copyright bullshit if I didn't full screen it. Didn't even realize it wasn't full screen, yeah. I obviously didn't notice either. Lee is really picky about having videos in full screen, so whenever we watch stuff together, it has to be in full screen, but I almost never do it. I'm also usually doing things on my computer while watching videos, so... Damn you, wardrobe. SF Debris said it best, this episode is short on laughs, but that's only because it's too busy being awesome. That's a good take. Dave Lister, brilliant but lazy. It's a good trope, and it also comes from one of my favorite movies, which is Spider-Man 2. Kind of does look like Mr. Bean. Okay, it's not just me then. Maybe Kat met Rarity once, and she told him the secret of how she changes outfits so fast. Oh, I had an idea in my head. I never did anything with it, but I had an idea in my head where that crossed over Red Dwarf with My Little Pony. I was definitely gonna have Kat interact with Rarity. Terraform's another goodie this season. Always got a sweet spot in my heart. Yeah, like I said, this one might be better than season 6, but we'll see. Maybe there are some more good seasons, really good season 6 episodes that I'm forgetting. I know you already donated, Artie. Thank you. Yeah, already donated before the stream even started. Let's do rewatches of Buffy. Well, I never did any videos on Buffy, so... There is a thing people do online where they have watch parties and where they, stream themselves watching something, but the other people are expected to have it open on their end so that, you get past copyright stuff. But I don't know. I never really... I don't know if people would really be up for that. I mean, series and seasons are the exact same thing. I'm going to say season because it's what we call it. I prefer season 5 over 6. I'm a rare one who didn't care much for gunmen. What? How dare you, sir? If copyright wasn't so bad, the My Little Pony vlogs wouldn't have ended. Yeah, that was part of why they ended that, and the fan base was starting to get on my nerves. And I just kind of got tired of doing them, but I think the reason I got tired of doing them was because of those two things. I still have cashew soup, so that's what I'll be having for dinner. Oh, I've never had cashew soup. I guess you grind up the cashews and they make it creamy. Is that how that works? Can't go wrong with nuggies and fries. Yep. And now everyone's going to have nuggies and fries. OZ stands for Australia. That's interesting. I would have thought it was a... I would have thought it would be AZ. No, it wouldn't be AZ. It would be, AZ is Arizona. Whatever. I would think there would be an A in there somewhere, is what I'm trying to say. I'd like to see a version of the Trojan War that remembers that the Olympians were kind of an important part, and also that Achilles was very, very gay. Patroclus was not his cousin. Excuse me. 8:20 p.m. here in the UK. It's always interesting hearing about time differences. Even though I'm fully aware they're a thing, it's a little different, to have people tell you, oh, it's 8:20 p.m. here right now. Kind of just up late gaming, but stayed up to watch the stream live. Oh, wow, you're going to be up for a while if you watch the whole thing. Man, I couldn't stay up that late anymore. I guess Iron doesn't like us anymore. Oh, I'm sure he does. Great Crichton impression, thank you. I don't know why that made me laugh. Hey, look, a distraction. Maybe Crichton is a frying pan theist now. Yeah, I got multiple screens to multitask and usually don't full screen either, yeah. I'd be willing to bet that most people probably don't. I'm putting my damn hair up. It kind of, like, having my hair laying against my neck kind of bugs me sometimes, but not always, which is why I don't get it all cut off. Attempting to grow out my hair again now that the pandemic is over. Or rather, now that lockdown is over, I should say. I don't know that the pandemic is entirely over, but that was one awesome thing. I grew up being the only person I knew into Red Dwarf. Now there's not one, but 3 video essay series covering the show between USF Debris and Diamanda Hagen. Yeah, her videos are interesting, too. Totally recommend watching hers because her opinions are very different from mine. It's like you definitely get 2 different takes on the show if you watch both of our videos. My Little Pony and Red Dwarf, now that I would like to see. I imagine the Red Dwarf crew being turned into ponies for some reason. That might be where I got the idea, because I intended to draw them as ponies when I was like super into My Little Pony. I never got around to it. I started drawing Rimmer, but I never finished it. But I don't know what Cat would look like. Wouldn't think Cat would be a pony. He would probably be kind of like a cat-like pony, maybe. That would be interesting. Just designing Cat would be interesting. Though in my opinion, yours is still the best for going episode by episode and into more detail, plus the cat videos. Yeah, thank you. I like doing that, just going through every single episode, because, you know, when someone just covers like an entire season in one video, they have to, you know, skip a lot of things. Not that that's bad, though. That's totally a legitimate way to do it. By the way, there's a guy, speaking of Buffy, there's a guy, Passion of the Nerd, I think is what he's called, and he's doing Buffy episodes. He reviews Buffy episodes, Buffy and Angel, kind of the same format I use, but his are better than mine. But yeah, if you want to watch this type of video about Buffy, I highly recommend that guy. Though I already read that. Love the cat videos. Thank you. Yeah, we're going to get to those pretty soon. I do those after season 5. Honestly, though, season 7 kicks off with a banger with Tika to Ride and Stoke Me a Clipper. Yeah, season 5 was season 7 was very hit or miss. Some episodes are great and some are just kind of eh. I'd like to watch Buffy if not for reasons. I hate reality. I know. I felt that way for a while, but I just kind of got over it after a few years. I just watch Buffy on Comet anyway. It's not like I'm still out buying the DVDs and stuff. So Joss doesn't get anything out of me watching it on TV, so. Or watching videos about it for that matter. Remember, ponies, colorful ponies of all the worlds we could have ended up in. It had to be the one with talking colorful ponies that looks like a smegging salad bowl. More like a fruit bowl, I would think. I don't know if the salad is that colorful, but. Season is American and series is British because of how networks handle ordering them. It only makes sense if you know the intricacies of TV production. I didn't think there was really a difference, or I should say, I never thought there was a reason for the difference in terms. I just thought it was, you know, just British terminology being different than American terminology. Actually, I lied. It still doesn't make sense. Cashew soup is from my fantasy cooking blog. Yeah, AUS, that's what I would have imagined it being. But you also say OZ. That's interesting. I learned something today. It's usually AUS, not OZ, but my brain's melted being up this late. OZ, because it sounds like the beginning of Australia. I'm trying to make out the little emoji you posted, but I can't quite tell what it is. I think it's a little dog. Red Dwarf in the Killer Rarity verse. Rimmer doesn't take rarity seriously and has to be rescued. Oh God, yeah, Killer Rarity verse. That would be something. 1 cup of cashews roasted per 3 cups of stock. Cook onion in olive oil until soft and sweet, and then add a bit of white wine, then add roasted cashews in and blend it. Okay, bring to a boil and done. That's interesting. I think I've heard of using cashews, like blended cashews, kind of as a way to like thicken soup. The vegan way. Oh, since we're on the subject of food and I just mentioned vegan, I'm going to try something I never thought I would try because eggs are so expensive right now. I'm going to try making tofu scramble one of these days. I went and bought them. I haven't made it yet. One of these mornings I'm going to make a tofu scramble instead of scrambled eggs, and we'll see how it turns out. I don't know. I have my doubts, but I'm willing to give it a shot. You mean Diamanda is too libertarian? I don't know anything about that. She had great reviews on Doctor Who, too. Yeah, I never watched those because, you know, like I said, I don't really watch Doctor Who, but What types of ponies do you think the dwarfers would be? Oh, that's pretty easy. Like, Lister would definitely be an earth pony, and Rimmer would be a unicorn because he's like, you know, all upper class or whatever, thinks he is or wants to be or whatever. I just see Rimmer as a unicorn. And, I mean, Cat would just be like some weird cat-like pony. I guess Cat would be closer to an earth pony, I guess. And Crichton would just be like a robot pony, so... No Pegasi in my imaginary Red Dwarf pony verse. whatever I'm trying to say. Yeah, the cat videos and individual story coverage are a plus. Thank you. Did the My Little Pony fandom always annoy you, though, or did they get worse? And I missed something. I felt like they got worse. At least they were leaving worse comments on my videos. Like, every single time I put out a video, there'd be a few people in the comment section saying it was the worst episode ever. And I just got tired of it. It kind of took the fun out of it. I'd be talking about some episode, and I'd be like, I like this episode. I think it's funny, blah, blah, blah. And then people in the comments are like, I hate this fucking episode because Spike was totally out of character. I'm like, whatever. I just got tired of those kinds of comments. The dwarfers as ponies. Imagine Lister as a black pony with dreads. Somebody actually, I was talking to somebody on Facebook about that once, and they did some fan art of Lister as a pony. And they put a little cigarette in his mouth, and his cutie mark was a beer milkshake. It was really cute. I don't think I don't know how I would find it. Who's doing the Buffy videos again? I might give them a look. Passion of the Nerd. Let me make sure. Let me, where can I do a search really quick? YouTube Passion of the Nerd. Yes, Passion of the Nerd. He's also done videos about Firefly. All of the Joss series is basically. Oh, you meant to type fruit salad. That's funny. I should watch more Buffy just so I have a bit more reference for my own 90s sci-fi series. Think Buffy mixed with Misfits? I don't remember Misfits. Oh, it was a dog. Okay. Hi, Red Spade. Oh, come on, sir. I think this Equestria place is delightful. That wasn't my best Crichton, but... Not a fan of Dark Pony Fix. They feel kind of wrong. Some can be good, but some are just god-awful. Yeah, I get where you're coming from there. I only like them if they're well-written. I don't like it when they're just, you know, gory for the sake of it or whatever. Hi, Hershey. Robo-Pony mistreatment alert. Your Red Dwarf My Little Pony fanfic when? Never. I don't have it in me to write, really. I come up with neat ideas once in a while, but I don't know. I can't really write. Domo. Oh, hi, Isaiah. Domo arigato. Kryto ponybo. God. It was a bit of a mouthful. I hate rabid fans. Wish there was something that could be done about them. Yeah. I started working conventions in 2013, and the bronies put me off ever wanting to do anything with My Little Pony. Thankfully, I found Doctor Who before I found Tumblr. I actually never really thought bronies were that bad for the most part, until I started making videos and I started getting comments from the fans who basically hate the show. How's that saying go? I think it's about Star Wars. Like, no one hates Star Wars as much as Star Wars fans. I think that applies to My Little Pony. No one hates My Little Pony as much as My Little Pony fans. Oh God, Samurai Pizza Cats. I used to like that show. You haven't missed anything, Sticks. Just some conversation. Hi, Adam. I think I did say hi to you earlier. I just remembered to ask, what did you think of It Chapter 2, especially the cast for adult versions of the Losers Club, plus the giant spider clown? Oh my god. I keep putting off making a video about that because, honestly, I intend to watch it again and give it another chance, but my first impression was that I didn't really like It Chapter 2 very much. I thought the casting was good. That wasn't an issue, but, I hated the fucking clown spider. I thought that was a terrible idea. I mean, granted, I had a very specific idea in my head of what I wanted the giant spider to be like, but no way was I going to do that. But the fucking clown spider, I didn't like it. I just remember It Chapter 2 having a lot of mood whiplash. And I don't know. It just didn't quite work, I thought. Had its moments, of course, and I thought what was the name of the guy? I forget who they cast to play Richie, but I thought he was great. His name's on the tip of my tongue. But yeah, someday I'll make a video about it and complain about how they did they did the exact opposite of what I wanted them to do in almost every way. Well, Spike being out of character happens a lot, so I get that complaint, but there's only a few episodes I actually dislike, and they're mostly in the earlier seasons. Yeah, there are very few episodes of My Little Pony that I dislike. I didn't like... I'm in the minority here, but I really didn't like... Sonic Rainboom, I think that was the name of that episode, where Rarity tried to outshine Rainbow Dash. I felt Rarity was so wildly out of character there, and I just didn't care for that episode. It's one of the very few I don't like. I can't think of any others off the top of my head. I'm vegan, but I do eat eggs because they contain certain minerals it is difficult to get otherwise. I do buy them from someone I know where the male chickens aren't killed. And they are all free range. Yeah, I would actually love to own chickens just because I love eggs. I can't eat eggs as much as I used to because once I had my gallbladder out, they're a little harder on my stomach than they used to be. But I do still like having eggs for breakfast. Red Pony... Lister Sparkle, Rimmer Rainbow, Cat Fuzzy, Crichton Crystal. I guess those are what their pony names would be. Oh god, Passion's last episode is the body. Yeah. He doesn't put out videos very often either, which is one only complaint I have about him, but when they do come out, they're really good. And there are some like the body where he, gives them special attention. Misfits was another British TV show about juvenile delinquents with superpowers. Oh, okay. Yeah, that sounds about like what I was thinking it was. I couldn't remember anything about it. I just miss streams because my sleep schedule isn't a schedule and more like my body just giving up and forcing me to pass out. I'm sorry to hear that. That sounds rough. Dina had a section in her Grimdark video talking about how many basically just plagiarized cupcakes. Yeah, those aren't great. Some of them that are inspired by cupcakes can be good, like Silent Ponyville took the idea of cupcakes and just did a whole thing around it. Fan fiction from the Dinaverse. And then she shared her PTSD of Cheerilee's garden. Yeah. Man, that story kind of broke me. Just some conversation that about sums it up. Yeah, pretty much. Seems to be the consensus. Part 1 was better than Part 2. Yeah, I really loved Part 1. I liked it a lot more than I even thought I would. It kind of like deviated from the book a lot, but since, it's the second attempt at an adaptation, I didn't mind that. Because if I want to see something closer to the book, I still have the miniseries to fall back on, so I didn't mind that. But yeah, Chapter 1 was really good. There was a writing seminar with Dresden Files author Jim Butcher we paid $20 for, and some guys hijacked it to ask who Dresden characters' favorite ponies would be for 10 minutes of the hour slot. Oh my god. I would be a Star Wars fan if the movie stopped being so damn confusing. Is Star Wars that confusing? I don't know. My favorite thing is replacing Samurai Pizza Cats with another soldier delicacy pet combo. Oh, Legionnaire cashew sloths. Me here to learn how to better hone my craft as a writer, bronies. Okay, but who would Michael Carpenter's favorite pony be, and why is it Fluttershy? That reminds me a little bit of a panel I went to once that was being run by the guy who he did some voices in Pokemon. I think he did James and Brock. And people kept like, well, first of all, people were talking all the way through it. And it's like, why the fuck are you here if you don't want to hear him talk? But then they kept asking him dumb questions. He wanted to do like a serious, kind of a like, here's what you need to know if you want to become a voice actor kind of thing. And people were like, why does Brock look retarded? It was so embarrassing. I actually went up to him later and apologized for how awful other people acted. It Chapter 2, the Dina will like this version. We all agreed with your dislike of Mayor Duell, though. Oh yeah, Mayor Duell was another one I didn't like. Although it's kind of a so bad it's good episode, which kind of makes it interesting. I have not watched anything My Little Pony related in ages, including my own videos. You could try for the Dollar Shave Club or Raid Shadow Legends sponsor, just an idea. Oh, honestly, if I had the chance to if I ever got an offer for one of those, I would probably take it. I don't know if I would take Raid Shadow Legends, though. I don't know if I have it in me to say anything good about a fucking mobile game, but yeah, I wish I got sponsorships. I like the egg white, but not the yolk, so I typically eat scrambled eggs. That's interesting. Yeah, well, if it gets all mixed up, you probably don't notice the difference, right? Or you mean you just have egg white scrambled? That's probably what you meant. We regularly have frittata with potatoes, onions, and broccoli in it. Oh, that sounds good. So is Velma really that bad? I have no idea. I'm not going to watch it because it's not for me. I enjoy seeing it dragged, though. It looks really bad. I recommend the Pony POV series on DeviantArt, which is a lengthy but interesting take on the series. I'll try to keep that in mind. It Chapter 4, It in Space. Excuse me. Funny that busy episodes about robots, Ted and I Was Made to Love You annoyed me as a youth, but today they make me an emotional wreck. Yeah, I thought Ted was a really good episode. I love John Ritter in it. That I have to say, I don't want to say anything bad about Passion of the Nerd because I do think his videos are really good, but I feel like he dropped the ball with Ted a little bit. He didn't like that episode as much as me, and I think he was just way too distracted by John Ritter being in it. So something to look out for if you decide to watch his videos. In my opinion, he drops the ball a little bit with Ted. Yes, Velma is awful. The only good thing it has made people go back and look at Scooby-Doo Mystery Incorporated to get back to a good Scooby-Doo show. It does look really bad. It looks like the animation is really good and the character designs are good, but yeah. Oh, you meant Buffy episodes when you put busy. Okay, I wondered what you meant by that. Oh, hecklers suck, yeah. Yolk is the best part. I agree. Egg whites don't taste like anything, but to each their own. So sick of Raid Shadow Legends ads. Yeah, I especially hate it when, like, I don't have any issues with James Rolfe doing, you know, doing those sponsored videos, but, like, it's really takes me out of it when I see, like, I'm watching an episode of Angry Video Game Nerd, and then he takes a break from that to talk about how great Raid Shadow Legends is. Like, I feel like if the nerd character played Raid Shadow Legends, he'd probably hate it, so it's weird. But I notice he stopped doing that, so he at least doesn't advertise things like Raid Shadow Legends in the nerd videos anymore, which is good. So sick and tired of hearing the words Raid Shadow Legends. Yeah, same. I know, I don't think I saw you before. I prefer Scooby-Doo Mystery Incorporated. I honestly haven't watched any of the newer Scooby-Doo series. I'm not really into it. I'm not a real Scooby-Doo fan. I liked it when I was a kid, the old show, but... It Chapter 11, Pennywise Now Needs a Cane. I didn't even know who Ritter was when I watched it. Oh, that's interesting. That's hard to imagine. Velma is so bloody unfunny, I could only stomach 2 episodes. Alright, Claire, well, thanks for stopping by. I have neither read the book nor watched the modern It films. I like to read, but 1,000+ pages is a little overkill. Yeah, it's a long book. We need more Scooby-Doo in the world, the only show that teaches children that there are no ghouls, ghosts, or monsters. The true villain is always a rich old white dude running a real estate scam. That's true. Should get some credit for that. When I was a kid, my mom made soft-boiled eggs and I nommed on yolk with melted butter and a pinch of salt. That sounds good. Okay, Hershey, thanks for stopping by. It's already one of the most hated things on the internet and basically just came out. Mysteries of the Dinaverse. Okay. God, it's been 48 minutes and we've only watched one of these. Let's go to the next one here. Yeah, I know about that scene in the book. All right. So, Crichton has been involved in a Starbug crash. I forgot about this bit. Apparently his condition is mauve.
Here's a little music.
But it turns out that Starbug's fuel tanks will explode in 67 minutes and he can't move, so he's gonna need some help. Also, his condition is at magenta. So he fashions a little scout out of one of his hands and one of his eyes.
Can you hear me?
That is weirdly cute.
Bring help.
One of my favorite things to do in shows like this is to just occasionally pause it and just look at stuff that they put on the screen just to see if you're paying attention, you know?
Okay. Good luck, boy.
It is weirdly
Right
cute.
after Holly tells
Why is it
Lister that
cute?
She thinks there might be a tarantula on board. The scout crawls up his leg and he freezes up and is unable to speak.
Yeah.
And yet he can type for some reason.
Tarantula.
Once Kat sees it, he has the same reaction, resulting in this amazing exchange. Kat's a pretty fast typer. I would have pegged him as the hunt and peck type. But then the scout makes itself known. And they go down to the planet to rescue Crichton.
That's cute. Hello.
Crichton's condition is now taupe. While Crichton is so tangled up in the wreckage, Lister is going to have to cut him up and then reassemble him. His condition is now marigold.
Marigold. I love the
heliotrope.
choice of
Yes, that is a
colors.
color. I had to look that one up. And then cerise, and now tangerine. Crichton's color coding system for indicating the amount of damage he has is very arbitrary. So
Hang on, I gotta look up what heliotrope is. I know I said I looked it up there, but I don't remember now. Oh, it's a plant. It looks like it's purplish. Heliotrope color. Whoops. It's basically fuchsia. Why are there so many fucking colors? So this isn't a Lister episode, but I feel the need to point out that the fact that he's able to take apart Crichton and then successfully put him back together is pretty damn impressive, all things considered. Also, is Crichton wearing a watch? Anyway, it turns out that Rimmer was originally with Crichton, but the moon they were on reformed and Rimmer was taken away.
Something took him, something awful.
So they go back there to try to find it. As usual,
Amaranth.
Crichton immediately figures out what's going on.
My guess is this is a psi moon. It tunes into an individual's psyche and adapts its terrain.
My
to
guess
manage
is, and he
mental
just
state.
knows what
We
it
are
is.
interlopers inside Mr.
Such a-
Rimmer's mind.
Comment.
Yeah,
there with
scary
Crichton.
thought.
All his neuroses, all his personal demons will be incarnated here, made flesh.
Also, we could have shortened that explanation a lot by saying Rimmer is on Silent Hill Moon. Lister brings up that Rimmer is a hologram, so no harm will come to him anyway, but Crichton says that he will have a physical form here.
Look, I'm trying to keep my temper, but you really are pushing your luck now, my laddie.
Meanwhile, yep, Rimmer's been captured. Anyway, 2 models in skimpy clothing show up, and things take a slightly different turn for a bit. You're welcome, Rimmer fangirls.
Is it me, or has it suddenly got rather hot in here?
Back to Starbug, it turns out that they're going to have to go the rest of the way on foot.
Remember, it's Rimmer's mind out there. Expect sickness.
Meanwhile, Rimmer is getting oiled up. But then the 2 women leave and mention that they're going to get the master.
Why does he want me oiling particularly? Obviously, whatever he has in mind is facilitated by my being slippery and pliant, yes?
An oiled body is so much better for conducting the electricity.
Not the best news, but it could have been worse.
That was kind of my reaction when I first saw this episode. I figured he was going to be shoved up something. Back to the other crew members, one of my favorite outtakes goes with this scene. I mentioned back in season 2 that Craig Charles seems to tone down his listerness for the show. Well, here he thought it would be funny to light his cigarette on one of those columns of fire shooting up from the swamp.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about this.
He's basically a troll. Anyway, all of the frogs in the
Craig,
swamp
don't
with
bug
despair
her about.
talk how useless Rimmer is, and there are leeches.
It's got a human face. It's Rimmer's mum.
He's weirdly flippant about that, considering how disturbing that would actually look. Probably something like this. Seriously, you guys, this episode was Silent Hill before Silent Hill was Silent Hill. And now they find gravestones, each marking when a positive trait of Rimmer died.
Self-respect, died age 24.
Generosity, died age 9. Self-confidence, taken from us, age 22.
Honor, gone but not forgotten, died age 12.
This one's my new.
But one of them is just a gravestone with
Couldn't even
nothing
fit a
bearing
date
near
on
it.
that one.
Yet.
If we don't get to him before this grave is filled, we may never get out of this nightmare.
Meanwhile, Rimmer meets the Master.
Boy, am I glad to see you.
By the way, this was a fully formed animatronic, but they didn't like how it looked on film, so we mostly see its shadow. Part of its face appears to be xenomorph-like, though.
There's been a gigantic administrative cock-up. Some of your staff have
Cock-up.
somehow mistaken me for a virgin.
Here's another subtle reference to how Rimmer hates being a hologram. In Holoship, he referred to the H on his forehead. Well, it turns out that part of his torture was to involve letter H branding irons.
I've never been partial to physical torture. It's actually always been one of my worst nightmares.
You and me both, sweetie. So the rest of the crew has ended up in some kind of duct
call
where they
him
can
sweetie.
look through the grating and see Rimmer.
You that hates yourself. I am your self-loathing.
All of the Silent Hill. So Lister, Crichton, and Kat jump down and start blasting Rimmer's pyramid head with bazookoids,
You'd risk your lives for me?
Of course! You're part of the crew!
which appears to work because it goes back in its hole and Rimmer is now fully dressed again. Damn. I mean, good for him. So they eventually make their way back to Starbug.
Thirsty Dino's thirsty.
I don't loathe myself. What is there one could possibly loathe about me?
You really sure you want to ask that question, Rimmer?
Your inability to form long-term relationships with anyone, and the awful knowledge that throughout your entire life, no one has ever truly liked you because you are so fundamentally unlikable.
Oh, that?
Sir, I'm only halfway through
that.
my list.
It probably wasn't a good idea to tell him all that, because now Starbug is stuck in the swamp.
Lee and I used to repeat that a lot. We just randomly go, "Oh, that."
Let's get into the jet-powered rocket pants and Junior Birdman the hell out of here.
And Cat has another great idea with only 2 drawbacks.
We don't have any jet-powered rocket pants. And B, there's no such thing as jet-powered rocket pants outside the fictional serial Robbie Rocket Pants.
Robbie
Well,
Rocket
that's put a crimp
Pants.
on an otherwise damn fine plan.
So cute. Anyway, a voice comes over the speaker saying that if they hand over Rimmer, it'll let them go.
You have 10 minutes.
Oh yeah, that is Rimmer's voice. I think I
Interestingly,
mentioned
that's
that
Chris
later.
Berry doing that voice.
Oh, well, there we
In
go. I
fact,
just
I didn't
did.
realize it at the time, but he also did the voice of the monster earlier.
It is you who created me.
Seriously, that's a nice touch.
We're finished.
Of course, Rimmer has given up now, so things get even worse for Starbug. Finally, Crichton makes the connection.
This is all your fault, you know, you glob of tuberculotic sputum. Interesting.
He meets with the other 2 privately and tells them that the only way for them to escape is to convince Rimmer that they all like him. It turns out that it wasn't the bazookoid fire that drove the beast away. It was Crichton telling Rimmer that they were going to save him because he's one of the crew. That's kind of sad.
I've got to tell him we love him.
Ah, you're sick.
Anyway, they all reluctantly agree on it, and they go back out with the intention of making Rimmer feel good about himself. Cue a whole lot of awkwardness.
I really care about you.
We all do, sir.
Rimmer's reaction is priceless.
It's true. They really do care about you.
I guess that's the most we could have expected from Cat.
We're getting some lift.
Wait a minute.
It almost works, so they just have to try harder.
I love you, man. I really, really love you.
Going up?
Ending in probably the most uncomfortable group hug ever.
This is a beautiful man, big man.
Beautiful moment, isn't
You're a
it?
big man. We love you, AJ.
Outside, all of Rimmer's dead traits are coming back to life to fight off the monsters
Oh, yeah, the
that
stock
embody
music.
Rimmer's negative traits. I love that they're using stock music here. I know it's stock music because a local TV station I used to watch used to play this song when they announced their Saturday afternoon movie or whatever.
Do, 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 do.
So they fight it out.
I
and
think
the
it was
positive
Channel
traits win.
31, not that
Feel
that
my
means
blade
anything to
loneliness. May your
anyone but me.
foulness rot in hell.
What a guy. And Starbug is finally able to take off.
It was all baloney, wasn't it?
Fortunately, Rimmer doesn't catch on until they're in the clear.
I mean, you didn't really feel that deep down I'm an okay sort of bloke. You didn't really mean any of that, did you?
No.
Jeez, you guys. And so ends Terraform.
They're so mean.
So many great Rimmer episodes now. I'm
It's
actually
from
running out
Willow?
of things to say about what a well fleshed out character he is and how the show is able to do so much with that. And yeah, this is another great Rimmer episode and another one I really like. There is kind of a fun fact regarding the infamous shirtless scene. Chris Berry was a bit nervous about it, so he exercised like crazy. Which, I'll just say it paid off. But the other guys teased him about it.
Because he was a weed before that. And all of a sudden he takes his top off and it's Arnold bloody Schwarzenegger.
Yeah, I mean, he made quite a lot of confirmed heterosexuals get a little bit interested.
I would have shagged him.
And regarding
I
the
would've
Silent
shagged
Hill
him.
comparisons, honestly, being a fan of both Red Dwarf and Silent Hill, my mind started to wander in regards to that one day, and I realized sticking Rimmer in Silent Hill would be interesting, and I contemplated that for a bit until I realized that's basically what Terraform is, so that'd be some pretty unnecessary fan fiction. I guess that's about all I have to say about Terraform. It's another Rimmer episode, but it's a really creative one, and the rest of the cast gets to shine as well. Also, for the record, it did come out about 7 years before the first Silent Hill game. Next up is like the third Rimmer episode this season, Quarantine. See you then.
We go right at the Swamp of Despair, and straight past the Wood of Humiliation, and then hard left at the Chasm of Hopelessness.
You're a weird guy, you know that?
Whoops. Oh god, quarantine. Alright, let me get caught up on the chat, and then I have to take a quick little bathroom break, and then we'll watch Quarantine. And the brain damage, and the brain damage, and the brain damage. Oh, that was a DBZ abridged reference. I love how Kat referenced Gandalf, the Master Wizard, before Peter Jackson and Ian McKellen made him a household name. Yeah, I think people kind of knew the name Gandalf even before the movies, at least a little bit. I think
trying to remember if this was before or after. I'm pretty sure it was before. I know on Friends they mentioned Gandalf one time. I'm pretty sure that was before the movies. You're scared. I'm the one with a tarantula making a nest in my toy department. I prefer amaranth. I love how Rimmer is whining about not going to a British embassy like one still exists. Yeah, good point. Red Dwarf and Silent Hill would be interesting. I mean, this episode's kind of already that. Unless, you know, the other characters. I guess you could focus on the other characters more. That reminds me of a Sonic Boom joke. Amy reports Code Teal and Sonic confuses it with Code Turquoise as they're the same color. Amy threatens to take him to a clothes shop to look at colors again. Excuse me. We interrupt Red Dwarf to bring you Hellraiser. SF Debris wasn't a fan of this episode and suggested it could have been improved had it been more focused on the cat, like the moon formed around Cat's psyche. That would be interesting. We can't ever have a cat episode, though. I love the behind the scenes that Chris Berry knew he'd have a shirtless scene, so he spent the month trying, yeah. Yeah, I ended up talking about that. Craig, don't bugger about. Or the cockroaches from Tom Hooper's Cats. Oh, right. Yeah, that didn't exist when I made this video, but yeah. Yeah, this episode didn't come quite together in my opinion, and it's yet another Rimmer's messed up episode when it would have been better to do any of the other members. I guess. I don't know. Some things are scarier when you don't see the full thing, like the animatronic shark from Jaws, yeah. The Thing, everything worked out mostly as intended for the effects, and there's a lot on screen. Bruce the Shark wasn't on screen because the damn thing was constantly broken, yeah. It worked in the movie's favor, though. There's no such thing as jet-powered rocket pants outside the fictional serial Robbie Rocket Pants. Robbie Rocket Pants, that's a name for a show. The music is from Willow. I think I read that before, but I never did see Willow, so it's possible. It'd be weird to watch it and hear that music, though, because I know it from other things. I rewatched the film recently, and it sounds like that soundtrack. That's interesting. They hurt Wimmer's feelings. So everyone's confirming that music is from Willow. That's interesting. I don't remember when I remember hearing it on TV during the, opening to the Saturday movie, whatever. But it could have been after Willow came out. I don't remember. Definitely a better Silent Hill than any of the comics Linkara reviewed. That's very true. Everyone's quoting Mr. Flibble already. My dad always calls Dumbledore Gandalf. I cringe every time. That's so funny. Hi, Ash. I mean, they look similar. Sorry, all today stays brief for me. Have fun, everyone. Okay. Thanks for stopping by, Isaiah. Sheriff Bart, you do it for Randolph Scott, Rockridge Town. What? I have no idea what you're talking about. I guess it's a Simpsons quote, but they're different actors. I know. I'm just saying they look similar. They're that same kind of, that same kind of wizard. They have that same kind of wizardy look. I'll be right back. I'm going to go to the bathroom and probably refill my water glass. That sounded wrong. Yeah, I was like halfway across the living room when I realized I said I'm going to go to the bathroom and refill my water glass. I obviously meant go to the bathroom and then afterwards refill my water glass. Oh, Flash is taking Odie on a walk. Well, there's not... Huh? Chat said almost nothing while I was away. That's unusual. Yeah, I'm still connected. Okay. Usually I come back and there's a ton of chat to read through. I quarantine.
Launch Scouter.
Wait a minute.
Continuing from the previous episode.
Mr.
Blazing
Crichton,
Saddles,
the one who
okay.
says launch Scouter.
Everyone still hates Rimmer.
Haven't seen that in
Launch
ages.
Scouter.
Can't imagine why.
Oh, Special Iron made it. Been having to deal with... Oh, okay. Well, welcome to the stream, Special Iron.
Would you be so good as
You
to
missed
launch
Terraform
the
and...
Scouter, please, sir?
Aye, aye, sir.
And the one before it.
Scout launch, sir.
Face it, they're all assholes to varying degrees, and they pretty much deserve what's coming. Anyway, it turns out that they've encountered a scientific research center, and there's a survivor, who happens to be a hologram.
A Dr. Hildegard Landstrom.
So they're using the term survivor kind of loosely. Anyway, she's a doctor, and they want to bring her on board. And of course, Holly can only support one hologram, so Rimmer has to be temporarily turned off. And yes, I know that there was one time when there were two holograms on board at the same time, but it was only for a few minutes. So I'd imagine that Holly can support two for a very short time, since it's a power issue.
And now I'm being bundled into an escape pod and relieved of my duties by Commander Ubend.
You know, Rimmer is being an asshole as usual, but I can kind of see his point. They're literally kicking him off the ship in favor of another hologram. And yes, she's a scientist, it can probably help them out a lot, so I can see why they're doing it, but it's no secret that they all hate Rimmer, and frankly, they didn't spend a whole lot of time debating this. Not to mention that they didn't even ask Rimmer if he was okay with it. They just kind of announced things being kicked off the ship. And Lister is all like, gee, why are you taking this so personally? So Crichton is about to quote a Space Corps directive.
God,
that
I'm
relates
siding
to
with
this
Rimmer. That's pretty
Holly,
bad.
prepare an escape pod, anything to save me from another
Inquisitor,
Space
yeah, that
Corps
was the one.
directive.
He's making it up, isn't he? The bloody book doesn't exist.
Holly, kindly furnish Mr. Rimmer with a hologrammatic copy of the Space Corps Directive Manual.
In a couple of episodes, this is going to set off another great running gag.
You become a really nasty piece of work.
Sir, I was merely...
You're merely a mechanoid. That's all you're merely. Don't ever forget it.
Ouch. Speaking of running gags, there's one we haven't heard in a while. So the rest of the crew goes looking for Dr. Landstrom, and it turns out that they're in a viral research area where hazmat suits are to be worn at all times.
If there were any dangerous viral strains in the atmosphere, the psi scan would have picked them out by now.
This is great. The psi scan. This show's favorite Deus Ex Machina for a while.
The old 345 takes a little time to warm up. Now here are the results. And we're going to live.
Afterwards, Crichton comes across some vials that he takes. Boy, are those ever going to come in handy later. Anyway, they find a stasis pod containing Dr. Landstrom and...
Life without pain has no meaning. Gentlemen, I wish to give your lives meaning.
She's actually
creepy. It turns
creepy.
out that this whole thing was a big mistake because she has a deadly holovirus. Meanwhile, Rimmer has been procrastinating leaving Starbug, and Lister tries to contact him.
Lister? We need backup, man. We need it bad. We need it now.
Everything okay?
Rimmer is great in this scene. He's such a smug bastard.
I am quite mad.
Are you really? How absolutely splendid.
Hi,
Back
Mr.
at the
Intelligence.
research station, Crichton explains what's afflicted Dr. Landstrom.
It appears to stimulate the dormant psychic areas of the brain, which, until now, humankind has been unable to harness. Unfortunately, it requires so much energy, it drains the victim's life force.
She's actually kind of creepy.
Twinkle, twinkle, little eye, and now it's time for you to die.
Destroyed by her own genius. If I'm right, the fruits of her work should live on.
Back on Starbug, Crichton is examining the vials, and he explains that there are positive viruses.
A strain of virus promotes an unaccountable feeling of well-being and happiness.
That's going to come up again.
Notes, 20th century DJs suffered from it all the time.
Specifically, a sexual magnetism virus.
Sexual magnetism's a virus? Well, give it to a hospital. I'm a terminal case.
And a luck virus.
Lady Luck in liquid form.
He demonstrates the latter by injecting Lister with a small amount of it and having him shuffle cards, and he ends up picking all aces. Anyway, afterwards, they find out that Rimmer has sealed the cargo bay door.
If you'd like to proceed to the aft, you'll find the landing lights on in Bay 47.
Bay 47? That's quarantine.
Spot on.
Apparently following the Space Corps directive.
I have no intention of contracting the hologrammatic equivalent of foaming dog fever.
Too late.
152, where you'll be spending the next 3 months.
Also, Rimmer gets all the best face awards for this episode. Actually, he gets all of the awards. So because Lister is the only registered crew member of Red Dwarf, the three of them have to share a room for about 12 weeks. That's gonna go well.
Welcome to quarantine, lads.
Anyway, Rimmer shows up from behind glass to gloat. Of course, it'd be against the rules, not to mention unethical, to lock them up in a room with no entertainment.
A knitting magazine with a pull-out special on crocheted hats, and a video wallpapering, painting, and stippling a DIY guide.
Also, their meals contain Lister's least favorite food.
Rimmer, you know damn well sprouts make me choke.
I've got you down for sprouts almost every meal. I tell a lie. It is every meal.
And there will be music.
Must-dasheroony. I've got to organise
Must-dasheroony.
your daily provision of musical entertainment. It's a perpetually looped tape of Reggie Dixon's Tango Treats.
Fun fact, Canada's doing something similar. If you get arrested for drunk driving, they make you listen to Nickelback on the way to the police station. Unfortunately, it was a joke, though.
Listen, guys.
So Lister is determined to make it through and gets everyone to agree that they're going to get along, if only to spite Rimmer.
Boys from the Dwarf.
Cut to 5 days later, and Lister has a black eye, Cat has a bandage over his nose, and his arm in a fashionable sling, and Crichton has just finished banging the dents out of his head.
It's true.
2 damn hours.
Also, Lister has done a lot of crocheting.
Tetchy, tetchy, tetchy.
Just as well I can't hear you.
Anyway, naturally, everyone's bad habits are driving everyone else crazy.
It won't be the waste disposal, Frankenstein. This time I'm gonna unscrew your neck bolts and microwave your head.
Frankenstein was the creator, not the monster. It's a common misconception held by all truly stupid people.
Welcome to 50% of the comments section of a video where I casually called the monster Frankenstein once. Never again. Anyway, things get pretty heated, but Lister...
I mentioned it later, I think, when I get to the cat, get to this on the cat videos, but there were a lot of people in the comments section of this one kind of defending me, so that was kind of nice.
manages to mostly calm things down.
We're gonna get through this. And don't say we're gonna get through this!
Then Crichton remembers that they haven't shown any signs of contracting a virus in 5 days, which means that they can demand a rescreening per the Space Corps directive.
And he's playing it by the book. We've nailed him.
Gentlemen.
But it turns out that Rimmer has been listening without making himself known.
And no one's smegging nuts.
Well, that's good. I'm sitting here wearing a red and white checked gingham dress. And army boots. Think that's unamiss?
Well, now that you mention the army boots, yeah, there is something a little off here. So yeah, the rest of them are clean, but Rimmer had somehow contracted the holovirus from Dr. Landstrom. It's revealed a bit later that it was through radio waves.
I just realized the implication that a man wearing a dress means he's crazy is a little bit, like, hasn't aged well, but whatever.
Honestly, I don't know what I could add to this scene, so I'm just going to let Rimmer speak for himself.
I don't care, it's just a thought I had just
because
now.
The king of the potato people won't let me. He wants to keep you here.
Could we see him?
Do you have a magic carpet?
Yeah.
You want to fly on a magic carpet to see the king of the potato people, and you're telling me you're completely sane?
So Rimmer cuts off their oxygen supply for the next 2 hours.
That'll teach you to be bread baskets.
That'll teach you to
They
be
have
bread
7
baskets.
minutes before their room runs out of air. Then they remember the luck virus.
Unless, of course, the luck virus.
In the 5 days they were in there, they really never thought to use that before. Oh well. Crichton uses it on Lister again, and he's able to guess the numeric code on the door. Unfortunately, they don't get very far before Rimmer catches up with them. And he's brought a friend.
They've been naughty boys, haven't they, Mr. Flibble?
Yes.
So Rimmer is entering the advanced stages of the disease and is now able to use telekinesis. That's a really random ability for a hologram. I mean, he can't touch things with his body, but he can now move things with his mind? Oh well, rule of funny.
Yep.
Anyway, Crichton takes an axe to the back, and it takes a minute for him to recover.
Ah, that's better. Maybe now I can win self-determination for these South Maldavian people. Oh. Ah, I think I'm okay now.
Just in time for Rimmer to show up again. I love how both of them are quivering with rage.
What are we going to do with them, Mr. Flibble? We can't possibly do that. Who'd clear up the mess?
How does he make that puppet so expressive?
So Lister still has the luck virus, so they managed to get everything that Crichton needs to build something. Talk about Deus Ex Machina.
Mr. Flibble says,
Game over, boys.
Somehow Mr. Flibble also having the hex vision makes it extra funny. Anyway, Crichton uses the device on Rimmer, and again, I love how the puppet is reacting to it too. So now Rimmer is the one in quarantine. Sorry, but I don't believe for a second that they got Cat to wear that outfit. Rule of funny can only stretch so far. And so ends quarantine.
I still think that. You'll never convince me otherwise.
This is an episode that doesn't even really try to have any layers or weight to it. It can basically be summed up as Rimmer's an asshole, everyone else is an asshole back, Rimmer goes nuts and literally tries to kill them, and then they get back at him. The end. The episode is just completely unapologetic about what an asshole everyone is. It's just flat out mean-spirited. But I'd be lying if I said that it wasn't funny as hell. There's a reason why this one is a fan favorite. Rimmer tries to kill everyone in a gingham dress with his puppet friend. What else do you really need? I feel like the rest of them are kind of unnecessarily mean at the end, and that makes me cringe a little. Since none of what happened is really Rimmer's fault, not only did he have a virus that made him insane, but it's their fault that he got it in the first place. But, like I said, this episode is mean-spirited and unapologetic about it already, so I guess it all kind of fits together. Nah, it is what it is. Next up is Demons and Angels. See you then.
Channel awful.
Why can we never meet anyone nice? Why can we never meet anyone who can shoot straight?
Demons and Angels. Okay, let me get caught up on the chat.
Yeah, that Mickey Mouse and Betty Boop line just never quite landed for me. That's why I left it out of the video. I know everyone else thinks it's hilarious, but I don't know. I just didn't think it was that funny. Do love me some Quarantine. At the last con I went to, there were two women wearing Rimmer's checkered gingham dress, complete with Mr. Flibble puppets. Oh, I'm sure it's been cosplayed to death. Oh, Special Iron's computer's buffering again. That's a bummer. Also, a woman dressed as Angerless Rimmer from Polymorph. Oh, yeah, with the Give Keisha Chance t-shirt. Special Iron has the t-shirt. That's funny. I got Lee a cruddy TV shirt a while back. I don't know if he's ever worn it. I'm pretty sure it wasn't official merchandise. I just found it online. Thought it was cool. Apparently Robert Llewellyn gets people asking him to do the Smee-Hee routine all the time. I can believe it. Love you too, Mr. Intelligence. Why can't we ever meet someone who can shoot straight? That's a great meta joke. I love how almost everything on Red Dwarf has something wrong with it. Where's Scotty when you need him? Yeah. It's so true. Red Dwarf is so run down. Probably my favorite marvelous Gunmen of the Apocalypse comes a close second. I don't remember when Rimmer said that in here. But I do remember from Gunmen of the Apocalypse because it felt so like, I don't know, inappropriate. Bringing it back to hell is being trapped with a room with your friends line from Series 1. Yeah, true. If there's anything Lister hates more than pot noodle, it's fresh veggies. That's true. Dasheroonie, I can't tell if that's a Rimmerism or Flanderism. It does sound like something things Flanders would say. Fun fact, how I learned the word tetchy. Yeah, me too. I'd never heard it before, but I kind of like it. Okay, fess up. How many of you waggled your hands when the boys did it? Yes, I was one of them. Oh, you all saw when I did it, so. Anyone else find that noise Rimmer makes a little scary? Oh, like the high-pitched sound? Yeah, it's a little unsettling. I love how Rimmer sets them up here. You're telling me you're completely sane? Yeah. Chris Berry was a puppeteer on Spitting Image, so he had experience. Yeah, it shows. He did really well with that puppet. I don't know if I ever really thought to mention that before, but something I always noticed. And yeah, he did do the Reagan puppet in Genesis's Land of Confusion video. Yeah. I went back and rewatched that video recently after I learned that. It's kind of cool hearing Chris Berry's Reagan impression in that. Rule of funny is the #1 priority here, after all. Yeah, it usually is. Crichton says something completely random as a joke that will never stop being funny to me. Yeah. You mean like when he when he's malfunctioning? I'm not getting as many viewers here as I have in the past. Maybe I'm thinking of my Red Dwarf videos, streams. I think two of Cat's most fundamental instincts come into conflict here, but yeah, hard to believe he'd still get into that dress. Yeah. Demons and Angels was really dark when I first saw it, actually disturbing at times, but still really funny. Yeah, it is. Oh, you don't? Oh, okay. I guess I misunderstood I thought you were saying you had the t-shirt. When Lister talks to him on the radio and he pretends to not understand him. Oh, okay. Give it time, normally you'd only just be starting about now. Well, that's true. I did try to advertise the hell out of this stream, though. Yeah, sorry, Flash, you missed quarantine. The episode, not the event. Yeah, we all wish we could have missed quarantine. Wish I had the shirt. Alright, let's go.
Amazing. The last strawberry in the universe.
So, Crichton has created a machine that can take an object and create 2 clones of it.
You'll be famous. They'll build your statues. They'll even name towns after you. Dorksville springs instantly to mind.
Strawberry's incredible. So succulent.
But it turns out that one of the clones has all the best elements of the original, and the other has the worst.
Funny kind of wrinkly texture.
So Lister tries to reverse the process to see what would happen. Nice typing there, very convincing. Anyway, something has gone wrong and Red Dwarf is going to explode in 15 minutes. They escape on Starbug and...
Actual chances of it blowing are about 1 in...
And there it goes.
1.
And things aren't looking too good on Starbug either.
The nearest asteroid with an S3 atmosphere is 6 hours away. The trouble is we only have enough fuel for 5 hours flight. We only have enough oxygen for 7 minutes.
True to form, Rimmer is wondering if the weight reduction after ejecting Lister and Cat will help them get to their destination before Starbug runs out of fuel. By the way, I just want to point out that this is only 2 episodes after Rimmer was captured and they all came to his rescue because he's part of the crew. That's Rimmer for you. He never learns a damn thing. Yup.
The boys from the Dwarf!
One of us is in a fix, the homeboys band together.
That's the way it is.
But then Crichton points out that Rimmer is running on backup, which is only going to last 4 minutes.
Okay, homeboys, let's posse.
As if Rimmer wasn't loathsome enough, now he's acting like a chav. So Crichton has found 2 objects that were created just before Red... I remember people in the comment section were surprised that I knew what a chav was. I don't remember where I'd heard of it, but yeah. Dwarf exploded, which turned out to be 2 clones of Red Dwarf. Apparently,
Did I say
instead
chat?
of
I meant the
reversing
comments section.
process of the triplicator, he reversed the field, so basically Red Dwarf and everything on it, except for the strawberry, was cloned twice.
One succulent and divine, the other...
Fish bait.
In the lab, the triplicated copies had a limited lifespan.
About an hour.
Crichton thinks that the high Red Dwarf should have a working triplicator on it, so if he can throw the process in reverse, it should merge those 2 copies and recreate the original Red Dwarf.
He makes it sound so simple.
I know, right? So Crichton and Rimmer stay behind so Rimmer can get a recharge, as Lister and Cat board the high Red Dwarf. And of course it's immaculate, down to the air.
Makes you feel good to be alive.
Lister wants to try the food, and I love that the control panel is just a computer keyboard they stuck on the wall.
Ultimate test. Pot noodle.
Keep in mind that Lister chose dog food over pot noodle and marooned. Jeez, Cat, do you need a moment alone?
I've been to a parallel universe. I've seen time running backwards. I've played pool with planets that have given birth to twins. But I never thought in my entire life I'd taste an edible pot noodle.
Then they meet a couple members of the crew.
Yeah, he's not
And here's
supposed to
another
remember
cat
that he
line.
played pool with planets. That was something I didn't catch when I first covered this.
I love.
I find clothes a distraction from the pursuit of spiritual and intellectual fulfillment. I find spiritual and intellectual fulfillment a distraction from the pursuit of clothes.
So the high Red Dwarf crew are basically monks who ponder the meaning of life and such. Naturally, our main crew is bored with it all. Unfortunately, it turns out that the high version of the triplicator is missing some of the necessary parts that ended up on the low ship. Not sure if that makes sense. If that's how it works, how is the rest of the ship able to function? Oh well. But first, the entertainment.
Yeah, I know I overthink stuff sometimes, but that's just half the fun for me.
Is portraying agony.
Brother Rimmer gets Best Face Award as always.
And agony in torment searches forever in vain.
Anyway, it's interrupted by a distress call from the low ship, so all 8 of them go there. I love how they split up in such a way that the staff doesn't have to deal with split screen. So the low ship is about what you would expect. It's dark and dingy, and we can already tell that the crew isn't very nice.
He's accidentally shot me 5 times. Oh, how I love him!
A grievous 4th with thine weapon. It keeps us shooting people. You see? There it goes again.
I thought the high crew was supposed to be intelligent. I guess it's all book smarts, which kind of makes sense. They're so pure they can't imagine anyone being bad. Anyway, while running away from the bomb, Rimmer and Lister get separated and Lister runs into the Low crew.
I'll be right back. I'm just
Low Lister is completely disgusting. Low Cat seems to be de-evolved and animalistic. No one thought it'd be a good idea to refilm that after the fake teeth came out? Really? Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Low Crichton seems barely able to function. So, how much worse do you think Rimmer is going to be? Oh boy.
Hello, my princess. What do you want with me?
Well, he's basically a Rocky Horror reject.
I'm going to lash you to within an inch of your life, and then I'm going to have you.
And kind of rapey.
Yeah.
Not where I would have expected them to go with that, but okay. It sucks to be Lister right now. Anyway, they take control of Lister's body using some kind of device that
just
sticks
glorious.
into his spinal cord. Low Lister's laugh makes me cringe. It's not creepy so much as it has a nails-on-a-chalkboard effect
Yes.
on me.
Oof.
Also, I can't help but notice that Low Holly, along with having a staticky monitor, is looking like Susie Sue. There's no mention of that in the Making of documentary, but I think Susie was huge in the UK at the time, so I gotta believe that it was intentional. Like, someone in the makeup department had to have been a fan.
He applauds our efforts.
Anyway, they make Lister do messed up things like slam his nose in a cabinet door, pour boiling water on his crotch, and force him to eat a tarantula. And if you want to see that, you're going to have to find it on your own. I know it's not real, but nope, all of my nope. Anyway,
Yep.
They put tape over his mouth and send him to kill everyone. Meanwhile, Crichton and Cat find the triplicator with 8 minutes to spare.
Have I told today how much I love thee, brother?
Thy love refreshes and cleanses me like a babbling mountain stream, brother.
This must be what inspires all that Rimmer x Lister fanfiction. Anyway, Lister shows up, stabs High Lister, and crushes Rimmer's light bee.
Farewell, brother. My brook is babbled.
I found Goldpost Head. No sign of Dormouse Cheeks, though.
Goalpost head and dormouse cheeks. Anyway, the other three have regrouped, but they haven't found Lister. But here he comes. Fortunately, Cat sees that he's trying to say something, so he removes the tape, so Lister is able to warn them.
You gotta stop me! Incapacitate me in a painless way!
Cat's all done.
That was unnecessary.
Would you rather have killed him, dumbass?
Duck! Left! Right!
Anyway, Crichton knocks out Lister by surprising him with chloroform.
Surprise me now!
Here comes my surprise, sir.
I guess he really only needed to surprise the Lows, but that's a great bit. As they're trying to get away, Lister attacks again, but Crichton finds the spinal implant and removes it. But then it ends up in Cat for a minute. So the ships rejoin,
Cat
and
instantly
they're about
smiles
to head back
when
to
they
Red
remove
Dwarf
it. That
when
just
Lister
tickles me.
sits on the implant, and it's revealed that Low Lister was a stowaway. As Cat hears him and takes him out with a bazookoid. That was badass.
Yeah,
I
go
better
Cat.
remove the spinal implant and destroy it once and for all.
Just give me 1 week. That's all I ask.
Boy, this is gonna be fun.
And so ends Demons and Angels. This is another one of those episodes that isn't especially deep, but it is spot on with the comedy. And while everyone is great, Rimmer and Cat, who happen to be my favorites, kind of steal the show. The only possible complaint I have is that the highs are kind of boring and don't stand out from each other. I suspect that's probably the point. To be too perfect is boring, and I think that's what the writers were going for in a rule of funny sort of way. But with how interesting and unique from each other the lows were, it might have been
true.
interesting if the highs were given the same level of attention. Oh well, still a great episode. Next up is the season 5 finale, Back to Reality. See you then.
I can't wait till I get to the point where I don't show that logo anymore.
Electrical fire has knocked out my voice recognition unicycle. Abandoned shop. This is not a daffodil.
Well, thankfully Holly's unaffected.
Thankfully, Holly's not affected. Whoops. Ooh, Back to Reality. Oh, so that's the last one of this season.
1 in 1 is another quote I use in real life. Yeah, that's a good one. One of Rimmer's cringiest but funniest moments. It was definitely cringy. Oh. You'd think after so much practice doing that weird salute of his, he'd be better at the boys from the dwarf gesture. That's true. Then again, Rimmer never does that, so it kind of makes sense that he'd be bad at it. This was meant to be the first episode, and even now, it's one episode after they tried to replace and nearly got him killed with a nasty hollow virus. Yeah. I'd hate to think what Pot Noodle on the low ship would be like. Yeah, good point. With respect, sir, you think Jesus was a hippie. Well, he was. He had long hair. He didn't have a job. What more do you want? I think Rimmer's more like a sour transvestite. I don't know if that made any sense. I love Diamanda's description of Low Rimmer, and Rimmer is just glorious. Yes, she would say that. Emo Rimmer, that's not emo. That's more like BDSM. Yeah, the laughter was... I guess it was disturbing in a way. I found it more annoying than disturbing, but... To be fair, this is the same Rimmer who supposedly took advantage of a concussed woman when she was still alive. That's true. When he was still alive. Which implies that Lister wasn't lying about the hollow ship... The hollow whip back during the hollow ship, and that somewhere on Red Dwarf there's a mind control ship. I don't know about that. Just because it was on the low ship doesn't mean it was on the regular one. For some reason, the cast commentary compares Low Holly to Kelly Osbourne. That's random. We interrupt Red Dwarf to bring you Hostile. I love the sound effect when Cat incapacitates Lister. Yeah, it's kind of a crunch, isn't it? I can never realize which is left and which is right fast enough. Duck, okay, left, I'ma die. Yeah, also, is it like Rimmer's left or their left? Oh, that rare moment when Cat shares a smile with Rimmer at the end. Yeah, that's funny. Very out of character for both of them, but it fit with the scene. Season 5 would wrap up a reality if some people are edgy on the whole series. Back to Reality, definitely in my top 5. Yeah, that's a good one. Even in Mortal Danger, the guys never lose their sense of sarcasm. That's true. I love how Dina forgets what episode she just said in the video and gets surprised by the title. Oh yeah, I know. By the time I read through the chat, I always forget. Back to Reality before they wake up was great. Otherwise, it was fun. Yeah, it's weird that the episode they actually blew up Red Dwarf for wasn't even the last episode. They had to triple check they got all the shots because there was no backup if they missed one. Yeah, good point. Maybe the tarantula was the pot noodle. Contrary to what this episode tries to tell us, I actually love cinema hot dogs. Yeah, I think they're fine. I don't know if maybe they were worse in the 80s. I never really went to the theater in the 80s. Yeah, sometimes when Lee and I go to see a movie like around dinner time, that basically is our dinner, whatever we have there. So sometimes we'll like split a hot dog, so we're not having only popcorn for dinner. Popcorn and soda and M&Ms. I'm trying to think of ways the high crew would be more varied. Rimmer could be the perfect officer. Regular Rimmer always wanted to be. Lister is a cool guru who could actually play guitar. Yeah, that would work. And I think I had an idea about Cat, but I don't remember what. And I mention it when I get to the Cat video for that one. Hi, Mario dude. Back to reality featuring the Brummy Git. They were worse in the 80s, okay. No standards for how long they could sit on the roller, so they would be less hot dogs and more leather tubes. Eh. Oh yeah, Dwayne Dibley's coming up. Yeah, they are good with mustard. I used to work at a cinema until 2020, and I hated the way we had to make the hot dogs. Boiling sausages is a terrible way to cook them. Okay, I have to go to the bathroom again, but I'll be right back. Got a very heavy cat with me. So, settle down. There we go. He was all stiff. Oh. No purrs from this boy. He doesn't really like being picked up, but he's too lazy to fight me. Where is it? Boop. I'm trying to look at myself on the camera, but it's got the delay on it. I was trying to boop him on his little diamond, the little diamond on his forehead. Okay, so you can go. You can go. Go on. At least we got one cat in the stream. Hot dogs aren't proper sausages anyway. I guess, yeah. For those wondering, a Brummie is someone from Birmingham. Thank you for explaining that. As a Brummie Rimmer's line to the technician makes me laugh. Okay. Oh. Oh, thank you, George. I like chili dogs. I haven't had chili dogs in ages, but I remember liking them too. Onto the food stream again. I blame myself. I brought the hot dogs up. Yeah, we talked about food a little bit earlier too. Thank goodness we're still going. Yeah. Yeah, we're almost halfway through the stream, so I guess I'll mention that this is, I'm hoping to like raise some money to help me pay rent. So if anybody wants to donate, that would be lovely. You don't have to, of course, but I'm just bringing your attention to it for anyone who maybe didn't pick up on that somehow. Proud Sheffield lad through and through. This means nothing to me. Although I haven't lived in Birmingham for quite some time, we relocated to the South Coast nearly 20 years ago. It's the lovable chonky Soul. Very floofy. Yeah, Soul is a fun combination of, like, actual chonk and fur. 'Cause he's got really thick fur on him. And he's also kind of big in general, so he'd be really big even if he wasn't fat. Hi, Daryl. I don't think I said hi to you before. Sorry if I ever forget to say hi to everybody. Sometimes I forget who has posted and who hasn't. And I probably say hi to people twice sometimes because I just forget. I really like Demons and Angels for its horror elements, even though I know it's not the most popular episode. I still like it. It scared me as a kid to see the crew reimagined in such an evil way. Yeah, I can see that. Hi, Teeny Tara. Given all the Doctor Who talk at the start of the chat, has anyone else seen the video Every Doctor Who Classic Serial described by Red Dwarf? I've never heard of that. And we've had a cat for the whole stream, so was the second cat. Oh god, you know what? That reminds me. I completely forgot about my cat ears this time. There we go, now you officially have a cat. We found Sonic. Yeah, I know you've posted before, Flash. I remember those photos you shared some time ago of when Soul was a kitten. Hard to believe it was the same cat. He was so teeny. He was really little when we first got him. I remember first time I held him like this. Like, he was so small. And now I'm just like... I should show you guys the picture that Lee shared of Soul. He found one that's really funny. My secrets. Just kidding. Let me see if I can bring it up without sharing our chat. Yeah, Lee sometimes sends me stuff on Discord when he's upstairs and I'm downstairs. Open in browser. There we go. There we go. There's little baby Soul. He went up to the food bowl like sideways and he just stepped in the water to get to the food. Oh god, I actually forgot just how funny that was until I opened it just now. Yeah, I was missing my ears. I totally forgot about him. I was like, I started the stream a little early too. I was all ready but I forgot the ears. Odie still looks like a puppy. Aw. What kind of dog is Odie? I feel like you've probably told me before, but... I wonder what Discord for My Little Pony would think of Discord, the site. Oh, isn't this picture hilarious? I love it. Soul's always been a little bit dumb. Soul was small. Yep, he was. The boy sure grew. Yeah, he did. Oh, a pug crossed with a border terrier. Okay. I can kind of imagine that. Okay. Ah! Not that you seeing my Amazon orders is that bad, but... Okay. Let's get back to Red Dwarf. And I'm gonna eat because I'm starving, but I can eat during the stream. It's alright. But I'll be eating dates and walnuts if anyone wonders. Pugs never really change appearance with age, I've noticed. Don't know that much about pugs.
Confirmed.
It's
Ident
not
details
Walmart.
SSS Esperanto ocean seeding ship.
So the crew is exploring a derelict ship on an ocean
not to
planet.
crinkle too They got 5 million years of evolution in 3 solar years.
So the ocean should be filled with life, but it isn't.
You're saying there's some huge damn fish out there, aren't you?
I'm gonna get a Kleenex.
Some kind of gigantic, weird, prehistoric leviathan who's porked his way through this entire ocean.
However, they do find evidence of the crew. One man who shot himself in the head.
His way through the entire
one man
ocean.
who hanged
I love that
himself.
line.
Male, Oriental. Clearly, he committed seppuku.
I like the implication that he just has a katana with him all the time, just in case of a seppuku emergency. That's what Japanese people do, right? And also a fish that apparently closed up its gills and suffocated itself.
I guess that could be considered mildly racist, but not that much.
He committed suicide, and the fish committed suicide. There's some kind of link here that I can't quite...
Oh, Cat, you almost sounded smart for a second. But then Lister finds some venom that Crichton thinks came from some kind of giant squid, and they've all been exposed to it.
It secretes a venom, a poison, possibly even a hallucinogenic, which dysfunctions its prey by inducing despair.
It's only a small dose, but they hightail it out of there.
But we may find that we do experience bouts of despair and anguish.
I don't seem to be affected. It's true, I don't think anyone's ever truly loved me in my entire life.
This is like Saturday night at the Wailing Wall. Why is it always me that has to be the strong one? I mean, you guys would just fall apart.
Unfortunately, the despair squid, as they've been calling it, is coming after them.
Directly above you, about 2,000 fathoms and diving.
Oh, thanks a lot, Rimmer. You couldn't have lied?
I was lying. It's only 1,000 fathoms.
He thinks we're either a threat, fool, or a mate. He's gonna either kill us, eat us, or hump us.
They try to get away, but Starbug crashes and explodes. So it turns out that Red Dwarf was a total immersion video game all this time, not unlike Better Than Life.
Welcome back to reality.
And they've been in it so long they've forgotten who they are and what their real lives are like. How's that for a mindfuck? And they look a bit different in reality than they did in the game.
I'm not a hologram.
I'm half human.
What the hell's happened to my teeth?
I love this guy.
How you feeling? Bit wonky?
Apparently the
Bit
squid was a
wonky.
pretty easy boss, according to him.
You twonk. Use the laser cannons on the crash... What's it? Esperanto. That's how you get out of it. Who's always playing this today?
Me.
Did you get Kachansky?
Wow, we haven't heard anything about Kachansky in a while.
What's the objective of the game for Lister, you twonk? Which one was Rimmer?
Twonk.
How long did it take you to suss him out then? It has memory erased and was programmed to act like a complete swonk. So no one suspected he was on a secret mission to destroy Red Dwarf in order to guide Lister to his destiny as creator of the second universe.
That would have been one hell of a twist. I want to see that Red Dwarf.
Lister, the ultimate atheist, turns out in fact to be God.
How is Lister the ultimate atheist? I thought he was a pantheist, just not a frying pantheist.
Hi, Blueberry Raz.
Come to think of it, I guess the two aren't mutually exclusive.
Blimey, no wonder you only scored 4%. God, what a bunch of twonks.
So now they're in the recovery room. Since they don't remember anything, they basically have to start over and rebuild their lives.
Either running away from God knows what, or we got nothing worth living for in the first place.
Which one's Dwayne Dibley?
No, please, no. I don't want to be Dwayne Dibley.
And the fandom still hasn't recovered.
White socks, nylon shirt, plastic sandals, cardigan.
It doesn't make sense.
Rimmer actually makes a good point.
Doesn't it just make total sense that this hapless creature would give his buck teeth to play someone like the cat in a computer game?
Wouldn't we all want to be the cat?
Open the next one.
Anyway, Crichton starts over by deciding he's not going to take any orders from Rimmer.
Almost certainly, whoever I am, I'm not the kind of guy who's going to take any crap from whoever you are.
All I said was open the next one.
Yeah, but you pointed and snapped when you said it like you always do in giving an order.
Who am I?
It turns out that he's a detective in the cybernautics department.
What's my name? Jake? Jake Bullet. That sounds like the kind of hard-living flatfoot who gets the job done by cutting corners and bucking authority. And if those pen pushers...
I just realized Crichton has normal hands and feet. I don't know. I think I always sort of noticed, but it didn't quite click, if that makes any sense.
up at City Hall don't like it, well, they can park their overpaid fat asses on this mid-digit. Swivel till they squeal like pigs on a honeymoon.
Settle down there, Criters.
Perhaps the Cybernautics Division is in charge of traffic control, and you just happen to have a rather silly macho name.
Cat's still trying to cope. Meanwhile, they pick up the next case.
No photograph. Name? Billy Doyle.
Rimmer has decided that it's Lister's.
Well, that's a name that came from the wrong side of the tracks, isn't it?
It's yours.
What?
Of course, Rimmer's tune changes now.
William Doyle.
Good old Bill Doyle. You know, that sounds like a hell of a good name to me.
What puzzles me slightly is what a man of such undoubted good breeding would be doing wearing a coat that smells like an elderly male yak has taken a leak in both the pockets.
Oh my god. My name's Billy Doyle and my cologne is Oda Yak Urine.
All that's left is Lister.
My gear?
It turns out that he has a lot of expensive stuff in a limo waiting in the garage.
Well, clearly you were privy to all the breaks and advantages that life denied poor old William Doyle here.
William?
In the parking lot, they're confronted by a cop who is about to kill them for allowing a little girl to get
Hi,
away
Mantis
with an
Brawl.
apple.
Yes, we're live.
Cybernetics. It's traffic control.
When he recognizes Lister.
Many apologies, Voto Colonel. Had I known it was you.
This actor is somebody, right? Like, didn't he... I think he died recently, and people were talking about other stuff he'd been in. I don't remember who he was now.
Turns out that Lister is head of the police.
To purify democracy.
The girl appears again, and the cop ends up being the one who gets shot. By Crichton.
I killed him.
Huh.
Oops, it turns out they're hallucinating.
Let's get out of here. In the car.
You know how when you were a kid and you and your friends would set up 4 chairs and pretend you were in a vehicle?
Uh-oh, speed bumps.
That's basically what this is.
Reach, think we can make it?
It's raising!
Also hilarious outtake time. You'll notice that Chris Berry isn't moving very much in the final version. He's afraid of falling again. Best car chase scene ever.
I killed a human.
Back in the hallucination, Crichton is about to shoot himself in the head.
I'm on the run from the fascist police with a murder and a mass murder and a man in a bright nylon shirt.
And now they all realize that they hate their lives and want to end it. But Crichton only has 1 bullet. But Holly manages to get through to Crichton. Somewhat.
I have a strange compulsion to pick up this fire extinguisher and twist the release wheel.
Yeah, that wouldn't work too well. The bullet would only go through Crichton's head and go over everyone else's. Maybe it would graze Rimmer and Kat. But it doesn't matter because Holly finally does get through to them just in the nick of time.
Welcome back to reality. You had a group hallucination, brought on by the ink from the despair squid.
The valve she had Crichton turn turned out to be a mood stabilizer.
Of course. The hallucinations were designed to induce despair.
Crichton explains how the despair squid's ink was affecting everyone. Rimmer, who was nearly happy to find out he wasn't Rimmer, suddenly couldn't blame his shortcomings on his parents because Lister, who is rich and successful, was his half-brother. Though, come to think of it, in real life, Rimmer's brothers are all successful, and he's still able to blame his parents. Oh well. The cat doesn't really need to be explained. Of course, Lister, who, despite his other faults, always prides himself on being a decent person. He may not take care of himself very well, but he never hurt another person. So he became someone who was responsible for a fascist regime and a lot of deaths. And in Crichton's case...
You was taking a human life?
Precisely.
I'm not doing diddly.
I am Rimmer.
I'm afraid so.
In the meantime, Holly took care of the despair squid.
There's enough fried calamari out there to feed the whole of Italy.
We end on one of Lister's speeches.
The evolutionary process threw up a life form so much stronger and more deadly than any other species. Damn near wiped out everything on the entire planet.
Sounds rather reminiscent of a species sitting not 1,000,000 miles away from me now.
Right, no one likes a smart aleck android.
And so ends Back to Reality. So the last couple episodes haven't been terribly deep, relying mostly on comedy, which is okay, but I feel that this show is at its best when it's revealing its hidden depths.
Oh, is this the last one
and
with
this
the
was one of those episodes.
girl type Holly,
It's always
isn't it?
interesting seeing alternate versions of characters in a way that gives us insight into why the main characters are who they are. And even though the idea of the despair squid was mostly played for laughs, it's kind of an interesting concept. There are chemicals in your brain that affect your mood. An imbalance can cause depression. The idea of a creature whose venom can affect that is pretty interesting and doesn't seem all that out there for such a highly evolved creature. Of course, this episode marks the first appearance of Dwayne Dibley. I think I'll save most of my thoughts on him for when I do my cat special. But the short version is that I don't really get why he's so hyped up. I mean, I don't dislike him or anything, I just don't really get why the fans go totally bonkers whenever he shows up. Other than that, Lister is rocking this hairstyle. Seriously, he pulls off that style pretty well. I think I recall reading somewhere that Craig Charles is biracial, and I didn't realize before this
More like
episode just how
multiracial, I
Caucasian
think.
he can look. It's interesting how a change in hairstyle can totally transform a person. And I don't think there's much else to say about this episode that I haven't already. It was a nice little mindfuck and a great way to end Season 5. Next up is, yes, I'm going to talk about it, Red Dwarf USA. I don't know how soon it'll be done, since I haven't decided on how in-depth it'll be, but it'll be the next Red Dwarf video. See you then.
Don't fish swim south for the winter?
No, that's birds, sir.
Birds swim south for the winter? How do they breathe?
I think it's because they thought I was...
Oh, oops, that's right. There's no 30-second opening here. Did they predict that giant prehistoric shark movie? What was it called again? Oh, Meg. Are you talking about the Meg? I don't know how they predicted the Meg. Or are you talking about some other show? I forget. Birds swim south for the winter. How do they breathe? That's a great line. It's not quite Taiwan Tony racist. Yeah, that was pretty bad. The lighting is so moody at the start of this episode. Yeah, it is. Possibly female Holly's most badass moment at the end of this video. Yeah, indeed. Lister is rocking that ponytail. Yeah, that hairstyle works surprisingly well on him. Like he's black looking enough to pull off black hair, and he's Caucasian enough to pull off Caucasian hair. Which I didn't even think about until I saw this episode. Gotta love all the made up swears in this show. Yeah. Lister is a pantheist, just not a frying pantheist. Missed the line, how are we supposed to know that you brummy git? Yeah, I probably left it out because I didn't know what it meant. Sometimes I try to leave out jokes I try not to leave in jokes I don't get because it seems, I don't know, disingenuous or something. What a bunch of twonks. That's sort of what you sound like, huh? I love how the next players are doing so much better in their Red Dwarf game, yeah. I love the way his middle finger wilts when Wimmer shoots him down. I either never noticed that or I forgot. I feel like I've noticed it before and forgot. Crichton's normal hands and feet are so wrong to see. Yeah, it is a little weird. Rimmer looks like the sidekick in a 90s stoner movie. Oh, yeah. I can kind of see that. Funny that they did a parody of Red Dwarf USA before Red Dwarf USA existed as the other people in the Red Dwarf game. Or at least the version the producers likely wanted to make. Avatar: The Last Airbender made fun of M. Night Shyamalan. That's funny. This guy was the agoraphobic man from Twin Peaks. Oh, okay. I always think that purified democracy guy looks like Timothy Dalton. It's not him, though. Oh, yeah, I could see the resemblance. To be young again. The car scene had us in tears the first time I saw it. I can believe it. It's pretty funny. Chris Berry doesn't move much because he's a berry? I don't get it. I love how they cut to reality while the chase is going on. Yeah, I know. That was a great way to save on the budget. I have a soft spot for the way comedy gets around shooting costly action scenes like the imaginary car chase here. Yeah. Another comment on Lister's hair. Despair Squid was designed to induce despair, guys. Einstein hair. Saved them from their hallucinations and took out the despair squid. Go female Holly. Yeah. Oh, God. Okay. I think the despair part for Rimmer was finding out Lister was family. Well, partly that he was family and that he was better than him. Unfortunately, you're Rimmer. Last episode was She-Holly, but I think she went out on a high note. Yeah, for sure. I could go for some calamari. Has anyone else attempted a Lister haircut? You mean his regular haircut with the dreads? Or the one here? Turning my heater back on because I'm getting cold again. I'm constantly turning this heater on and off because it'll get too warm and then it'll get cold. I'll have to turn it back on and it'll get too warm again. Oh, currently I have 21 viewers. That's a little bit better. I wish they brought Hattie back. Yeah, I keep saying that. Because they want to have Holly back, but Norman Lovett doesn't want to do it full time or whatever. And I'm like, just bring back Hattie. I think I like the girl Holly better. Unpopular opinion. Actually, last week a lot of people were, or maybe not a lot, but like a surprising amount of people were saying they liked her better, or at least that they appreciated her. Also, the last time they saw Red Dwarf for quite some time, yeah. I like both Hollies in their own way, yeah. I wouldn't have minded Hattie as a supporting character in series 10 to 12, yeah, same. Girl Holly was more realistic as a computer? Dwayne's good, but we should go bonkers for other reasons. I think SF Debris suggested that Dwayne Dibley's popularity, God, I had trouble getting that out, comes from the fact that he's such a perfect contrast to the cat. Could be. I think also there weren't very many black nerds on TV at the time, so he was kind of different. I think I mentioned that in the cat video for that one. It's always fun to see how the too cool for school character gets taken down a peg. Yeah, that too. Should I get a cat? I had a dog, but it was kind of hard to look after. Cats are definitely easier to look after than dogs, I would say. Don't think that you don't have to, do anything. I think some people get it in their heads that cats aren't affectionate and they can just, not pay attention to them ever. But yeah, cats are a lot easier to take care of than dogs, I would say. I think it's just the way Danny plays it. Also, as he said at the time, nobody had ever done a black nerd before. Yeah, that was what I was just saying. Peter Pettigrew, always following James Potter and Sirius Black around. Well, it turns out he's just the guy who takes people in and out of the VR game. So realistic, the people think it's real. Okay. I thought the Meg was pretty good for what it was. I'm still fascinated by the flop that was Red Dwarf USA. It's so interesting to think what could have been if things were handled differently. Yeah, there's really no reason why it couldn't have been. There's no reason why it couldn't have been good. It just wasn't. They just handled it badly. We're gonna need a bigger Starbug. Who here has seen the Craig Charles clip with Napalm Death? They played their song You Suffer, But Why, which is only 1 second, and he was surprised by how short it was. I've not seen that. Red Dwarf is one of the best shows I've ever seen. I grew up in a wonky upbringing, but Red Dwarf was part of it, and I'm glad about it. Yeah. I got into Red Dwarf when I was, like, in kind of a bad living situation. It was sort of escapism for me. I'm kind of skipping over this stuff that's not Red Dwarf related. I seem to recall I've tried calamari and I liked it. It's not something I go out of my way to eat, though. She brought salad into the sausage pit. I like that. Yeah, I miss Hattie, too. Going to a German food and beer hall later for one of my sister's birthdays. Gotta get proper sausage then. There you go. Or gonna get. Dibularity? When did I say that? John Wayne Dibley? What are you guys talking about? My friend's cats are amusing for guests because they cuddle and run. That's cats for you. But was The Meg better than Megan? I mean, they're very different movies. I know you're making a dumb joke, but that's my serious answer. Affection is a two-way street with cats. To be fair, that applies to any pet, yeah. Thing about cats is you kind of have to respect their autonomy. Sometimes they just don't want to be petted and you just have to deal with it. Can anyone help me find my paper so I can roll a tobacco smoke? Can't help you there, Mantis Brawl. Blurds, I've never heard them called Blurds before. Had been on TV prior, just not so nerdy. Think Raj on the show What's Happening. Good lord, I barely remember What's Happening. It's been forever since I saw it. Megan is better than the Meg. Different movies, true, but Megan has more rewatch value. That's fair. The difference is that dogs always want affection and cats come to you when they want affection, yeah. Yeah, the biggest thing with cats to keep in mind is they are not dogs. Don't expect them to act like dogs. A lot of people make that mistake and they end up getting a cat that they don't want. Red Dwarf helped me through those awkward teenage years. Getting rid of Red Dwarf in a post-pandemic world makes it weirdly more relatable due to the level of isolation and difference in how the world is. That's true. Everyone should listen to Craig Charles's John Peel sessions where he performs his poetry to music. Oh, John Wayne and Dwayne Dibley. Oh, okay, I get it. Because of the three names, I immediately thought of John Wayne Gacy, so I thought you were somehow comparing Dwayne Dibley to John Wayne Gacy, and I didn't get it. Cuddle and run is a phrase that needs to be used more often. Yeah. Do your cats have weird habits? Mine likes to jump up on the cabinets in the kitchen and just lie there. Oh, Soul loves to open up cupboards, and if there's plastic bags in there, he likes to dig them out and just like get them all over the floor. I stayed the night at my brother's once, and his cat wouldn't leave me alone. And they do that sometimes. And then sometimes when you want to pet a cat, they like won't let you anywhere near them. My cats do that to me. Soul will sometimes come up to me and I'll reach out to pet him and then he'll move away. Missy is the sort of cat who comes in and walks around and meows at everyone in turn just to make sure we all acknowledge her presence. It's so endearing. Yeah, that's a cat. That's a thing some cats do. They sort of like check in with everyone. Dwayne the Dibley Johnson. Yeah, I want a cat. I had a dog. She was beautiful, but after that, I think a cat would better fit my personality, yeah. My cat in his old age has suddenly decided he wants to be a lap kitty, except he doesn't know how to lap kitty, so he just kind of stands on me and meows for pets. Tara does that sometimes. It drives me crazy. Odie got loads of funny habits when my mom and dad aren't in. He'll howl at the phone when it rings. He makes some right noises when he's playing. He always tries to get the squeak out of toys. Oh, that's such a funny thing dogs do. They like the noise, and so they make them squeak on purpose. I had a dog who used to do that. It was really cute. I like cats and dogs. I live in an apartment, so a cat might be better suited. I'm just not responsible enough to look after a pet, so I'd rather be a friend or uncle. Yeah. Yeah, same. I grew up around dogs, and I like dogs just fine, but cats are just easier to take care of, especially if you live in an apartment. How come Lister named his actual cat Frankenstein, but when he meets a human cat, he suddenly loses all creativity and just calls him Cat? Okay, let's watch this. How long is this one? 25 minutes. Wow. Alright, let's go. Hopefully I won't have to go to the bathroom in the middle of this. I don't think I will. Well, for better or for worse, welcome to Red Dwarf USA, or as some fans like to call it, Red, White, and Blue Dwarf. Basically, by season 5 or so, Red Dwarf was doing well enough that Universal Studios was interested in doing an American version of the show, along the lines of The Office, which actually came out about 3 years later, but it's still a good example of a British comedy being brought over to the US successfully. Some British people in the comments section got so fucking mad that I had the audacity to call the Office successful because they don't like it and they think it's terrible. I didn't even say I liked it, I just said it was successful because it was. It's just stating a fact. Anyway. In fact, because I'm sick of people holding up Red Dwarf USA as an example of how Americans ruin everything, here's a quick rundown of well-received American sitcoms that were based off of British sitcoms. Please notice that one of them is All in the Family, one of America's best-loved sitcoms. So, now that we've put that theory to rest, let's take a look at Red Dwarf USA. Keep in mind that it's being made for a different audience, so naturally some changes were made. One of which is that 4/5 of the cast Oh, I is did have to different. disable the comments, yeah, I forgot. Reason, they only kept Robert Llewellyn. Not that I don't love him, it's just surprising that they didn't take an all-or-nothing approach. And also, why him specifically? Yeah, about The Office. I mean, I actually do love the American version of The Office, but I intentionally didn't say that because I was trying to, like, avoid those kinds of comments, and they made them anyway.
I think it's because they thought I was really an American and they wouldn't have to get me a work permit and a visa.
Not with your fake American accent, they didn't.
But I do suggest that Mr. Rimmer and I go on ahead as a scout party.
Still love you, though, you big goof. Another change they made is that they more or less followed the pilot of the UK version, but They also tried to include elements of later episodes, like the inclusion of Crichton and a female Holly. Speaking of references to later episodes, we actually open on an intentionally too fast text crawl, like the one from Backwards. Kind of an obvious gag. It starts off talking about what the future is like, then during the Too Fast to Read part it devolves into the writer complaining about having to write it, and then slows back down on, which you really need to know to understand this story. Oh, and you're gonna have to excuse the bad video quality. This was made in 1992 and was never officially released anywhere.
Oof, that is bad.
This is the only way to view it other than some better quality clips on the Dwarfing USA documentary. I'll use those when I can, but they are few and far between. The original cast was really unhappy that some clips of them were in the opening despite them having been left out of the project, and fans tend to complain about the theme song being different. For what it's worth, like I said, this was never released anywhere, and it's very possible that this opening sequence and or the theme song were placeholders. I mean, when you've only filmed one episode, there are only so many clips you can get out of that. If the show was greenlit, they probably wouldn't have made a final opening sequence until after having filmed the whole season. Anyway, the audience is treated as if we've just boarded Red Dwarf and are being given a brief tour by Holly. It almost feels like a documentary for a few minutes.
My name is Holly.
By the way, I know it's hard to tell with the bad quality, but in case you recognize her voice, Holly is played by Jane Leeves, who would go on to play Daphne Moon in Frasier. But for what it's worth, I like her a lot in this.
Since he's a projection, he can't touch anything except himself.
So basically, my sex life is unchanged.
That's a cute line, but I have a hard time imagining someone willingly saying that about himself.
Yeah.
Have I mentioned today that I masturbate because no one will sleep with me? I'm so quirky. Anyway, apparently it was Crichton getting the tour because he's just boarded Red Dwarf along with the spare head.
You should have made a left at the last intersection, Crichton. Boy, I hate backseat drivers.
Meanwhile, now they're basically doing the opening scene from the original Red Dwarf, where Lister and Rimmer are introduced in mainly the same way, along with a couple of scutters.
Are you eyeballing me? All right, Buster, no oil for a month. See what a little rust does for your sense of humor.
Somehow their design is less cute. I don't know why, though.
There are 5,000 people.
Yeah, they
on
actually
this
have
ship.
eyes
They're in
now.
charge of me and 2 animated shoeboxes.
What's kind of funny is that the actors playing Lister and Rimmer, respectively, are Craig Bierko and Chris Eigman. So, however different they are in every other respect, they have the same first names as the original actors. So yeah, for some reason they decided to go a more Han Solo route with Lister, which is kind of random. The fans rail on that a lot. I am less bothered, but I get what they mean. I do think that Craig Charles is adorable, so Lister being good looking in general isn't a problem for me, but Craig Charles isn't really what people would call Hollywood good looking. Plus the wardrobe department did a good job with having his clothes stained and such, where Craig Bierko pretty much is Hollywood good looking and he's a lot cleaner. His version of Lister comes across more like a slacker than an outright slob, but he does a really good job with what he's given in I Can't Hate Him. By the way, they pulled a lot of gags from various
Proto Star-Lord, that's a good way to describe
but some
him.
of them come across as a bit forced.
What's your name? Crichton. Well, my full name is Crichton 2XB 517P. Although I don't really like the 2XB part. I think it's a rather jerky middle name.
Crichton 2X4B 523P. That's your full name.
Personally, I don't much like the 2X4B. I think it's a jerky middle name.
The original led into Crichton talking about his middle name a lot more gracefully because Lister asks about it. I mean, I wouldn't introduce myself by saying, my name is Dina Mary Natalie. However, I don't like the Mary very much because it doesn't quite fit with the rest. I know Crichton is a robot and therefore prone to being socially awkward, but the joke comes across as kind of forced because of how unnatural the wording is.
What brings you out into deep space?
Got into a drinking game. One minute I'm sitting in a bar in Detroit. Next thing I know, I'm waking up on a park bench on the fourth moon of Saturn wearing absolutely nothing but a traffic cone on my head.
So this
There's
Lister
a
ended up
mental
on
image.
Red Dwarf because he got drunk and lost all his money. I don't recall if that's what happened with the original Lister,
Or
but I'll buy
Spaceballs
it.
Lone Star. Oh yeah, I could see
One
that.
reason I don't go totally and completely crazy. Is she beautiful?
Now we're introduced to Kachansky, and a lot of this characterization gets used in the later UK series. She and Lister were dating, but now she's breaking up with him because she thinks he's beneath her.
Right, you want to offline, shut down for a minute or something?
Oh, I'm sorry. You want to be dumped in private. How insensitive of me.
Also, I have to say, Crichton is really cute in this bit.
Yeah.
A bit later, Lister tells Crichton about his plan to live on a farm with Kachansky.
It's like everything that's good and pure is in this photograph.
Where did you get it?
I swiped it.
And then we find out about Frankenstein.
That's a
You
cute
gotta
one.
hide him somewhere where Holly can't find him.
This version is so sweet. Look how she's clawing affectionately at Lister. My cats hate being picked up like that. But yeah, the one in the original series was sleeker and prettier, but she kept trying to get away. At least this Frankenstein seems to actually like Lister.
I got him on shore leave.
He pretends to bite her
Anyway, I
foot.
do
That's
like
so
the idea
cute.
that Lister actually rescued Frankenstein.
They eat cats on Titan. Saw him through a restaurant window. He was sitting on a bed of lettuce under a heat lamp.
Also this bit.
This cat is quite clearly pregnant.
He is? I thought it was all the beer I've been giving her.
So just as in the original...
Sorry, some of these lines are funny. I know I'm supposed to hate Red Dwarf USA, but it's just not that bad to me. Well, some parts are, but what was I going to react to? There was a comment that came up. I was going to super chat and then I remembered and then I can't. Yeah, I know. I turned off super chats because it takes like a month and a half for me to get it. And I kind of, whatever money I get, I kind of need immediately. So yeah, there's a Streamlabs link. And if you click on that, you can use PayPal or even a credit card to donate. And there's, I don't think I put the coffee link. But if you want to like look up the link to my coffee account, there's also that.
Lister is called in to see the captain, who is just a completely different character this time, which is fine. I like Captain Hollister, but it's not like he had a lot of screen time.
Security went over last night's surveillance tapes of you in your room.
I see that the ship's flagrant disregard for the crew's privacy hasn't changed.
Suppose someone did have a cat. What would happen if I gave it to you?
I'd have it cut up and run tests on it.
Well, with all due respect, Captain, what's in it for the cat?
In this version, Crichton is an accomplice and he can't lie, but he tries hard enough that he ends up exploding.
You know, in certain countries, that's considered a delicacy.
So once again, Lister has to choose between giving up the cat and going into stasis, and we know where this is going.
Not donate your credit card, donate with your credit card.
In this version, Rimmer's test happened off-screen. That's one problem with this pilot. They added so much that some things had to be left out, one of which was some of Rimmer's defining moments.
Yeah.
Another change is that Kachansky learned about Lister saving the cat, so she's suddenly in love with him now.
I probably would have done the same thing in your shoes.
And you do in an alternate timeline. Yeah, it does hurt her character, but it's sort of cute how it makes Lister suddenly not want to go into stasis now that it's too late.
Hi, Dave. I think you better come up to the command room. The entire crew was subjected to a lethal dose of cadmium-2.
Is everyone okay?
Everybody's dead, Dave. That's what lethal means.
Of course that everybody's dead Dave gag is gone, but I think it's for the best since only Norman Lovett could pull that off.
He's dead, Dave. Everybody is dead. Everybody is dead, Dave.
And now Lister is about to find out how long he was in stasis.
Really? You're gonna laugh. Just under 3 million years.
My baseball cards must be worth a fortune.
I love that line. Deal with it, haters. I also love this line.
My memory is shot or my circuits are breaking down. Actually, that one felt kind of good.
Looks like we have light beam technology already. Also, the reason for Rimmer being a hologram in this one is because his was the only personality chip that remained intact, because Lister is just that unlucky.
I'm the only one alive on the whole ship.
All 5,000 people wiped out? This is terrific. I'm in charge.
That's definitely something Rimmer would say.
Awooga! Awooga!
What are you doing?
Sorry, I can't remember where I put the siren.
So Holly just detected a non-human life form, so they go and check it out.
So what's it feel like?
Yeah?
Yeah.
It's like being at an Amish bachelor party.
Sorry, haters, I like that one too. On the way, they find Crichton. They hadn't finished repairing him before the accident.
You've been stuck here for 3 million years? What have you been doing?
Well, I've been reading that fire exit sign over there. It's given me a lot of solace over the years.
I managed to locate the alien thing. It's waiting for you in the cargo hold.
Cargo hold? That's where I hid the cat.
In a way, I'm not a big fan of how this is handled.
It's quite tricky to get a handle on. How simple do you want it?
So Lister can understand it.
Oh dear.
Before we meet Cat, we basically have it explained to us what he is, along with the entire history of his race.
I'm not sure if I noticed that her image is on Crichton's little screen. I don't think I caught that before, or maybe I did and forgot.
And I'm really not a fan of this terrible animation. Granted, she's dumbing it down enough for Lister to understand, so I guess that's the joke, but I just feel like it kind of hurts the flow.
Yeah.
They formed a civilization around the things they found in the storage.
I think that audience was gassed by the Joker.
Marvin Abbott, 555-8976.
Also, in this version, it's stated that Cat is the only survivor of the war among the cat people, so they don't leave it open for any more of them to show up later. One thing that I do think is kind of cool is that they play it as if there's some terrifying cat-like mutation just around the corner. I mean, Rule of Funny states that that won't be the case anyway, but I still think the contrast of what they're expecting versus what they find to be kind of fun.
Okay. Be big.
This cat is played by Hinton Battle, who I'm going to talk more about when I do a separate video about the cat. For now, I'll just say that he plays it differently, but still does a good job with it. He's definitely more manic.
This stream is mine.
He evolved from cat, sir, just as your distant ancestors once swung from trees.
Ancestors? His grandparents swung from trees.
Okay, I kind of like that line too.
Yeah.
I saved your original ancestor. Your whole existence is due to me.
Thanks.
That's good too.
Thanks.
So now that he's had some time to think, Lister really doesn't know what to do.
I mean, in a sick way, it's really kind of impressive, you know? I started out with absolutely nothing. And I couldn't hang on to it.
And here's some more stuff.
Craig
that ends up later
Bierko's
in the
delivery
UK
is so
series.
good.
Future versions of Lister, Cat, Crichton, and Kachansky show up and give them an important message.
This is very important. Everything hangs on this. You gotta...
Again, that was kind of funny.
What are you doing? You heard him. I gotta...
Got to what?
Well, I gotta remember.
So Lister just kind of guesses that he's got to get back to Earth.
Maybe we could find parallel universes or time warps, black holes, you know, space stuff.
Too bad he can't figure out how to work the controls.
Go! And go. What the hell is wrong with this thing?
Look out, Earth, the slime's coming home.
Dear Diary,
I'll pause after this next
I
bit,
think we've made a good start on our journey.
since this episode's a little longer.
And we end on some clips from the original show as an example of what one could expect from the rest of the series, narrated by Holly in the way that Season 1 used to have Holly doing those distress calls.
I wish I had time to tell you everything that's happened, but you'll get the details later.
And so ends Red Dwarf USA pilot, the first one. As I'm sure you can tell, I don't hate this like everyone else seems to. It does definitely have its flaws, and I will get into that, but honestly, I think it's okay. Yeah, some of the comedic lines are a bit forced, but others do get genuine laughs out of me. I mean, there are good shows out there that started off with mediocre pilots, so had this been greenlit, it could have made a good series. Now, of course, I'm being completely objective here. Naturally, it pales in comparison to the original, but viewed completely on its own, I honestly don't think it's that bad. However, it is definitely lacking in some areas. One is Rimmer. This actor gets a lot of hate, and while he's not bursting with charisma like Chris Berry, to be completely fair to the guy, they didn't give him a whole lot of material.
Yeah, they cut out most of Rimmer's
half of the
scenes.
that were originally between Lister and Rimmer are between Lister and Crichton here, and every scene that involved Rimmer's test, save for him being carted off on a stretcher afterwards, was left out. So Rimmer isn't left with a lot of characterization.
Tina throwing herself onto the sword right
I don't
now.
even think it's made clear whether he shares a room with Lister or not. There's also pretty much no legitimate drama. The original pilot was kind of dark in some areas,
That's a
and
good
while
point.
the Everybody's Dead Dave scene was mostly played for laughs, it had a lot of weight to it too. Lister is having so much trouble wrapping his head around the fact that everybody's dead, and it's funny, but kind of sad at the same time. There's nothing like that in this pilot. I think at the end of the day, the biggest problem with this pilot is that they tried to cram in too many references to later seasons and too many random jokes. It just didn't leave room for any depth. The weight of the original is missing, and the characters aren't developed enough. But in a purely superficial way, I will admit that I do find it kind of entertaining. It's not great, but it's not painful either. However, I know I'm in the minority with that opinion. The creators hated the script, and they rewrote it and came up with something better, which the studio shot down. I highly recommend watching the documentary for the full story. Just all that they had to deal with, being promised that if they wrote a new script, it would be
Stupid ears
considered,
keep
and
wanting
then
to
the
slip
producer
off.
going back on it, all that drama. It's crazy. So after they went back to the UK, they were invited back to try to fix what went wrong with the first pilot. But once again, it was a disaster. They had a shoestring budget and they couldn't get all of the cast to come back. They tried to get Chris Berry to play Rimmer and he declined. They also considered Danny John Jules for the cat, but he was unavailable. What they ended up making for the second pilot wasn't a pilot so much as a demo reel of various scenes, most of which were taken from...
Okay, let me get caught up on the chat real quick. I probably should have paused that a little earlier, ideally, but whatever. What? I can't be... Oh my god, I have so much to go through. Convert Your Eyes is the US version. And yeah, I already commented on this, but yeah, I forgot that I actually had to turn off disable comments on this one. It got weird. People like, first they were mad that I don't even remember. I feel like at some point the subject of the nasty comments changed at one point. Mostly people were just mad because I didn't hate on it enough, which is fucking stupid. I'd like a pet, but I have money and I have little money and long working hours. It just wouldn't be a good idea. Well, it's good that you realize that. Some people just get a pet on a whim and then they end up getting rid of it. Of course, Australian comedies haven't fared so well when they were remade for the American market. I don't know of any of those, I don't think. Let's not even mention the American Faulty Towers. I didn't know that was a thing. Was it called that? Or did they change the name? Excuse me. Oh god, yeah, Men Behaving Badly. I remember watching that show. I don't think I realized it was based on a British show at the time. Yeah, I actually do remember that, even though it didn't last very long. I remember that Rob Schneider was in it, who I still liked at the time, and frickin' Justine Bateman was in it, and I hadn't seen her in anything since, like, Family Ties, so that was mainly what I remember it for, those two being in it. American Kath and Kim, I don't know what that is. Some of our comedies came from the USA as well. We had our own version of Married with Children, for example. Oh yeah, I think I knew about that. I can't watch American Office because I'm so familiar with the original series. Yes, see, I never watched the UK version because I'm more familiar with the American one. I probably should at some point. I know it's really short, so... You were always going to get those kinds of comments no matter how much you try to sidestep them, yep. Yeah, most American pilots are never meant to be broadcast, at least at this time. Yeah, that's true. It's like how the US It crowd still had Richard Ayoda in it for the one episode it lasted. I think I heard about that. I've never watched It crowd, but I'm vaguely familiar with it. Jane Leaves Holly could have really worked. I love her Holly. She's possibly even cuter than Hattie's version. I'm not saying better, just cuter. I've seen this stuff you like to touch. No way. That's a good line. He just sounds a little too cheerful when he says that line, which just makes it a little more awkward. Yeah, the whole bit about holograms touching themselves, yeah. Just realized his American Lister technically whitewashed. Yeah, in fact, I remember the cast talking about that at some point. And I addressed this in the video, but it wasn't intentional. They weren't like intentionally
giving it an all-white cast. That was just how it turned out. You know, just to be fair to Doug Naylor. When binging Malcolm in the Middle on Disney Plus, I clocked the first American Rimmer as the douchebag teacher for a couple of seasons. Oh, that's funny. God, I haven't watched Malcolm in the Middle in ages. I'm not sure why you posted in Mantis Brawl. American, I already read this earlier, but I'll read it again. American Lister's like a proto Star-Lord. Yeah, he is! Yeah, I would not have made that connection at the time, because I made this before the movie came out, but yeah. Yeah, I can definitely see that. I'm a slacker and an outright slob in real life. Okay. Yeah, the UK cast called this version White Dwarf because it was so whitewashed. Yeah. I like Craig Bierko's Lister, different but pretty likable. Yeah. Craig Bierko almost carries this. Well, no, Craig Bierko and Robert Llewellyn's also really good, of course. I always thought America Lister was less Han Solo and more Spaceballs Lone Star. Oh yeah, I read that earlier. But yeah. Yeah, that's a good comparison. We need to monologue everything as awkwardly as possible because the audience won't want to watch if they don't know everything within the first 5 minutes. That would be stupid. Yeah, that is kind of how they treat it, unfortunately. Okay, technically Red Dwarf USA came out between Star-Lord's creation and Chris Pratt turning him into a household name, but still, yeah. USA Lister's origin was the same as Lister in the novel. Yeah, I think I remember that. It makes sense that the original cast member would be the funniest, yeah. he's been playing Crichton for a while. I see someone saying kitty. Was Tara back here? Oh, I'm not sure why they... Oh, because I put on the... No, I put on the cat ears before then. Oh, well. I can only see Craig Bierko as his Boston Legal character. I didn't remember that he was... Then again, I never really watched Boston Legal that much. Heck, his hairdo in that almost looked more like original Lister's. That's funny. I love how Crichton comes in just to troll Lister. I thought he'd come by just to say, aw. Craig Bierko would have been fine if they'd written the character to better fit him instead of trying to shoehorn him into the Craig Charles Lister role. I think he handles it pretty well. I feel like this might have worked if the writing was a bit better. Yeah, it kind of needs a rewrite. Like I've said, there are some lines that are really good, but some are kind of clunky. There's some original material in there, which is quite funny to me. The beer line is one of them, yeah. Which was the main problem with Red Dwarf USA. They don't try to adjust it to fit the actors and try to shove them into Craig, Chris, Danny, Robert's shoes. I don't know if that's entirely true. Yeah, no matter how good or bad Red Dwarf USA had turned out, people over here would still have complained. Yeah. Robert Llewellyn still kills it here. Yeah, he does. Actually, shoving too much stuff into the pilot feels like how certain movies, Batman vs. Superman, and I'm not sure what TSM2 is, shoved in so much sequel bait because of Avengers. Yeah. I wonder if US to UK adaptations fail due to the comedy differences. Probably, or to some degree, I would imagine. The baseball card joke does work very well. Yeah, it's a very American thing. We all know about baseball cards and how people used to collect them thinking they'd be worth something and then they weren't. Lee made a whole video about that. I don't think it's still up, though. He might have taken it down. I don't remember. Honestly, I think the baseball card version of that joke is funnier just because, like, why would Lister be checking books out of the library? He doesn't read. Of course, you don't necessarily know that in the pilot, but still, this one just feels more appropriate to me. That's the difference between American and British humor, in my opinion. American, my baseball cards must be worth a fortune. British, what about my library book? I'm going to ruin my New Year's resolution because I just heard Daphne from Frasier and I love her so. Yeah, Jane Leaves is really funny. The Amish bachelor party line is my favorite. Yeah. And I think the version in the original was kind of like lost on Americans a little bit. What did he... It was some German tourist or something like that, which I'm like, okay. Oh, you're drinking wine, Mantis Brawl. The baseball, electric jolt, beer, and eyeballs gag worked most for me. It's not the worst ever pilot, but it's very oddball. Yeah, for sure. British humor tends to be more subtle and less in your face. I don't know about that. American humor can be subtle and British humor can be obvious. Red Dwarf definitely has some obvious jokes. At times. Maybe it was a placeholder animatic. That's possible. I didn't think of that. I remember The Simpsons pointing that out and then doing a Benny Hill gag. I didn't know Jane Leaves was in Benny Hill. That's funny. American humor is generally perceived by sitcoms. Problem is that it's what is chiefly promoted. Same with British subtlety. Everyone's quoting the "because I got" a line. I thought that was cute. I gotta. I just expected the controls to be a dispensing machine. Yeah, that's something they could have borrowed from a Red Dwarf episode. That would have been funny. Come on. There we go. Dina throwing herself on the sword right now. I think I already reacted to that, but oh well. I remember getting this on VHS through a trade on Usenet many years ago. Wow. Must have been pre-internet. Excuse me. Most countries have similar humor types, but both also seem content in being known for whatever it is best associated with them. I think that's fair. So it could have been better, but the studio vetoed it. Screw them. Yeah. My stupid ears keep wanting to slip off. Dina 2023. I'll throw the entire chat into a smoke device if it comes to it. Yeah, studio interference is the bane of creativity existence. Yeah, exactly. That's another problem with the American version. They did the "I'd go with Betty, but I'd be thinking of Wilma" line, but it was with Rimmer instead of Kat, and their dynamic doesn't work well for it. I thought they made it work, as I go into later. You tried to justify the show. Some people would have hated just for that. The opening monologue by Holly was very forced. I don't know. Like I said, it came across like, you know, something you might have to watch when you first boarded Red Dwarf. I thought it worked out okay. Granted, I'm going by memory there. The whole thing isn't in the video, obviously. They try to fix it by playing it as Rimmer having a morbid fascination at what the hell Lister is talking about, but it doesn't quite work as well as Lister and Kat both being all in on the conversation. Maybe we'll see. Chris Lilly? I don't know who that is. American versions of Faulty Towers and Are You Being Served were awful. The latter had Charlotte Rae, Tom Poston, and Alan Suze. The only American adaptation of an Australian show I can think of was Wilfred, a guy who befriends and is screwed by a dog who, to him, is a guy in a costume. Oh, I remember that. I remember that it existed. I don't remember if I ever saw it, but I definitely remember seeing it advertised. Negative comments seem to really affect you. It depends. In fact, I think the showrunners for American Red Dwarf went on to do Malcolm in the Middle. That's interesting. Oh, hi, Jerry Doomfield. Red Dwarf USA, I remember I was actually going to make my own version of Red Dwarf USA. That's interesting. In all fairness, Lister's color wasn't important when he was cast, and they never make any mention of it. The character's colors in the show, yeah, that's true. Oh, the kitty in the show, okay. Yeah, by the time I get to this, I don't always know what people are reacting to. Imagine if in the future YouTube allowed people to send voice clips in live chats and stuff. That'd be interesting. Apparently Craig Charles first got involved when they asked him if Kat was racist, and then he ended up with the part of Lister. Yeah, I remember that. They had him read the script, and he's like, it's fine, but I want to be Lister. I imagine it would be a cacophony of voices running into each other. Good point, it probably would be. What was the Cosby Show based on? I thought it was just a typical show about a middle-class family. No, it wasn't the Cosby Show that I was referencing in the beginning there. It was Cosby, the later show he had. Also, hi, Pajama Critic. I don't think I saw you before. The cast ranges from good to great with the material they're given. It's just the material ranges from decent to complete crap. I guess that's fair. I think I like Craig Bierko's delivery more than the actual lines he's saying, if I really think about it. So yeah, I guess that's fair. My throat's getting tired. I'm gonna have to get some water in a minute. Some of the people who made this pilot made Night Court and Third Rock from the Sun. Interesting. I've been reading that fire exit sign over there. It's been really comforting over the years. Yeah, that's a good line. Oh, The Amazing Spider-Man too. Okay. Yeah. I only remember Lee's baseball cards from that one of Linkar's videos. Oh, yeah. That was a funny gag. I had to actually tape baseball cards to Lee's face so they'd stay on and wouldn't keep sliding off. There was a bit, for anyone who doesn't remember, there was a bit where Lee was supposed to be laying in a pile of, covered in like a pile of baseball cards, and I had to tape some of them to him so they wouldn't all slide off. I had to make it look like there were more than there were. I never watched either of the Amazing Spider-Man movies. I was like, I've heard some good things about them, but mostly bad, and I didn't like that they rebooted that franchise so quick. It's more that the joke is baseball cards is a positive thing for him, but makes him look silly. The library book version is just as silly a reaction, but it's also a tragedy. I don't know about that. So basically remake the episodes of Red Dwarf and keep the humor for my Red Dwarf USA idea. I think I see what you mean. Lister's library book could have just been reference to that book about zero-G football. He does lament having never read a book in a later episode. Yeah. Yeah, that could be the book he never read that he always meant to. But I prefer the baseball card line. If nothing else, it lets them use the "you left a light on in the bath" joke later on without duplicating it. Yeah. And what was I not meant to say? British humor can definitely be obvious, and then you get things like Frasier that are clever. Yeah, good point. I'm not saying that British and American comedies aren't different. I just I don't like the implication that, well, British comedy is subtle where American comedy is obvious. Like, I don't think that's true. Also, it sounds like you're saying British comedy is inherently better, which I also don't agree with. Which you may not be saying that intentionally, but that's how I kind of perceive it. The baseball cards having value reminds me of Blast from the Past, the most exaggerated yet in film believable example of their worth. A lot of older British comedies from the 70s and early 80s were definitely a lot more obvious. There's some really dire British comedies if you look for it even now. The biggest difference is the use of self-deprecating joke. An American would be more likely to be concerned about your mental health and see it as a joke. I guess that sounds about right. So any ideas on how I could make a fan-made Red Dwarf episode? Not particularly. I'm really not a writer, but maybe other people could help. In reality, Americans use self-deprecating humor all the time. That's true. Depending on the context, it could either be seen as with a note of concern, at least in my experience. Can you react to The Amazing Spider-Man first 10 minutes? No. If I play 10 minutes of a movie, I'm gonna get demonetized. Exactly, Craig Bierko is trying his darndest to polish that turd. The rest of the cast is too. They're just not quite as good at it. Yeah, like I said, when I really think about it, I guess it's more Craig Bierko's delivery that's funny than the actual lines. Then again, my own sense of humor is largely dry and morbid, not exclusively, but there are times cannot tell with me, and that's how I like it. Oh. Oh god, I remember Becker a little bit. Robert Llewellyn is trying too, but it's more he's comfortable in the role and already did a bunch of the jokes before. But the timing in the script is off, yeah. That's fair, I guess. The good lines were all things that had been changed or added, always a better strategy than recreating the original word for word. That's true, yeah, I think most of the lines I like are ones that were new. My general opinion is that both sides from opposite sides of the pond have brought plenty of good stuff to the table. I like that take. Nice positive take there. Anyone here seen the channel Lost in the Pond? A British guy who moved to America and analyzes the difference between the two cultures. His video on humor is a good one. I have not, but that sounds interesting. Let me go ahead and do a quick search on that just for later. There we go, came up. I'll look for the one on humor. I'm very curious about that now. How it's usually described is that British humor is about laughing at someone, while American humor is about laughing at what someone said. I could see that. I must need coffee because my typing skills are slipping. Welcome to my world, George, says Special Iron. Comedy is really subjective, but if it's funny, it doesn't matter what country produced that comedy. I'm still laughing. I like that take, too. Oh, Tara, you're under my chair, silly girl. I'm gonna have to get up in a second. British people don't think American comedy is bad. We just think American versions of our comedies are bad. That's probably true. Yeah, and when discussing humor from a culture, you're going to think in generalizations because there's always a range, yeah. I've met plenty of Brits that like the US office more than the UK, though, to be fair. That's interesting. That surprises me a little. Yeah, Lost in the Pond is pretty good for background noise binge watching. Yeah, I'll at least watch the one on comedy. If I like them enough, maybe I'll subscribe, but I'll at least watch that one on comedy because you've got me curious. I once had an awkward interaction with a Sasquatch once. I don't want to go into it, okay? I've seen a lot of Americans watch Lost in the Pond to learn about the UK. Oh, that's cool. Okay, I'll be right back. I need to go to the bathroom, and then after I go to the bathroom, I'm going to get some water. Sorry, baby girl. That's what happens when you get under my chair. I didn't hurt her, just startled her a little bit when I moved. Whenever I have my heater on, she likes to curl up under my chair so she can kind of be in front of the heater, but unfortunately I almost run over her sometimes. Okay. Oops. Oh, yeah, some more in the chat again. People get too, oh, hi Jane. People get too snobby with British comedy at times. Yeah, I agree. Also, we only get 200 characters in chat, so we can't say. In general, it tends to be that before every statement. That's true. off screen, Tara. Lost in the Pond came up on the algorithm for me after watching, ironically, a video on Red Dwarf. That's funny. Oh yeah, I do have like 23. Yeah, that's not bad. Oh, you could see Tara wandering around. What I do feel comfortable making fun of, though, is American chocolate. We beat you there, hands down. I disagree. I think our chocolate is just fine. I think I actually make a joke about that in a season 11 or 12 episode where Crichton makes a joke about American chocolate. It's pretty interesting to compare and contrast between the cultures, but he also talks a lot specifically about Midwestern culture because he moved to Chicago and later Iowa, I think, or Indiana. Oh, that's interesting. Mantis Brawl does sound a little drunk or something. Oh yeah, I remember you responding to the chocolate joke with "How dare you?" Yeah, that was it. Yeah, I remembered I had some kind of reaction to that effect, but I didn't remember what it was. But that sounds right. Scripts of the old show with little changes here and there. Unfortunately, they couldn't get the rights to the footage for the documentary. I think NBC owns it, so we're stuck with a bad quality one I got off of YouTube.
You ever see the Flintstones?
Sure.
You think Wilma's sexy?
The first clip is the Wilma Flintstone conversation from backwards. Originally, Lister was having that conversation with a cat, but now it's with Rimmer. Honestly, I know that fans love that scene, and it is funny, but I always thought it seemed odd for Cat to be familiar enough with human pop culture to automatically know who Wilma Flintstone is.
Well, I would go with Betty. But I'd be thinking of Wilma.
So that scene always did kind of bug me a little. This version takes into account that Rimmer wouldn't be having this conversation in a serious way.
Do you have any conception of how crazy you sound? You're talking about going to bed with Wilma Flintstone.
You're right.
So it's mostly just Lister being stupid.
She'll never leave Fred. I know it.
It works okay, but Lister and Cat both being stupid together was funnier.
This is an insane conversation.
She'll never leave Fred, and we know it.
At least now we know that Lister and Rimmer are bunkmates. Next up is a distress call from Lister, which ends up as a very similar scene in Season 7.
Let's see. Our crew number's 5. Besides me, there's, Arnold Rimmer.
He says his name. Here we get clips from the first pilot.
Ooh, Arnold Rimmer.
He's just a projection, which means that he can't touch anything except himself. So basically, his sex life is unchanged.
Sure enough, that line works better when it's Lister knocking Rimmer rather than some guy knocking himself, for some reason. After that is the scene with Holly and Lister with the comment about the baseball card collection and Holly malfunctioning.
And then there's the cat.
So they couldn't get Hinton Battle or Danny John Jules or anyone else with a similar background to play the cat. So they completely retooled the character and it's now a female cat played by Terry Farrell.
What the fuck is that?
It's got some pretty weird ideas about relationships.
Again, I'll give most of my thoughts on all this when I make a video about the cat, which I'm planning to do after this.
Are you scared, Humi?
Roaming around this ship somewhere, there is an armor-plated genetic mutant who wants to impregnate all of us with his demon seed. Yeah, I got butterfly.
Wow, it took all the way to season 11 for that idea to be used.
You stay here.
That's basically a can of worms.
I'll go and rip off its head, spit down its throat, and turn its lower intestines into balloon animals.
That was a reference to Justice.
Well, the basic difference is that an android would never rip off a human's head and spit down his neck.
Maybe someday I'll find the 8 or 9 guys who are right for me, and then my rambling days will be over.
For what it's worth, I think that line makes a lot more sense coming from a female cat.
And as soon as I find the right small group of girls, the 7 or 8 women who are right for me, my wandering days are over, buddy.
We are going to get this rust bucket back to Earth, and when we do...
What are you doing? I don't think you're recording. Look, the red light's on.
I don't want to mess this up. It's the last message capsule we have.
Trust me and press the green button and say your message over again.
Typical Rimmer.
Hey, that was really great. Now they'll know exactly where to find us.
So now we're doing
That
Maroon.
was cute.
The main difference is that the wording of some lines have been Americanized. Pot noodle becomes cup of noodles and bum becomes butt.
There you
Oh,
go.
of course. How old were you?
12.
I'm really surprised they didn't change that. Statutory rape isn't something that's taken lightly here.
Well, I hope you raked the sand back before you left. Competition the next day and your ball lands in Lister's buttock crevice.
You trying to say I have a big butt?
It's like two badly parked Volkswagen Beetles.
No matter which version it is, I always think that Rimmer's criticizing Lister's butt size is funny. That's not normally an insult that you hear men saying to each other, I don't think. I also noticed that this
Yeah, it's a
version of
little
Rimmer
weird,
comes across as super nerdy and uptight.
in a funny way.
Did it in the back of my brother's car.
What was it like?
Sensational. Bentley convertible, V8 turbo.
It kind of works on its own.
Aliens.
Oh, let's hope they're the good kind.
This scene appears to have been inspired by Back to Reality, but the dialogue is from various places.
Beautiful women with beehive hairdos who say things like, show us more about this Earth thing called kissing.
No beautiful blondes with beehive hairdos who say, show me some more of this earth thing called kissing.
There's an old cat proverb. It says it's better to live an hour as a tiger than a lifetime as a worm.
There's an old human saying, who ever heard of a wormskin rug?
That's another exchange that happens in a later episode. If reality means YouTube in really poor quality, yeah. And so ends Red Dwarf USA pilot, the second one. Once again, it's okay. The second pilot is less interesting than the first because there's fewer original lines, but I think some of the character interaction works better. So, do I wish Red Dwarf USA had been picked up?
No.
Not so much because I think it's bad, though. Mainly because if that happened, the UK creators and Robert Llewellyn would have had to move to America permanently to work on this show, and Red Dwarf UK Season 6 and up most likely would not have happened. Also, there's kind of a dark cloud hanging over this project with how the original cast
I'm so
was
brave
left
calling it
out, felt
okay.
kind of betrayed,
Apparently.
and how much drama was involved behind the scenes. Craig Charles makes a joke about the whole cast being white in the second pilot.
It was White Dwarf. In the future, it was like black people. Someone's planning on us not being here.
To be fair, they didn't set out to do that. Hattie Hayridge makes a great comment that I basically agree with and probably explains why I don't hate the pilots as much as other fans.
They were much better than I thought they'd be because they'd been so slagged off by the fans that I thought, God, they're going to be really dreadful.
There is one argument against the idea of an Americanized Red Dwarf that I disagree with, and that's that Red Dwarf is so rooted in British culture that there's no way it could translate properly. And in the documentary, Craig Charles and Chris Berry bring up the class system. The thing is, we may not have that exact notion in America to the extent that they do, but there certainly are groups of people who don't get along with each other. I mean, in the case of Lister and Rimmer, we have slackers and we have people who are obsessed with getting ahead. In the case of Lister and Kachansky, we have poor people and rich people, and they don't tend to mingle. At the end of the day, it's about throwing people with different backgrounds and clashing personalities together and watching the sparks fly. It's not purely a British phenomenon. And Doug Naylor says as much in the documentary. But speaking as someone who didn't know that much about British culture, when I started watching Red Dwarf, I took to it pretty much immediately, unlike Absolutely Fabulous, which I just couldn't get into at all.
Yeah.
With Red Dwarf, there's the occasional little cultural reference or piece of slang that I don't really get, but they generally aren't that hard to figure out, and the ones that are tend to go by so quickly that I don't care. And even that stuff is rare, to be honest. Not to mention that the longer Red Dwarf goes on, the more the dialogue feels more like something out of an American comedy. I suspect that Doug Naylor learned a lot from trying to make an American sitcom, and that kind of style rubbed off on him. There are lines in season 10 that sound like they're straight out of Seinfeld.
Women have moved on from that move.
Moves don't move on.
Moves move on.
What moves move?
Don't you know the difference between salsa and salsa? You have the salsa after the salsa.
So yeah, what I'm
glad I
taking
got
too long
George's
to
little
say
snort
is
in
that
there.
Red Dwarf is not so inaccessible to Americans. You don't have to be an Anglophile to enjoy it. And there's no reason why an American Red Dwarf series couldn't work in theory, just this one didn't. I don't know what Craig Bierko is doing now. His Wikipedia page is full of one-shot characters he's played on various sitcoms and such, and I've heard that he was a runner-up for playing Joey on Friends. Apparently he does a lot of...
I've also heard some other sources say he was a runner-up for Chandler, so I actually don't know which technically, but I think Joey's the one I've heard more. I think.
Broadway work. Whatever he's doing, I hope he's successful, because I do like him. Although apparently even he thinks he was a bad choice for Lister.
It should have been like a John Belushi type guy. But America went, well, we'll do like a Han Solo thing. And I was like, well, I want to pay rent, so great, but it's instantly not funny because it should be the opposite of what you've seen in Star Wars.
The first actor who played Rimmer hasn't been in anything I've seen, but his filmography is pretty big. Anthony Fusco, the second Rimmer, doesn't have a Wikipedia page, so I don't know what happened to him. I will say more about Hinton Battle in another video.
Yeah.
And of course, Terry Farrell went on to play Dax in Star Trek Deep Space Nine. So it's kind of funny that she graduated from being in a show that was based on another show that kind of poked fun at Star Trek to an actual Star Trek series. And I'm sure just about everyone watching this recognizes Jane Leeves as Daphne Moon from Frasier. So that's about all I have to say about Red Dwarf USA. Yeah, it's not great. It definitely doesn't live up to the original, but I don't find it offensive either. I think it's okay, but just okay. Next up, I'm finally going to do that video about the cat. I'm not sure how soon it'll be because I don't know how in-depth I'm going to go with it. Either way, that'll be the next Red Dwarf related thing. See you then.
Oh, I think the Channel Awesome logo is gone. Yep, good. I forgot about that. Yeah, someone pointed out, or I think it was pointed out somewhere, that the US version of Red Dwarf has an explosion, which is very appropriate. We love our explosions. American chocolate is good, you just have to search out good chocolate. The cheap British mass-produced chocolate tastes as bad as the cheap mass-produced American chocolate. You'll never convince me that Kinder Eggs are any better than Hershey's. I think Hershey's is fine, but you know, it's what I'm used to. Honestly, since I've been trying to lose weight, I've been eating sugar-free chocolate, which is, I think, surprisingly good, but I don't know. You guys might not agree. For no reason, going back to my sister's birthday, I bought her a 6 million Scoville challenge sauce, and I wonder if she'll eat it at dinner. Should be fun to see her reaction. I was going to say, oh, this first cat video is only 16 minutes, but I think that's because it's only the intro. Yeah, introduction. Size difference comes up in his videos with the American side universally being bigger. Yeah, I guess I see that. Said sauce is made with chocolate habaneros? Interesting. What's funny is that Universal would end up making both live-action Flintstones movies. Oh, yeah. You know, the second Flintstones movie, the guy who plays Fred played Dave in the Full Monty. I think that's an interesting fact. There were only 2 Flintstones movies, right? I seem to recall the first one had, like, you know, John Goodman and Rick Moranis, and, like, the sequel had the guy who plays Dave in the Full Monty. I've forgotten his name, but who played Barney in the second movie? It was, like, one of the... Oh, I can't remember. Anyway, whatever. I don't remember how I got on that topic. Oh, yeah, Universal making the Flintstones movies. I like the second Rimmer a bit better. Yeah, I mean, they give him more to do, to be fair, but yeah, he's and him and Craig Bierko have a good chemistry. It's canon that the cats learned English by watching the ship's memory banks of media. The thing is, though, I'm tired of explaining this. The thing is, though, they would have tons of media to watch, and why would they specifically remember the Flintstones is the thing. We know about the Flintstones because it was shown on TV during a specific time slot when we were kids. Cat wouldn't necessarily... whatever. Fuck it. It makes sense to me. I don't know why other people don't get it. You don't have to agree, but I don't know why other people don't get it.
When they find where he was living, they find a TV playing the Flintstones. Okay, well, that explains it, but that's in the novel, not the show. Yes, there was sort of a second Red Dwarf pilot. Again, it was more like a demo reel. Admittedly, I could totally see a rebooted alternate universe Red Dwarf have a female cat taking influence from Beyonce, Lady Gaga, and or Katy Perry. Oh yeah. Yeah. I could see that. Hi, John Doe. I don't think I saw you before. Jane leaves as Holly definitely could have worked. Yeah. Agreed. She was really good in that. I provided that same Hellraiser clip for a video I was in recently. It's a good clip. Female cat the simulant. It's mostly just Lister being stupid. Well, that pretty much sums up life right now. By the way, a show on Hulu just dropped called Extraordinary. It also featured a dude acting like a cat because he was stuck in cat form for too long. Interesting. I think it's clear who's the better cat. I don't. I think they both work in different ways. Always loved the way Craig Charles said, "You trying to say I got a big boom?" Yeah. I'm so brave calling Grand Dwarf USA okay. Yeah, I think my use of the no clip was pretty funny there. Craig Charles says bum better than anyone. I also like the line where someone said, occupation, he goes, boom. Still believe that an American Red Dwarf could very easily work. I just don't think that effort did. Yeah, that was essentially what I said at the end of the video. British people saying bum is usually funnier than Americans. Well, yeah, it's because it's more normal for you guys to say it. And I understand a bit of British class culture since I have a lot of English friends and work for a company based out of Southampton, but it's really not that different as presented. Yeah, it's actually been quite rare that you haven't gotten a reference and no reasonable person would expect you to get everything. Yeah. It's just added subtext that colors it, but it doesn't make it impossible to understand or anything. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how many times I saw the episode where I saw DNA, how many times I saw DNA before I picked up on the fact that, oh, they're doing the class system thing. I thought it was funny before I picked up on that. I've been meaning to watch Seinfeld. I've always heard good things about that show. Yeah, Seinfeld's really good. It's aged pretty well too. It's generally pretty inoffensive, so there isn't a lot of humor that aged really badly. So it's got that going for it, and I don't know. I kind of grew up on Seinfeld, so I don't know what it would be like watching it for the first time now. You might think it's overhyped, but personally, I love Seinfeld. Apparently, Craig Bierko played Miss Trunchbull in the Matilda musical on Broadway. That's interesting. I remember Craig Bierko joked that Red Dwarf should have had an episode where the UK cast met the US cast and killed them. Jeez, that's a little harsh. Not just any Star Trek series, the best Star Trek series. Yeah, I don't know. I'm on the fence about which is better, Next Generation or Deep Space Nine. I guess maybe Deep Space Nine is technically better, but I might like Next Generation better just because I've seen it more and it has Data. He was also in an underrated film called The 13th Floor. He had a very tiny part in a movie I watched kind of recently-ish called Catfight. I think that was the movie I saw him in, where he just played a guy who showed up on the TV for a few minutes. I was like, hey, that's Craig Bierko. No more channel awkward. Celebrate good times. You spoke too soon. There's the Channel Awesome logo. Really? I didn't see it. It's possible I just didn't notice it. Maybe I put it in a different spot. Yeah, okay, Matt. Just brawl. I'm ignoring you from now on unless you start making sense. Don't give me sugar-free or lactose-free or healthy or vegan chocolate. Give me proper, nice-tasting chocolate. Well, I mean, if I eat the good chocolate, I'm never going to lose any weight, so. A couple of shops specializing in American snacks and candy have recently sprung up in my town. They are so colorful. It's interesting. Stephen Baldwin. That was it. I tried to think he's one of the Baldwin brothers, but then I couldn't remember Baldwin, so yeah. Yeah. Stephen Baldwin. That's what I was trying to remember. Yeah, if I ever do a film den on the Full Monty, which someday I might like to start doing film dens on non-horror movies, but if I ever do one on the Full Monty, I'm definitely going to mention that the guy who played Dave went on to play Fred Flintstone in the second Flintstones movie. I just think that's a fun fact. He also ended up in an American sitcom doing an American accent. I don't remember which one it was, though. It wasn't King of Queens, but it was one of those American sitcoms with the fat guy with the hot wife. I've heard British bartenders and servers comment that they always listen out for American accents and make sure to be extra nice to them for tips. But I thought all the Baldwins were dead. Oh, wait, that was South Park. Yeah. Team America is underrated. I do like Team America. I try to watch it on the 4th of July. It amuses me to no end that Australian chocolate takes from both British and American styles, although having Vegemite in chocolate is definitely a decision that was made. Oh boy. Oh, it's meant that it's clear that Danny John Jules is better than either of the U.S. cats. Well, yeah. I also like that Lister proudly lists his occupation as boom. That was a good line. But we both have the class system. Without it, we wouldn't have schools. Oh, God. Yeah, you need to watch DS9 Special Iron. It's really good. You also need to watch Breaking Bad. We here don't like fences. Craig was a great slimy villain in The Long Kiss Goodnight. I almost read that as The Lion King. I was like, what? I thought that was Jeremy Irons. On the subject of the US Red Dwarf cast getting killed off by the UK cast, apparently some people want Miles Teller to play an evil variant of Reed Richards called the Maker. Oh, stick it to Fant Four Stick, okay. Rimmer was the butler in Angelina. Oh, hi, Mr. Rye. I didn't see you before. Rimmer was the butler in Angelina Jolie's Tomb Raider. Yeah, I remember. I've heard that. I have not seen Tomb Raider since I learned that fact, but that's interesting. It's alright, Mantis Sprawl. It's not a big deal. You offhandedly said you would like to do a filmed in on the Blair Witch Project in one stream. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's definitely another one. We were just starting to worry whether you'd been drinking or something. Yeah, I'd say he was high, but he said he couldn't find his cigarette wrappers, so... Yeah, you definitely don't have to be a dad to make dad jokes. The Lion King Good Night sounds interesting. Also sounds like the name of a song. Craig Charles also voiced Asterix in one of the movies. I would rather watch The Lion King Good Night than the live-action remake. Same. Alright, let's watch this cat video. I might have to stop after this, unfortunately. Oh, I guess we got about a half an hour to go, so I guess I'll just mention one more time. If anyone wants to donate, there's a donation link. I'm hoping to raise some money to pay my rent this month, so... If you're able to, I know not everyone can, but yeah. Just thought I'd mention it one more time in case... I noticed some new people coming in every once in a while, so I repeated just to make sure everybody knows. I made it through the controversial episode. I like this logo I made. Oh, don't worry about it if you're broke, Mantis.
Hey, this is Dina. Welcome to this little spin-off of my Red Dwarf vlog.
Same,
kind of
special iron.
Series type thing, where I focus on my favorite character, the cat. So for the most part, I'm going to assume that you've seen my Red Dwarf vlogs, or at least familiar with Red Dwarf. But as a very condensed description of it, I'd like to think of it as Star Trek The Next Generation.
Ultimate cat video on YouTube.
Had a very small cast, a small budget, and was a British sitcom. To me, that's Red Dwarf in a nutshell. There are 4 main characters who are all great, and I could really do a show like this about any of them. Lovable slacker Dave Lister, who lives on Vindaloo and Lager.
Give me breakfast. Chicken vindaloo and a milkshake.
What flavor milkshake?
Beer.
Beer.
Erotic Arnold Judas Rimmer.
And the awful knowledge that throughout your entire life, no one has ever truly liked you because you are so fundamentally unlikable.
Oh, that.
Oh, that.
Field day analyzing him. Crichton, the android who gradually gains emotions and learns to be more human. Oh, and he's pretty neurotic too.
Engage panic circuits. Panic
Circuits engaged.
And then there's the cat, who I feel gets the least amount of love on that show. And maybe that's partly why I chose him for this series. Believe it or not, I actually learned about this character before I learned about the show he comes from. By sheer coincidence, I have an idea for a comic book I've been developing for a long time, where most of the characters are anthropomorphic cats who evolved from present-day big cats. I was talking about this somewhere on the internet years ago. I can't remember the context. Anyway, someone posted a comment along the lines of, "That sounds like Cat from Red Dwarf." So I look up Red Dwarf on Wikipedia, thinking that it sounded a bit familiar, but I didn't really know what it was. I came across this image from Back to Earth and read a little of the info, and I'm all, okay, he wears a fur coat and is really vain or something? Okay, whatever. More than anything, I just thought it was interesting that someone else came up with a similar idea as me. Fast forward a bit, and I'm talking about something related to cats on
Luna.
Facebook. Maybe something funny Luna did, or maybe I posted a link to one of those Maru videos. Again, I don't remember.
Still watch
and someone
Maru.
Responded by posting a link to this clip on YouTube.
I've eaten 5 times, I've slept 6 times, and I've made a lot of things mine. Tomorrow, I'm gonna see if I can have sex with some.
Also look at the number of hits it's gotten. Anyway, my reaction was, that is a cat right there.
Oh, this is mine.
That kind of surprised me because there are a lot of cliches you could cover regarding their love of milk and fish, how they scratch furniture, how they seem all vain and arrogant. But poking fun at a cat's habit of obsessively marking its territory is something I hadn't seen before, and I loved that. And I thought at some point I would have to watch that show. Well, as fate would have it, shortly afterwards my husband started watching Red Dwarf on Netflix, back when it was on Netflix. I stumbled on bits and pieces of it during that time and soon started watching it myself, and the rest is history. The cat's origins are interesting. In the pilot episode, Lister had a cat named Frankenstein, who he had acquired while on vacation and ended up smuggling onto the ship, which is against the rules. When it was discovered, he had to choose between giving the cat up and letting her be killed and dissected, or going into stasis. He chose the latter. While Lister was in stasis, there was a radiation leak that killed the rest of the Red Dwarf crew. Lister is revived by the ship's computer 3 million years later to find out that Frankenstein had been safely sealed in the hull, where she gave birth to a litter of kittens, where they bred, eventually evolving into humanoid life forms. And here's an interesting fact about cats. A female can give birth to 14 cats in a year. In 5 years' time, there could be a total
That's
of
a lot of kittens.
65,530.
I think that's photoshopped. I don't think I realized that when I used it, but oh well. Actually, are they? Yeah, I see now. There's a lot of copy pasting. Oh well, it doesn't matter. It's just for illustrative purposes.
6 cats. Just think of how many cats could be born in a span of 3 million years. Taking that into account, along with the fact that they live in an environment that was created by and for humans, it lends a bit of credibility to the idea that cats under those conditions could evolve into humanoids so quickly, or as much credibility as you need for a show that doesn't take itself that seriously. But apparently cats look very much like humans, aside from having a set of canines that are not at all threatening looking on a character who's this goofy. In fact, he's mentioned in the Cute Little Fangs article on TV Tropes, and I love what it says about him. They're the only visible sign that he's not really human. Considering the fact that he's a flighty, ridiculous cat man, they'd probably qualify as cute. And I agree. There are a couple of interesting differences in the novel Infinity Welcomes Careful Drivers, which predates the show. One is that he looked a bit more cat-like in subtle ways. His eyes were a bit bigger, his face flatter, and his ears sat a bit higher on his head, but still human-like, at least at first glance. Also, the book goes into how the cat race suffered many hardships until they discovered the can opener. I think there was a scene where one of them held it up triumphantly like something out of the Bible. Probably the most interesting difference is that Lister and Rimmer actually met Cat while venturing into the section of the ship where the cats had built a
Obligatory
city,
TV Tropes
made
reference.
of small box-like structures, of course. Easy to imagine how the show wouldn't have the budget for that, at least in season 1, considering they reused the same hallway for most shots and just used a lot of different camera angles to hide that. An entire city that you only see in one scene was not going to happen. I'm just going to leave it at that for now as far as the differences between the show and the book, though I'll probably mention more as I get up to the respective episodes. Anyway, Cat's behavior changes a bit throughout the series, but mainly he really acts like a cat. Or the way we tend to interpret cat behavior anyway. Vain, selfish, energetic, etc. And naturally, it's played for laughs. Speaking of which, that's a big part of what I love about this character. Cats are walking contradictions. They are both graceful and clumsy, badass and silly, smart and stupid, beautiful and goofy, and Cat has all of those qualities. The cat is funny. A lot of the humor obviously comes from how silly it looks for a human to do cat-like things, but they can be surprisingly subtle about it at times. Plus, a lot of the humor just comes from the fact that he's basically the dumb one, not to mention the vain one. But to me, Cat's also adorable. Say what you will about how ridiculous it is to wear vinyl and sequins for piloting a spaceship, but however inappropriate they may be, Cat's outfits do flatter him.
Thank you.
Add the fact that the actor who plays him is already easy on the eyes, but then when you add the nice clothes and hair and such, well, ZZ Top put it best. I just totally fell in love with this character. At first it was just finding him all funny and cute with all the cat-like things he does and how well it's all handled, and now it's just blown up into full-on fangirlism. Hell, I've even cosplayed as him. Not to mention I've done, like, all of the fan art. Don't judge me. The cat is played by Danny John Jules, who has a background in singing and dancing, which makes a lot of sense for this sort of character. I'd never heard of him before I started watching Red Dwarf, but it turned out that he'd been in some things I'd seen before.
I forgot that I mentioned this stuff.
I just didn't know who he was at the time. Like I mentioned when I covered Labyrinth, he was one of the Fireys.
Like the man said, don't lose your head.
He was one of the dancers in The Great Muppet Caper, though it's very blink and you'll miss it. And, okay, you know how in Little Shop of Horrors there's a trio of female singers? But during that bit in the flashback right before the total eclipse, there's a group of male singers who just appear for this one bit and are never seen again.
Notice how the one closest to Rick Moranis looks like the cat? Also notice that he's the one singing
Dressed
baritone
kinda like
here,
him,
so
too.
he's got some range. It's kind of interesting that all three of those things involve Jim Henson's workshop in some way. I guess they just really liked him and had him keep coming back whenever they needed a singer or dancer in one of their movies. Other than that, he was in Blade 2.
I almost forgot about this.
My name is Assad.
Believe it or not, I hadn't seen any of the Blade movies, but I always meant to, so I went ahead and watched just Blade 2 as research for this. I actually enjoyed the hell out of it for the most part. There's a twist at the end that I thought was kind of dumb, but for an over-the-top action movie with some really effective horror elements, it's a ton of fun.
So exciting.
Danny's role isn't that big, but it's bigger than I expected.
You've got to understand, these things are like crack addicts. They need to feed daily.
Though honestly, he doesn't get to show off his talents that much in this movie. I was hoping
I like
he'd
the
have more
gold
physical
eyes.
things to do and maybe show off his dancing background, but mostly he just talks and waves a big gun around. I mean, I know there's this part, but this could be a stunt person for all we can tell. But he has a great presence either way. He can play a serious vampire as well as a goofy cat person. Either way, I like to imagine someone going, okay, we're gonna need you to wear tight leather and a pair of fangs. Can you do that? And he went, bitch please. I know he's been in other things, but as I've said before, I don't really watch much British television, so this is about it as far as what I've seen. Fun fact, he auditioned for the cat while wearing his dad's zoot suit.
First lines were, how, ooh, E-R, ooh, how am I looking?
Oh, how am I looking?
But there's no one else there. Who's he talking to?
Who's he talking
The
to?
famous pink suit that we first see Cat wearing is modeled after it, by the way. And he showed up half an hour late on accident, but they didn't know that and thought he just showed up late because he didn't care. Ironically, that made a great first impression because it perfectly set the tone for the character he was auditioning for. Also, he did his homework. He read a book called Cat Watching in preparation for the role. I also got a copy of it, only in preparation for this video, but I also just wanted to see what sorts of things he picked up from it. Honestly, I don't know how much of what he does comes from the script and how much he improvises, but he ends up doing a lot of cat-like things, some of which are kind of subtle. I'm never able to notice it myself while watching, but I've heard that he tries not to blink because cats tend to not blink very often. Seriously, don't even try getting into a staring contest with a cat, you will lose. He also does an American accent for the character, a bit southern, like a blues singer.
Why, sure I do, Grease Stain.
He does it really well, too. If I hadn't heard him in interviews and such, I don't think I'd be able to tell he was British. I only recall noticing his accent slip once.
I'm sure I have a window in my schedule somewhere.
So outtakes are hilarious. Speaking of outtakes, a lot of Danny's seem to involve him forgetting his line.
Some naughty ducks got into turned into some
And if you see enough of these, it's like, oh, Danny forgot his line again. But considering that he's trying to remember his lines while also focusing on doing an accent and trying not to blink while trying to talk around a pair of fake fangs, trust me, that can be a pain. Not to mention that half the time he's probably wearing uncomfortable clothes, and how the creators are notorious for doing last-minute rewrites. I'd say it's definitely forgivable.
I understand the concept.
Do you understand the
Hi, Jay.
No, I don't understand that.
But it's still funny having him be in character one moment and then suddenly going, oh, bollocks.
That's going to be shown forever, I promise you.
But honestly, I love that we have this character. He's gimmicky, he doesn't have a lot of depth, and his character isn't really explored in a serious way. And yet the actor who plays him puts so much effort into getting him down just right. I genuinely admire that. I am a proponent of the idea that if you're going to do something, do it right. Go big or go home.
There's an old cat proverb. It's better to live 1 hour as a tiger than a whole lifetime as a worm.
I'll tell you what,
Oh,
though,
bollocks.
I wish I was familiar with Red Dwarf back when
Oh, yeah, I forgot
covered
about this
Catwoman
bit.
Name Only, or Sino, as I like to call it, because it would have been great contrasting Sino with the cat. Of course, Sino is meant to be a more serious take on the idea, but there were some failed attempts at cat-related comedy thrown in, and similar things did work on Red Dwarf about 20 years earlier. Well, no time like the present. The fish thing. Because cats like fish, therefore seeing a cat person eat a lot of fish is funny. It's done twice. The first time is unfunny. Second time is cringe-inducing. Not to be a stick in the mud, but really this concept is just not funny to me. I've actually had a lot of cats who would turn their noses up at fish, but would enthusiastically
Linkara made a
devour
reference to
anything
Cesium
bigger than chicken
Frankolithic
in a heartbeat.
XPL. Yeah,
So to
I
me,
saw
it comes
that.
across as a lame stereotype perpetuated by people who learned all they know of cats from cartoons. So I just kind of roll my eyes when the idea of cats liking fish is the basis of comedy. And yet, Red Dwarf has done this a few times and made it work. This is a fairly famous scene where Rimmer
Not really true
bribes
for
the cat
Tara.
by
She's not
teaching him
picky.
how to
She'll
use
eat
the
fish.
vending machine.
Fish! Today's fish is trout a la creme. Enjoy your meal.
Fish!
And
Hi,
sure,
Jane.
part of the joke is that he loves fish because he's a cat, but most of what makes this work is comedic timing.
Enjoy your meal.
I will.
And then there's the aftermath with some randomly silly dialogue.
Oh, I'm gonna die. I've been fished to death.
Again, fish is part of the joke, but not the focus of it.
Look out! Food escape!
Simply having someone stuff their face with fish
Season
and that
one
being the
cat.
whole joke is not funny. Another thing that the cat has over Sino, and I realize this is subjective, is that despite being mean-spirited and self-centered, he still manages to be likable. I think it's because he's so simple-minded and downright childlike that any kind of introspection is totally beyond his mental capacity. I guess what I'm getting at is that it's not his fault in a way. He doesn't know any better. Don't get me wrong, there are a couple of cases where Cat's indifference makes me cringe a little, like in Backwards where he tells Lister right to his face that he doesn't care about him.
Don't you care about anyone but yourself?
Hell no. I don't even care about you.
Ouch. And also this bit from Better Than Life.
I'm so hungry, I just have to eat.
Rimmer's dad's died.
I prefer chicken.
But usually when he's an asshole, he's just so childlike and cute about it that I just can't be too mad at him. Not to mention that sometimes it will catch up with him and it's always hilarious. Sino, on the other hand, well, she comes across as stupid, but it's only due to bad writing. We're supposed to see her as this poor, kind soul who has perpetually gotten the short end of the stick, but now karma has awarded her with the apparent right to give the world the middle finger, like robbing a museum and unapologetically abusing this guy and stealing his car, despite his concern over nearly running over her, which was her fault, by the way, since she literally dropped out of the sky in front of his car. There is nothing cute or endearing about this character. It's just mean-spirited and leaves me hoping that it will eventually catch up with her. And of course it doesn't. Also, it tickles me that this effect from a low-budget TV show is more convincing than this effect from a blockbuster Hollywood movie. So yeah, the cat dances circles around Sino. Big surprise. So I'm just going to wrap up this video and call it my intro to the cat. And I will have 1 or 2 more episodes where I'll go into how he changes throughout the series, specific things he does in various episodes, and of course his wardrobe. From seasons 1 through 5.
Especially
and I'll give
his
some more specific
wardrobe.
Thoughts on the 2 versions of the cat who are in Red Dwarf USA. See you then.
Oh, you're right. The Channel Awesome logo is there. I guess I missed it last time.
Welcome to this little mini-series type thing. Shit. Welcome to this little spin-off of my Red Dwarf vlogs kind of mini-series type thing. God, why did I write it like that? Just say the cat apparently really hates Rimmer.
Whoops. I guess I was watching this at some point, but not the whole thing. There we go. Okay, I guess I'll watch one more video even though it's kind of long and I really shouldn't. Okay. In the jungle, the mighty jungle, the Lion King, good night. Blair Witch Project is a film that I feel gets way more hate than it should. Somewhat at the time, but a lot more as the years went by and more films used the found footage format. Yeah, I agree. I think Blair Witch Project is really good. Welp, we made it through the controversial episode, folks. The ultimate cat video on YouTube. I think I read that already, but... I'd forgotten that we got to actually see you in these videos. It might actually be the first time that I saw you. Oh yeah, it would be if you started with the Red Dwarf videos.
classic Stan Laurel whale. I didn't think of it that way, but yeah, he is kind of doing that. Still can't imagine how terrible Vindaloo and Milkshake would be together on its own, let alone adding a beer-flavored milkshake. You ever wanted to see someone describe outfits down to the littlest details? Then these are the videos for you. Totally. I remember seeing that copy of Knights in your videos, and I wondered if you'd ever done a video about that one. Nope, not yet. I never got to see Luna. She was before my time. I don't think Luna was ever really in my videos. I don't think I started streaming until post Luna. I got a ton of pictures of her on Facebook, though. I wonder if the cat species national dish is Vindaloo because of Lister. It could be. I don't know what that emoji is you posted, Mantis Brawl. It's also worth noting that genetics doesn't matter with cat breeding in quite the same way it does with humans. It isn't a problem with cats. That's interesting. I didn't know that. Oh, thanks for stopping by, Mantis Brawl. He's long gone, I'm sure. I still have that little cushion my daughter made me, and it is good to wear on the shoulder. That's funny. Sharp dressed man. Yeah, I used like real music in these videos, which, I mean, I didn't get in trouble for it because it's in the background and the copyright thing didn't catch it, but I really shouldn't have. Later on, I start using what do you call it? Royalty free music. Oh, we judge you all right, Dina, but we judge you to be cool. Whatever. Those productions were filmed in England, and there's only a small number of actors in the British Isles. That makes sense. I made sure to see Blade 2 in theaters solely for Danny John Jules. That's cool. I'm not the only one then. I basically watched that movie because of Danny John Jules. Blade 2 is the best one because Guillermo del Toro directed it. Yeah, it's a really, really good movie. I mean, it's entertaining. I still haven't seen Blade 1 or Blade Trinity, but I've heard the Trinity was bad. There's also the voice of Gex in the British market. Yeah, I've heard that. I tried watching him in the Robin Hood show he was in, and nope. I was under the impression most people like that show. They're always telling me about it, how it's another thing Danny's in. Also in a film called Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels. Yeah, I've heard that. Played a bartender who spoke in Cockney rhyming slang to trick so thick the scene has subs translating. That's funny. Cat makes the largest impression, that's true. Honestly, Sino was like a Rob Schneider comedy played straight. Oh god, yeah, it kind of was. Have you thought about doing Tom and Jerry vlogs in the same style of Red Dwarf vlogs? Not vlogs so much, but I would love to do a series of videos on Tom and Jerry and just talking about, because I love Tom and Jerry, and I could just like, you know, talk about the different not genres. What word am I looking for? The different seasons, whatever. The different Tom and Jerry cartoons made by different people and stuff. I think that would be interesting. I don't know if anybody would watch it, but it's a video I would like to make. Eras? Is that the term I was trying? The different eras of the show? That makes sense. Boy, it would be painful to talk about the freaking Gene Deitch era. Jesus Christ. Would have given anything to see Halle Berry go, I'm gonna get you, little fishy. Yeah, that would have been funny. If they had somehow referenced Red Dwarf, it might have been funny. Halle Berry is a graphic designer for a corrupt cosmetics company until one day she becomes a Catwoman, and she's about to find out that being a Catwoman is harder than it looks. Halle Berry is the Catwoman, rated PG-13. That was one of my favorite South Park gags. Rob Schneider is a stapler. My cat loves shrimp and tuna. Yeah, like I said, I don't think Tara is picky at all. I give her fish one day and chicken the next, and she doesn't seem to have a preference. I tend to make a joke about the 6 portions of trout a la creme. Oh, I love that video where someone puts a shrimp in front of a sleeping cat and he starts chewing in his sleep and then he wakes up. That's so cute. I remember that. He's like, it's real. My dream came true. So I'm friend of a friend with the screenwriter of Catwoman. Oh, that's interesting. He jokes about it pretty often. He ended up creating Leverage, so we forgive him. It's true. They really do care about you. So in Mass Effect 2, you can collect fish for your trip, and if you don't feed them after every mission, they die. So when people stream it, chat will go fish to remind them to feed their fish. That's funny. Let's go before they give Rimmer back. Ever seen Halle Berry's speech in the Razzies for Catwoman? Oh yeah, it's good. I actually used a clip of that in my Catwoman video. Good on her. I love that she was such a trooper about that. One or two more episodes about that. Yeah, these episodes all ended up being a lot longer than I intended. So when the remastered one came out and I was watching a lot of streams, I'd always respond, today's fish is trout a la creme, enjoy your meal. All in all, a 100% successful trip. Tina made her own smeg ups. There you go. The Channel Awkward logo is back. Let's celebrate. I'll crack open a bottle of cyanide. Yeah, I see what you did there. Too slow, chicken Marengo. Dina forgot her line again. Yeah. Oh, I'm worse than Danny. I don't even really have to like learn my lines that much because I got the script right in front of me. It's just off camera. Cena was a great way to remind one of how exponentially better BDSM Catwoman from Batman Returns once. Imagine her and Cat on the screen together. I maintain that the scariest experience of seeing the Blair Witch Project in the cinema was when some idiot dropped a beer bottle he smuggled in during a quiet scene. Oh yeah. That would scare the shit out of you. Show says how much you love Cat when you've clearly put more production into these videos than the episode reviews. Yep. Yeah, I did do a Let's Play on Nights eventually. Yeah, I thought it looked like a puffer fish, but I wasn't sure. I thought it looked like an explosion at first. A lot of British acting and comedian community all know each other. It's a small world here. Blade 1 was good. I think you'd like it, but Trinity, yeah, skip it. Yeah, I've heard that. Blade 4, The Search for More Blood. Was there a Blade 4? I remember the very last one was terrible because, like, what's his name didn't even want to do it. Maid Marian and Her Merry Men was the kids' Robin Hood show. As an 80s kid, it was one of my first exposures to strong female lead characters. Okay. Since Blade 4 will technically be the MCU reboot, you're right. It'll be Search for Any Blood at All. Uh-oh. Okay, so there was only 3. You'd have to watch their awful Willy Wonka crossover. I don't think I'd go that far into it. I think I would just, like, talk about kind of the original run up through, like... I actually don't remember which era is the most recent. Was the most recent one where they did the Tom and Jerry show where Tom and Jerry were friends and Tom wore a big red bow? That might be as far as I would go. Or did the, oh my god, I'm having so much trouble remembering names today. Who was that animator? He also did, like, Bugs Bunny, and he did the Grinch. Chuck, oh my god, it's at the tip of my tongue. Chuck Jones? Whatever. That might be the most recent era, I don't remember. But anyway. But yeah, I don't think I'd go into all the Tom and Jerry movies. Who knows, though? Oh, I accidentally scrolled down. Yeah, Chuck Jones is what I was trying to say. Also, to set the record straight, none of us sounds like Dick Van Dyke. I've heard his accent was really bad. In fact, he only agreed to be in Chitty Chitty Bang Bang if he didn't have to do a British accent due to how everyone made fun. I don't know that his accent sounds bad to me. It sounds very Cockney. But it has been a while since I saw Mary Poppins, so... Yeah, I think era was the word I was looking for. Like, I usually say, like, the Gene Deitch era, the Chuck Jones era, etc. So I looked up Danny on IMDb for the name of that series, and the known for is Blade 2, Little Shop of Horrors, Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels, and Maid Marian and Her Merry Men, not Red Dwarf. Wow, that's surprising. Rob Schneider, derp-de-derp. I often ended up siding with Tom. Yeah, same. I might be, I might be biased because I'm a cat lover, but... Also, Tom feels like a bit of an underdog with how he always loses, so... Odie can only have 2 set meals a day now with his diabetes. He's always begged for food. It just makes you feel guiltier now, yeah. As much... As we all laughed at Dick Van Dyke's accent, I still think he's an absolute delight in Mary Poppins. Yeah, you gotta love that character. He's so, like, happy and good lord, I'm having such a hard time thinking of words today. Wholesome. Wholesome is the word I was trying to think of. Fucking hell. Maybe I should stop sooner than... Maybe I shouldn't go have another... Maybe I shouldn't watch another episode after all. I might be too brain dead. MCU Blade's got to be better than Morbius. You know, that's probably not too hard. That should be a pretty low bar, going by what I've heard. Blade is pretty good, but it's so ripping off Vampire the Masquerade. You can play Name the Clan. Did that come after Vampire the Masquerade, though? Blade Trinity has Wesley Snipes. Thank you. I couldn't think of his name. Blade Trinity has Wesley Snipes stoned and sleepwalking while Ryan Reynolds auditioned for Deadpool. It's Bladen time. Oh, hi, cosplay dealer. I might be about to end it, though. We'll see. I don't know. I'm on the fence. Maybe I will do this last episode. Oh, hi, Brandon. I love your channels, especially when you did with the Silent Hill trilogy. Made me want to go back and play them all. What is your thoughts on the remake on Silent Hill 2? I actually did a video about that. I did a video where I reacted to the Silent Hill announcements, and it's probably best to watch that because, you know, it was fresh on my mind at the time. I'm not very hopeful, but I don't know. In fairness, his accent... Oh, you were talking about the remake of the game, not the movie, Silent Hill 2 movie. I don't know. I mean, I guess the game will probably be good. I don't know. Yeah, go watch my reaction video. It's got bookmarks. You don't have to watch the whole thing. In fairness, his accent coach was Irish, and Dick said his accent wasn't that good either. I do the Dick Van Dyke accent to my British friends when they try to make fun of American accents. There you go. Most things are better than Morbius. I saw that movie the day I went to a friend's funeral, and I cannot tell you which was the more depressing experience. Oh, wow. Ain't it a glorious die? Jerry immediately came across as a jerk. Count me as pro Tom as well. Somebody made a video, or no, it wasn't a video, it was a Twitter thread about how Tom is automatically the good guy because he's protecting the home from an invader, and he contrasted it to like Sylvester and Tweety, where Sylvester and Tweety are both pets. So I thought that was interesting. Yeah, especially the episodes where Jerry teams up with Spike, because the dog would totally be on the side of the mouse. Quick, keep typing comments. Yeah, he was very wholesome. His scene at the end of Mary Poppins Returns was the very definition of heartwarming. I never did watch that. I need to. Okay. Oh, well, after. I thought you were saying well later, like you were about to leave. I was about to say, okay, thanks for joining us. Jerry is more of a jerk than Itchy. At least Scratchy's misery ends sooner. Oh, hi, Digital Indra. Wow, why are people showing up at the very end? Okay, I guess I'll do one more then. Vampire the Masquerade came out in 1991. Blade was 1998. Oh, I guess I thought Blade was a little older than that. Okay. Excuse me. Funny that Underworld came out in 2003, and it was the one where White Wolf tried to sue. Oh, yeah. And yes, Tom and Jerry Willy Wonka had the boat scene in it. Tuffy of all characters is the one that does it. Weird. Tommy Jerry is just Wile E. Coyote and Roadrunner, only less good because Tom is just being a cat while Jerry is overtly antagonistic. Wile E. Coyote can order from Acme and can order DoorDash. That's a good point. But yeah, I mean, obviously they didn't have DoorDash, but if he can order all that stuff, why can't he just order food? Tom and Jerry have an awesome mechanic in Multiverses. They are fighting in each other and opponents just get in the way. Oh, the game Multiverses. I see what you're saying. I didn't realize what you were saying at first. I used to be confused by Tuffy because some episodes refer to him as Nibbles, and I used to wonder if they were separate characters. I've seen many British and Irish people comment that they're fed up of hearing Americans tell them, "Oh my God, I love your accent. We don't get why you guys are so obsessed with our accents." The White Wolf / Underworld lawsuit was funny because Anne Rice stepped in and said, "Excuse me?" Okay, let's watch one more video. I'll probably pause in the middle. Well, time to overanalyze a character that's about as deep as a puddle. By the way, is it just me, or does the music that plays when he first shows up kind of similar to the Pink Panther theme? And Kat is wearing pink. Could be coincidence, but I still get a kick out of it.
No, wait a minute. I'm looking better than that.
I suspect that the writers didn't quite know what to do with Kat in the beginning, because a lot of his scenes in the first season involve monologuing and generally just talking to himself. Although that does make sense. He's been alone for most of his life, and he's just used to having only himself as company, and who else is he going to talk to? Contrary to popular belief, cats are social, so it makes sense that he'd try to replicate the feeling of having someone to talk to just as a human would. But once he meets Lister and Rimmer, it doesn't go well at first. Cats are territorial, so...
Better make myself look big.
They're lucky he didn't attack them. I believe in the book Cat did knock Lister down, but apparently because he assumed Lister was food until they started talking. But anyway, back to the pilot episode. Kat runs into them again, and I guess the ice is broken when Rimmer, who is newly revived as a hologram and apparently not used to his limitations yet, tries to physically attack Kat and ends up going through him. Kat finds that hilarious. Anyway, Lister calls him Kat, and it just sticks.
Hello? Cat?
It's not actually known if Kat has a name or not. It never comes up on the show. In the book, he apparently does have one, but he just assumes that everyone knows his name and doesn't bother telling anyone. Because how could anyone not know who he is? Anyway, Lister feeds him, so now they're friends for life. Apparently Kat likes Rice Krispies or some similar cereal because it's a good vehicle for milk. I assume that's what it is, he just calls it Krispies. And here we have a blatant gag followed by a subtle one. Kat eats out of the bowl the way an animal would, and then he pulls out a little brush and starts shaping his eyebrows. Because cats always groom themselves after they eat. So Lister had a plan to retire to Fiji with his cat Frankenstein and his love interest Kachansky.
Spilled that milk all over the place.
He points out to Rimmer that he still plans to do that since he still has a cat. Which is kind of adorable because he's basically already thinking of Kat as a replacement for Frankenstein. Kat and Lister have this weird relationship where, despite Kat looking almost human and having almost human intelligence, there's kind of an owner-pet dynamic. It's weirdly cute, and I'm going to point out whenever it's shown. It's another one of those things where it can be blatant, but sometimes it's more subtle. And it's one of those things that kind of evolves throughout the series.
Okay, it's not Frankenstein.
Anyway, Kat overhears Frankenstein and immediately knows who Lister is talking about.
The Holy Mother? The Virgin Birth? The Virgin Birth?
Your mom's a slut.
Frankenstein, yeah! I remember that stuff from kiddie school.
That just makes me think of this.
Speak of the devil.
It's fun being a fan of both Red Dwarf and Tom and Jerry.
Who is that? Oh, that's his dog, Hannah. Dog? What's a dog?
In future echoes, Kat...
I think Krispies is like a British term for dry cat food. I mean, it did kind of look like cat food, I guess, but... Huh. Anyway.
Sees a dog for the first time and reacts about the way you'd expect.
He better not be around here anyplace. Because if he is, I may have to chase him.
Though that's going to get retcons later.
But about 18 foot long. And they've got teeth as big as your leg.
Though I do love how Lister messes with Kat's head because he knows Kat will believe anything. Lister is considering going back into stasis until Red Dwarf gets back to Earth.
Excuse me.
Guess he changed his mind after this episode. Anyway, Kat was supposed to go too, but he's insisting on taking all of his clothes.
Take 2 suits and that's it. 2 suits? Then I'm staying. You can't stay. By the time I come out, you'll be dead. 2 suits is dead.
Why doesn't Lister just explain that time doesn't exist in stasis and it'll feel like he's only there for a second? Maybe he tried and it didn't sink in.
Hey, if I cut off my leg and leave it behind, can I take 3?
Notice that Kat doesn't know how many fingers to hold up to indicate 3. That's a running gag that pops up once in a while that's easy to miss. Speaking of things that are easy...
I probably mention it later, but wow, those big shoulder pads really accentuate Danny's tiny little waist.
To miss, Kat has a habit of stealing Lister's bed whenever he's not in it.
I think I'll investigate these.
So, Lister has a tank with a couple of mechanical fish in it, which Kat is obviously not supposed to eat, so naturally he tries anyway.
I'm gonna eat you, little fishy.
I like how he has a hot dog bun in his jacket for just such an occasion. Also this.
Yep.
Anyway, Lister
Kat reminding me of Tom again.
Go into why. Watch the vlog I did on it for that kind of information, resulting in Kat breaking a tooth.
My tooth, I think I lost my tooth.
In the end, Kat attacks Lister, supposedly because he's pretending Lister is a dog.
Dog attack!
But I wonder if it's also payback for Lister breaking his tooth earlier. Either way, be glad your pet cat is small. I could totally see Soul doing this to me if he was human-sized.
You stupid, stinking, festering gimboid.
Kat doesn't have a whole lot to do in Balance of Power. He steals a ton of cigarettes that Rimmer was hiding from Lister, so he could have some leverage over him. Kat doesn't smoke, he just likes to collect shiny things.
They're not yours, put them back.
See this hand? It is mine. See these things?
They are mine.
And he really doesn't like to give them back. But Rimmer bribes him by promising to tell him how to work the vending machines, which he does. And Kat takes full advantage of it.
I don't want your fish, you stupid cat. Where's Lister?
I'm surprised he didn't hiss there. In fact, I don't think he's ever hissed. Maybe they think it would be too intimidating. By the way, this is the only time that Rimmer and Kat worked
I'm tempted to think maybe he hissed in the Promised Land, but I might be remembering wrong.
Together. Kat ended up telling Lister about the cigarettes, and Rimmer learned his lesson really quick that he can't trust Kat. They also more or less avoid each other after this, too. In any case, Kat later regrets eating all that food. I watched this episode with a friend once, and he thought that sounded more like something a dog would do. To that I say, there's a reason we don't give Luna wet food anymore.
Aww.
Though it's more about eating too fast than eating too much, but I'd say that cats are not above going overboard with food until they throw up one way or the other.
Zeno did more hissing than the cat.
Investigating this, investigating that, general investigation.
In Waiting for God, Lister ends up learning to read cat books, which is actually smells put on the pages in lines instead of text. And yet they do have pictures.
You see, sometimes in a book, we have a drawing of something that is happening in the story, and we call them pictures.
Anyway, Kat brings Lister the cat Bible, and it turns out that the cat race thought of Lister as their god. They got his name and some other things wrong, due to either them misunderstanding or maybe the telling of the story changed over time. But Kat doesn't believe that for a second.
Let's do lunch sometime. I'll put it in my diary. 12:30, lunch with God. Formal dress, you know what I'm saying?
So Lister has Holly translate the cat Bible for him, and he learns some interesting things about their religion. Well, remember how the pilot episode makes it a point to have Lister showing the Fiji postcard to Frankenstein and telling her all about it? Well, apparently
So
Frankenstein relayed that information to her kittens, and the information was passed down through the generations. That's kind of adorable. I like to imagine Frankie's story time with her kittens. Makes me wonder what my cats say about me. But anyway, Lister had talked about opening up a food court on Fiji where he'd sell hot dogs and donuts, and Fushal, as they called it, became their vision of heaven. But they disagreed on what Lister's intentions were, and they split up into two factions who went to war with each other.
The ones who believe the hat should be red, and the ones who believe the hat should be blue.
In the end, each group took off in a different arc, thinking that Lister's laundry list was a set of space coordinates. One of the ships crashed almost immediately, but the other continued on. And as of season 11, we still don't know if they're alive somewhere or not. Despite the silliness of the food court and the funny hats and such, that's really kind of sad and heavy. But I've already talked about Lister's part in this. So Lister goes looking for Cat, and notice how he calls him.
Come on, kitty, kitty.
Again, I just think that's adorable.
Oh, yeah.
Meanwhile, we see where Cat has gone, and it turns out that he's not the only survivor of the cat war. The other is an old blind priest.
You God. I don't care. You're the one who's doing the dying, not me.
That's another line that makes me cringe. Writers, I know you want to poke fun at how cats seem aloof, but goddamn, I assume you don't want us to hate him. I said it before, but I get a kick out of how the cat priest has one black hand, like some cats have one black paw. Also, he looks to have descended from a Maine Coon. I love how his robe has a donut and hot dog motif. Also notice that he doesn't have any canines. I think that's a budget thing for these earlier episodes. They probably didn't want to make fake fangs for any character who's only going to have a few minutes of screen time. I feel so bad for this cat priest, though. I forget who plays him, but apparently he was some old seasoned stage actor who hated playing the role.
Slobbiness, for God's sake. Whatever that may mean, slobbiness.
He really knocks it out of the park, though.
But in the end, I failed you.
Anyway, he tells Lister about how, quote, the sick and the lame were left behind, two of which were Cat's parents. One couldn't walk and the other was insane.
My father was a jelly brain?
Yes, that's why he ate his own feet.
Cat was born
That's why he
sometime
ate
after
his
the
own
ships
feet.
left. Either way, the poor cat priest at least gets a moment of happiness before he dies. Lister tells him he did a great job and is going to heaven.
You mean there's a place for me on Fushal?
I genuinely tear up at that.
The happiest day of my life.
The audience is all, is this funny or...
Did I ever tell you about my feet?
And Cat's like, finally I could be the center of attention again.
Oh, yeah!
Cat doesn't have a whole lot to do in Confidence and Paranoia, mainly just a few funny scenes that aren't all that integral to the plot. Then again, that's pretty typical of season 1.
Yeah.
One is the famous This Is Mine scene. By the way, the Red Dwarf Wiki theorizes that it's urine in that spray bottle, which I honestly doubt. I don't see Lister and Rimmer being okay with the ship smelling like cat pee. I think it's more likely whatever Cat's favorite cologne is. If anything, I always thought of the scene as being equivalent of how cats rub their faces on things to spread their scent, because they have scent glands in their cheeks, and not necessarily spraying, even though this action does look more like the latter. He does mention wearing aftershave and liking the scent in a later episode, so there you go. Anyway, Lister is passed out in the hallway, so Cat puts his scent on him too. And I guess that's another reason. It makes me think of when one of my cats claims me by rubbing their face on me. Otherwise, this scene would be pretty gross. Also, I never caught this line before. Apparently, he thought Lister was a female cat from a distance. After that, Cat hits the vending machine again. This time it's chicken.
I'm gonna eat you, little chickie. I'm gonna eat you, little chickie. Too slow, chicken Marengo. Too slow for this cat.
Which he bats around.
This chicken's faster than I thought.
Also notice that his bib has his name embroidered on it. By the way, according to an interview, the juggling is because Danny thought it looked similar to how cats bat their toys around. Also, Danny can juggle, and the creators wanted to include as many of his talents as possible. And there are a lot of them. So far, we've got dancing and juggling.
Oh boy, that list gets long.
I guess if Cat can't have Lister's bed, he'll settle for his blanket on Rimmer's bed. He also insists on being the center of attention and makes a dramatic exit when it doesn't work out.
How do you feel? Hurt.
But he gets over it pretty quickly.
Where's all the fish? Somebody ate them.
I guess the mention of fish automatically improves his mood. Next, we see him washing his clothes. I'll admit this gag isn't that funny to me. I think I just have a hard time wrapping my head around how impractical it is, and I'm glad it didn't become an ongoing thing. Plus, I prefer it when he's simply just fussy over his clothes in general. This is kind of making the joke overly obvious.
Yeah, that's subtle British humor again.
If I looked any better, I'd be illegal.
His goofiness kind of goes over the top in Me Squared. I guess it's because it's the season 1 finale. Cat has decided that there must be female cats on the ship somewhere, so he gets all dressed up and goes around with a bouquet and a megaphone to let them know he's available.
Attention, lady cats.
As if that wasn't enough, now he's on roller skates. Add that to the abilities of Danny John Jules. We now have dancing, juggling, and roller skating.
Cat! What are you doing? I'm courting.
Lister reminds him that there are no female cats on board.
If I believed that for 1 minute, I'd go crazy.
That's kind of sad. Later, when Lister is in Rimmer's room,
It's not a female cat, it's a
Cat
dog.
shows up leaving the closet.
You won't find that one. Not until he changes his boots.
Yeah, the less said about that, the better. Let's just say that Cat apparently really hates Rimmer. Later in the theater,
Wow, I can't believe he
notice how he's
pooped in
drinking milk
Rimmer's
out of a
boots.
wine glass. So classy. During the final scene, I love how he keeps a little fancy pillow with him. It's even got little tassels on the corners, so he can nap at any time.
Is this gonna go on all day? I thought he was gonna get whacked.
Yeah, he's just there to see Rimmer get shut off.
I've already done it. I wiped the other one.
I love that cute little giggle. It's actually pretty different from Danny's normal laugh, which is more booming.
Oof, sorry about the bad quality there.
And story-wise, that's Cat from season 1. He's generally depicted as very simple-minded.
Yeah, J5, I was referencing a sort of like friendly debate we were having earlier about subtle British humor versus obvious American humor. I was just messing around.
Really goofy and kind of an asshole. Maybe even too much of one sometimes, but fortunately he grows out of that somewhat in later seasons. He has 100% played for laughs, and that's fine. This isn't my favorite incarnation of Cat, but it's a lot of fun. I also wanted to talk about his wardrobe and how that changes. It's funny because I'm not into fashion per se, but I love costumes. Like, some of my favorite movies, I mean, they are genuinely good, don't get me wrong.
Gone with the Wind,
but
Labyrinth,
I also really enjoy
Batman
that
Returns, and
costume
The King and
porn
I.
aspect that they
There's
have.
a
And I
there's an
certainly
interesting
wouldn't consider
lineup.
Red Dwarf to be costume porn, but there's just something about Cat's fashion sense that just kind of hits that spot for me. I just love noticing what he's wearing and what it says about him. There's even the occasional outfit he wears that I don't like. That's pretty rare.
I have
for I will
ridiculously
point out.
long outfit descriptions.
There's also things like hair and makeup that change throughout the series. His makeup is pretty minimal in season 1, with mainly just some eyeliner and a bit of contouring to mimic the look of a cat's face. For what it's worth, my headcanon is that Cat does not wear makeup, and this is just how he looks naturally. I figure that to him, makeup would be messing with perfection. That doesn't explain why it changes from one season to the next, but you've got to give some leeway for the creators changing their minds about things. Not everything needs an in-universe explanation. His hair changes slightly. One constant is that it's always combed back away from his face, and he pretty much always has a ponytail. In seasons 1 and 2, there's a lot of fullness to the hair, and it has kind of a pompadour effect. And it's secured into a tiny ponytail in the back with some sort of barrette or band that has a little bow on it. One thing I find kind of amusing is that throughout the series, from season 1 to about season 6, the hair around his head gets progressively sleeker and the ponytail gets progressively longer and more pronounced, like the fullness moves from one part to the other. In general, Cat's season 1 outfits can be summed up as super nice suits. I've already mentioned that the pink suit was modeled after the one Danny auditioned in, but in general they seem to be Cab Calloway inspired. Again, there's the pink suit with the simple white shirt and shoes, which have a slight heel to them by the way, with a metallic bow tie and a big pin that would be gaudy if the rest of the outfit wasn't so simple. I also just realized that you can tell which part they refilmed because the tie changes and the pin disappears between cuts. Oops. Anyway, that same suit returns in Balance of Power with that different tie and lack of pin, and then again in Confidence and Paranoia with the same tie and pin. In Waiting for God, he's wearing a gray suit that's kind of similar but a little more close-fitting. I think that's the same tie from the end, and there's a matching handkerchief and another pin. Later that same episode, it's a lime green suit with what I believe is the tie from Balance of Power with the sparkly gray shirt and matching handkerchief. Check out that suit's fabric, it kind of looks like taffeta or something. That lime green suit returns for Confidence and Paranoia with a red shirt. Ooh, that comes dangerously close to clashing, but he just pulls it off with a metallic red tie and matching handkerchief. The general theme of all of these outfits are a suit with a solid color with some kind of contrasting tie and pin and or handkerchief that act as little pops of color. If this were a video game, I would almost call them palette swaps of each other. But there are a couple that are different. In Future Echoes, he's wearing a cream-colored tux that is high-waisted pants with a waist-length jacket, paired with a frilly white shirt and white cravat with a purple jeweled brooch in the middle with, say it with me now, a matching handkerchief. This outfit is gorgeous. I know people like to laugh about the overuse of shoulder pads in the 80s, and yeah, those are some crazy shoulder pads. Maybe they didn't need to be that big. But on the right body type and the right garment, they can work. In this case, Danny has a really small build,
There we go.
so the broad shoulders really accentuate that and make his waist look tiny, and I think it looks really nice. This outfit also appears at the end of Me Squared. In the beginning of Confidence and Paranoia, he's wearing a red and black satin waistcoat. The print is hard to make out, but I think it's a large paisley print, on top of a red satin vest over a simple black shirt and pants. Also a bolo tie. This is one of those outfits where there's a good amount of black to balance out the shiny and colorful parts. In the beginning of Me Squared, he's wearing a simple white shirt and black tie and pants with a gorgeous fuzzy white coat with black and silver trim on the lapel. And notice that the belt he's wearing is silver and has cat inside an oval.
Ah, the
he
cat
wears that
belt.
a lot throughout the series, though more in later seasons. It even becomes a staple in season 6. There's also a gold version that shows up a couple of times. The little bow in his hair is silver this time, too. Later, he's seen wearing a blue suit with no lapels, paired with a white turtleneck and the cat belt, which is probably the most casual outfit we ever see him in, and maybe the least interesting, too. You can tell that basically the idea was to make it look like he wears a different outfit in every episode, with sometimes multiple suits in an episode, while also saving money where they could by reusing suits but changing the accessories so it looks like a different outfit at first glance. Our first view of Cat...
Okay, I'm up to season 2, so I'll get caught up on the chat. At least I should be finishing before 5. I didn't mean to go this long, but whatever. Actually, I kind of have to go to the bathroom. Maybe I'll do that real quick after I get all caught up. Ugh, fine, I'll do another episode. Because it's different from ours and we're trained by media to see English accents as markers of class and intelligence and Irish accents as markers of coolness. That's a good point, yeah. For what it's worth, I once dated a British guy who really loved the fact that Americans liked his accent, and he used to kind of exaggerate it and show it off, and it was really annoying. For example, Craig Charles's accent is just one of many distinct Liverpool, Merseyside accents. I live in a Liverpool postal code, and my accent is completely different. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, Lister's accent is unique, at least to me. It reminds me of a scene in the novel Backwards where they meet a hillbilly and Rimmer describes his gene pool as smaller than a spider's piss puddle.
Sarah Anderson did a funny comic of that with American, British, and Australian cousins. Americans have a flat hello, British have a musical tone, and Aussies have an awkward hello. I love the way they say nose, like nars. Rimmer trying to attack Cat could be described as a case of early installment weirdness, given his trait of running away from danger, often leaving the others in the dust. Good point. I'm surprised I didn't think to point that out. It's just Crispies because of the BBC's extremely strict rules on product placement and advertising. Ah, okay. I remember there were 2 takes on the Frankenstein scene, and they were both flubs. That one, Craig Charles spilled the milk. The other one, Little Lister made an appearance through the fly of his boxers. Whoops. And then that was when Tall Chuck made the comment about Crispies being like a British term for dry cat food. I don't know. I mean, I could be. I remember watching this episode with subs on, and they actually read dog. D-A-W-G. When we moved to Australia from America, my sisters and I were greeted largely with backhanded contempt. I still get it, even when my accent has slightly changed over 23 years. That's a bummer. Danny John Jules in early seasons 5? I'm not sure what you're saying there. Or are you saying V, as in he's V-shaped because of the shoulder pads? I'm not sure what that's about. Cat is always crazy prepared. Yeah, he is. They're called Lennon and McCarthy because Lister named them after 2 of the most famous Scousers. Oh, I didn't even think about that. I mean, obviously they're both Beatles, but I didn't pick up on that part of it. You can tell the difference between watching the seasons back to back. Cat was more of a sideshow character in the beginning. Oh yeah, that's a good way to describe him. The joke is more about being greedy than liking fish. Yeah, I guess it is. The much loathed remaster version did add a hiss when he first met Rimmer and Lister, but it wasn't even remotely convincing. Ah, yes, Cat Lister's never heard of pictures before. Yeah, I love that line where he was really talking down to him. Like, sometimes we have images that go along with the story, and they're called pictures. Promised Land was the only thing Red Dwarf I only watched once. Well, to be fair, it's the newest one, so I only watched it once before doing a video on it. Even on its own, the fish bit is hilarious. It proves that not all jokes depend on suffering. Good point. If you're wondering, my accent sounds similar to Dina's, but with an unintended sporadic slips into drunken Cockney. That does sound different. Remember when you finally did the Promised Land vlog and someone in the comments was convinced that the man in the cat Bible was Rimmer despite his lack of an H? Yeah, that was a thing. Dina's lovely and she feeds us nicely, but I wish she didn't try to get us in streams. Promised Land wasn't great, and it's only thanks to Dina that I realized Back to Earth was a Blade Runner parody. Yeah. I thought Back to Earth was pretty good. I don't think I'd call it great, but it wasn't bad, I don't think. It's been a little while, but I love how petty the cause of the split was. Yeah. Disagreement on colors. Dina tends to speak to us very strangely when actually addressing us. Plus, she spends a lot of time talking to a glowing rectangle despite it not talking back. He was basically what Red Dwarf what Alec Guinness was to Star Wars. Yeah, I remember hearing about that the guy who played Obi-Wan really didn't like being in that movie. Thought it was beneath him. That was, oh wait, Jafe, what was... He did say back to Earth. I think he was talking about two different things there. I always like the cat priest whiskers. Yeah, like I said, I like that he appears to be a long-haired cat, like a Maine Coon. Lister brandishing that golden sausage. I know, that's quite the visual, isn't it? Yeah, the red jacket looks awesome. Noel Coleman was the name of the cat priest. He did most of his work in the 60s and 70s. He passed in 2007. That's too bad. Excuse me, jeez. Also, I love how Diamanda Hagen pointed out that the cat priest being slobby due to his religion was the equivalent of various religions preaching abstinence. Yeah. It's just a theory. A cat theory. Oh, sorry, I gotta go to the bathroom really quick. I'll be right back. Okay. In case anyone's curious, my accent is 70% American broadcast neutral, 20% Texas drawl, and 10% a mix of British accents. Interesting. I obviously have an American accent, but I think I sound a little bit Valley Girlish sometimes. R.I.P. Cat Priest. Liverpool because Red Dwarf at a formative age. Manchester, Old Boss was from Manchester. RP, lots of other BBC shows, and Southampton. I added a podcast with 3 hosts from Southampton. It's interesting. Oh yeah, the running gag of Miss Dina listing Danny's talents. Yeah, that's too bad I didn't have any to add in the last couple of cat videos. That was a fun gag. I probably should have said something about it, but oh well. Really, after the vending machine incident, he wasn't put off by eating more fish. Yeah, good point. Oops, damn it. Aren't Rimmer's physical clothes useless to him now? Yeah, well, I think that was part of the prank, is that he'd never find it. I think he just found that funny. Because the first thing he said was, he won't find that one. Dina was taking a shot at us, indeed. Truth be told, I feel the same way about special effects that Dina does about costumes. I still can't work out what point he had to start wearing a wig. I think my theory is season 5, maybe. I know I say somewhere when I get to that point. Of course, that's a theory. I don't know for sure, but I know that's when his hair started looking a little more Caucasian. When I first learned about James Brown, I was like, oh, that's who Cat is based on. I love the bit of trivia that Danny is the only cast member whose size has never once changed throughout the entire series run. Well, I know the suit, the tartan suit he wore in, like, forgot the name of the episode again. Well, anyway, that tartan suit, he wears it again in season 10. How many of Cat's outfits have influenced the Cybercats? Actually, none. The Cybercats' outfits have been kind of unchanged for the last couple of decades. I should say none so far. I could maybe use some inspiration of his outfits later on. The Future Echo's outfit is the default Player 2 outfit. It does make me think of games where you can obtain different bonus outfits for the characters. Basically, you can guess the budget of a series by how extravagant Cat's outfits are. Yup. It was these Cat videos which got me to subscribe to the channel, as one of them was recommended. Been trying to spread the channel out whenever I can since. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. V-shaped because of the shoulder pads. Yeah, it took me a second, but I eventually figured it out. Okay, Adam, thanks for stopping by. You're long gone. Cat undergoes character development across the show, seasons 1 through 2. He's more like a non-feral stray. He doesn't care about the humans, but he sticks close because he wants their food. It's not that he likes them. Baka. Season 3 through 5, he's like a partially domesticated cat who sticks around more and hangs around, but still independent and standoffish. Yep, I'm still streaming. I'm winding down though. I just want to finish this video. Oh, it's going to be later than 5 when I finish. God damn it. Season 6 onward, he's very much domesticated and taking on a full role in the crew and caring more about their fate in an open way. He only did the sequels as a favor to George Lucas. That's interesting. You'll be Bach and I'll be Rogers and Hammerstein. I like the sort of odd repertoire that Kat starts developing with Crichton. It just seems to work for me. Yeah, there's something... Kat and Crichton sort of become buddies kind of later on in the series. It's kind of cute. I read in Alec Guinness's autobiography that a young boy and his mother came up to him after Star Wars and had come out and complimented him and the film highly. He flat out told the boy that it would be better if he never watched Star Wars again and was dismissive of the tears that resulted, passing it off as concern about the film's impact on kids. Yikes. Wow, what a dick. I didn't know he was that bad about it. I just thought he, you know, kind of didn't enjoy working on it, but whatever. I love that we paused on the visual of Kat trying to hit a mouse. Yeah. I can't remember if I'd subscribed to the channel for Red Dwarf or the horror movies, but it's two of my favorite topics to overanalyze, but in a fun way. If Dina did a DS9 retrospective. I don't plan on it, but as I said last week, I would like to do a series of videos. Like, you know, these cat videos, I'd like to do a similar one on Luoxana Troy. I think that'd be fun. My accent is Sheffield. I'm sorry to give a boring answer. If Dina does a video series talking about tabletop RPGs, yeah, that's unlikely. Well, that would be too much like work. Oh, well, I think that Ewan McGregor made a much better Obi-Wan. Much nicer guy as well. Lister, Cat, I'm your great something grandfather. Cat, no, that's impossible. Lister, search your heart, you know it's true. Cat, no, actually, you know what? That's pretty cool. Okay. And season 2 is he's hunting mice. It's kind of interesting that Rimmer and Lister let him know what's going on and have him join them. It's like he's actually part of the crew now, though I don't think he really does anything useful yet. So, of course, this is the episode where they're contacted by the Nova 5, which is supposed to have women on board.
Is that female as in soft and squidgy?
Kat has never seen one, but very much wants to.
Yeah, I'm so excited, all 6 of my nipples are tingling.
And there's a new fact about cats that Rimmer didn't want to know. I did a drawing of that. You know, for science. For science. Science! So here's a fun little fact about Kat.
I made it myself.
He apparently makes his own clothes. That's actually pretty impressive, especially for how dumb he's supposed to be. I do like the idea that Kat has hidden talents, however ultimately useless some of them may be.
We just gotta make sure we don't pass any murders, because if we do, I'm there for the day.
He is not exaggerating.
You're gonna have to help me, man.
I do like how Lister intentionally picks the most awkward way to drag him off. I love Kat's reaction to Crichton telling off Rimmer. He just thinks that's the most hilarious thing he's ever seen.
Think she fancies you? What does that prove? She's not blind.
So, Better Than Life says some interesting things about Kat. I suspect he's into Marilyn Monroe. This episode is kind of obvious about it, but there are subtle little hints about it later on, which I will point out as they happen. Of course, I will. That might possibly be the only time that Kat actually refers to Rimmer as his actual name and not Goalpost Head or Alphabet Head or something. He hardly calls anyone by their name, usually just some random and mildly insulting nickname so you know who he's talking about.
And yours was the fish, sir?
More cat-like weirdness from Kat.
I always do this when someone gives me food.
You didn't the last 2 times. Also another fish gag.
I'm going to eat you, little fishy. I'm going to eat you, little fishy, because I like little fish.
Meanwhile, he's grossed out by what Lister is eating.
You should take a look at my wardrobe.
Fun fact, apparently the only thing Kat has in common with the actor who plays him is they both have a lot of clothes. And that's why the writer put that line in. Rimmer gets a little too smug with Kat, but Kat pays him back later.
You're a total snakehead. This isn't my fantasy. No, it's mine.
That was beautiful, but I suspect this may have been what set off the downfall of their time in the game. So, Kat plays golf with Lister, though apparently the rules for the Kat version of the game are a bit different. So here's the interesting part. Remember what happens with Rimmer in this game and how it reveals that the game doesn't just give you what you consciously want, but what you subconsciously want? Like, you can't just wish for what you think you want and get it, for example. And so that's why bad stuff ends up happening to Rimmer.
How's about a little bit of ruby-dooby-doo?
How's about a little bit of ooby-dooby-doo?
What does that say about the fact that Marilyn Monroe keeps showing up and begging Kat for sex and he turns her down? I'm not saying Kat doesn't want sex, but it seems like inflating his ego by rejecting her is more important to him. That's kind of messed up, even for him. Also, he's dating a reverse mermaid.
Don't know, I'd imagine she'd be a woman on top and a fish on the bottom.
That's a stupid way around.
I just don't even want to think about this, to be honest.
Who are all those guys?
I love that Kat doesn't know what children are.
Who are all those guys?
Kat doesn't do a whole lot in Thanks for the Memory, except to basically act like a second pair of hands and such. I guess that's why he's part of the crew now. It's more than he contributed in season 1. He also has some cute lines.
Somehow we've lost the last 4 days.
Did you look behind the fridge? If you lose something, it's nearly always there.
That's just precious.
Yep.
What are you talking about, grease stain?
See, that's how he usually addresses Rimmer. Then we have Kat's reaction to how many times Rimmer has had sex.
That many?
I think I've misunderstood this in the past. I thought Kat was mocking Rimmer for only having had sex one time, and it bothered me because Kat hasn't even seen a woman before, so who is he to talk? But I think it's more that he's shocked at how high that number is, because it's Rimmer. That many does kind of imply that. Otherwise, he would have said something more like, that's all. I love how you can almost miss that Kat is in the room in this scene. He's in the background asleep in Lister's bed, of course.
You should have bought him a tie.
I like how the present day part of Stasis Leak opens with Kat in Lister's bed again, only now he's mending his clothes. However much he scoffs at the idea of work, he sure spends a lot of time maintaining his wardrobe. I guess he is capable of doing work, it just has to be something he's passionate about. I can relate. Also, Kat discovering what a dog is from Lister last season gets retconned here, since this line reveals that Kat's already knew about them.
There's a wise old cat saying, which I think applies in this situation. It goes, what are you talking about, dog breath?
Here's the thing about Kat that gets a bit downplayed later, but never totally goes away.
What is it?
He asks a lot of questions.
What is it?
What is it?
What is it being the most common? Seriously, a few years ago I created a montage of every time Kat asks a question from seasons 1 through 10. It's over 20 minutes long. Go check it out if you want. It's kind of funny. Anyway, it's played for laughs early on, but later his questions get a bit more intelligent and are used to help make Crichton's exposition sound more natural.
Where did this gunman dude shoot from exactly anyway?
Basically, he acts like an audience surrogate. If he can be made to understand what's going on, the audience definitely can.
What is it?
But here he's just being dumb. There's Marilyn Monroe again. Granted, it's in Lister's locker, so it might not mean anything, but it's interesting that Kat gives it special attention there. Clearly, he's familiar with it.
I've never been this close to women before. It makes me want to do something, but I don't know what it is. Whatever it is, I want to do a lot of it.
Kat has now seen women and
So
doesn't
cute.
ever want to stop looking. A little later, he mistakes a woman's fox stole for a dog, and hilarity ensues.
His strangling days are over.
He really thinks he did something.
There was an outtake of this scene somewhere in the Red Dwarf Smeg Ups, and not sure I understand what was going on exactly, but Danny didn't want to do it. I think he didn't want to squirt the woman in the face with water, and I don't know. I'm not sure what it was about. It was kind of weird.
Heroic there. I love this bit where they end up outside Kachansky's room and she opens the door and sees them there. Lister's trying to be all cool, but naturally Kat ruins it. The way he got away from Lister and ran for the food is such a pet thing.
If he's you and you're him, and you're him and he's him, am
I still me?
Who's eating this chicken? What the hell is going on?
All in the day's work for...
Confuse a cat.
But it does end with Kat doing something nice for Lister. That's kind of cool. Even if it involved ripping off the other Lister, he was kind of a jerk anyway.
Oops, I just lost my place on the chat.
You have run out of credits.
I don't think that's supposed to be a Queeg impression, more like the voices of the vending machines, but it really sounds like Queeg to me.
Yeah.
If you want food, you have to work.
It looks like Kat's gonna have to do some actual work if he wants food.
Cats do not work. I got a note from my mummy.
Everybody works.
Not this pussy.
Only Cat could get away with calling
Not this
himself
pussy.
I'm a cat. I need to nap. If I don't nap 9 or 10 times a day, I don't have enough energy for my main snooze.
that. Oh, poor kitty.
Look at my hands. I had lovely hands.
Wasn't that a line from Gone with the Wind?
Look at my hand. I was ready to tell a lady my head.
Congratulations, Cat, you're as dramatic as Sue Ellen. And now he's about to be adorable again.
I've been studying his tactics, and there's a pattern emerging. Every time you make a move, he makes one too.
Thanks, Cat.
And now, parallel universe.
Sometimes I just can't with Danny's energy, right?
I can't believe that tongue-tied is a thing that actually happens on the show. This is the kind of thing my brain might come up when I was feeling particularly fangirly. Also, we can add singing to Danny John Jules' list of talents, along with dancing, juggling, and roller skating. Though we kind of knew it already, but this scene confirms it.
Understand me when I
And once again, I curse the Content ID system for the fact that I can't let any clips play for more than 10 seconds. It's not hard to find if you want to look it up and see the whole thing on YouTube. Anyway, Cat was watching that on the dream recorder, but it wasn't the dream he was looking for.
Me, 3 girls, and a family-sized tub of banana yogurt.
Rimmer criticizes his views on sex, and Cat answers with this gem.
As soon as I find the right small group of girls, the 7 or 8 women
Everyone
who are
loves
right for me,
tongue-tied.
my wandering days are over, buddy.
I have some thoughts on that, but this video is running long already, so I'll save it for when I get to the female Cat in Red Dwarf USA.
This very funny smell around here that I don't like one bit.
So they board the
Love how
alternate universe
awkward
ship, and there's a bad
Rimmer
smell
and
that
Lister
Cat wants
look,
to cover
yeah.
up, so we get the "This Is Mine" routine again.
I hate to break up the party, but is there somebody missing?
A little later, Cat meets up with everyone, points out that there are female doubles of Rimmer and Lister, and wonders where his is.
Everyone loves it except Craig Charles.
Wow! All my life I waited for this moment, and now it has arrived.
Yeah, go screw yourself, Cat.
I think he's in for a bit of a shock. His opposite is a
I see what you did there.
I like how this version of Lister also likes to mess with his head.
I get so damn panicky when they go off and leave me on my own like this.
So now we get to meet Dog. Remember how I mentioned Cat's cat
Presentina
bells?
appreciates
Dog has his
Pastina
own
making
version
the
of that
videos
design
shorter.
hanging from a collar.
I'm gonna get you lit.
Yep, these two are definitely opposites, just not in the way Cat was hoping. We also get the make myself look big routine.
Put it there, buddy.
I love how he's monologuing even though there's someone else in the room. That's how little he wants to acknowledge him, I guess. This character is basically a stereotypical dog.
When's the last time you take a bath?
If you're gonna say that word in front of me, please.
Hi, Mudvalve.
That brings back memories. By the way, it only works until your dog learns how to spell bath. It happens. There's an instrumental version of Tongue Tied playing during this part. I wish they'd release it somewhere. I could have used it for this video. There isn't too much else to say about these two, except that it seems like the typical way a dog and a cat will behave around each other. The dog wants to be friends, and the cat is all, ew, go away.
Yeah, I'll have a grenade, thank you. A grenade? Yeah, I want to play fetch with the dog.
There he goes, elegantly drinking milk from the wine glass
Bath
again.
and treat.
Do you dance? Do I dance? Does Carmen Miranda wear fruit?
Yeah, really. I'm not really sure why they sped up Cat's dancing there, but it's kind of funny the first time you see it.
Think of all the glorious, beautiful, wondrous things about having children. Like when they grow up and leave home.
You didn't even know what children were 4 episodes ago.
Who are all those guys?
Who are all those guys?
The interesting thing about Cat
That
and
tickles me
Rimmer,
more than
they
it
hate
should.
each other, but they're not above occasionally banding together to pick on Lister, because they are both assholes. Cat's hair and
True.
makeup really didn't change much from season 1. The hair around the head is still full, and the ponytail is still tiny, with usually a little bow on it, and the makeup is still pretty minimal. In general, I'd say that they got a little more creative
I'm
with
actually
these
closer,
outfits.
pretty
There
close to
isn't
the end.
always a jacket involved, for
Oops.
example, and they play with prints more. But they also reuse a lot of costume parts from season 1. In Crichton, he starts off wearing the exact outfit from the beginning of Confidence and Paranoia. In the beginning of Better Than Life, he's seen wearing the jacket and shirt part of the cream-colored tux with black pants, the cat belt, and a different tie. The cream-colored tux shows up again in Parallel Universe with the purple brooch and handkerchief, but with a different tie, and we can't see if he's wearing the pants or not. Then he wears the old pink suit again with a multicolored shirt and a lavender tie and some kind of silver pendant.
Excuse me.
Thanks for the Memory, he's first shown wearing the jacket from the lime green suit with black pants and shirt and a dark colored tie, which balances it out nicely. Then at the very end
That's
of
Born
Parallel
This Way
Universe,
playing in the
gray suit
background.
shows up again. Again, they're trying to hide the fact that they're reusing the same outfits by doing a lot of mixing and
Thought
matching.
Lady Gaga
And
music
I really
suited
didn't
Cat.
notice much until I started looking for it. They still do a pretty good job of giving the illusion that Cat is wearing something different every time. And these outfits are still elegant and look nice, but there isn't really anything I can say about them that I didn't already. A new sort of outfit that Cat got in Season 2 is loose-fitting pants with a loose-fitting shirt. The pants are usually black and the shirt is usually colorful, like this one he wore at the end of Crichton with the cat belt. He wears that same outfit at the end of Thanks for the Memory, and the shirt shows up at the beginning of Queeg with what I think are the pants from the cream-colored tux and suspenders. In Stasis Leak, he's wearing a colorful vest that's almost loud, but it's paired with all black, which tones it down a little. I love the matching tie. About halfway through Queeg, he's wearing a black and white striped shirt with bright red pants and tie and the cat belt. Normally, I'm not sure how I feel about bright red pants, but it's Cat, so he pulls it off. At the end of Queeg, he's wearing pink pants, which I think might be from that pink suit again, with a pink satin shirt and a black tie. These outfits are pretty cool. A little more casual looking than most of the ones from Season 1, but they make up for it with how colorful they are. I think this style pretty much gets phased out after Season 2. Other than that, I don't know what to think about the golfing outfit in Better Than Life. It strikes me as the kind of thing that Cat would turn his nose up at, but maybe it's alluding to how he would have an outfit for every occasion, and this is a traditional golfing outfit. Oh well. In Thanks for the Memory, we get to see him in a robe. It's a really nice robe, but what's up with the rollers in his hair? I know we're supposed to think that Lister got him up in the middle of the night, but Cat doesn't strike me as someone who would let himself be seen before he got himself together. I love the outfit that he wears for the tongue-tied routine. Very similar in style to the cream-colored tux, but it's a pinkish red with a sparkly lapel with a black cummerbund and a black tie over the white cravat. This outfit is gorgeous, and I'm glad he gets a lot of wear out of it for this episode, since he wears it again when they board the alternate universe ship. Though minus the sparkly lapels I just noticed. There are a couple of instances where Cat thinks he's going to meet women, so he dresses up more than usual.
That purple swimsuit.
So how does someone who dresses like Cat dress up even more? Gold. Lots and lots of sparkling metallic gold. And I'm not being ironic when I say that I love the outfit that he wears during the second half of Stasis League. That metallic gold shirt should be overkill, but the jacket...
God, that reminds me of, oh God, I don't know how familiar you are all with Gem Dolls, but when they came out with the glitter and gold line, this outfit reminds me a lot of some of the outfits they had. So much gold.
He's wearing with it is more of a
metallic
white satin
gold
with gold brocade and black lapels, and of course everything else is black, which helps to balance it out. Can't say the same for his spacesuit though. This is one of those rare occurrences where he just goes completely overboard. Like Rimmer points out, it also has oversized jeweled cufflinks. Yikes, I can't justify this one. It's pretty funny though. I do get a kick out of the belt, which basically has the same design as the Cat belt, but it's rounder and all gold of course, so a little harder to make out. That said, it's a little weird that when we get to see Cat in a spacesuit again in Thanks for the Memory, it's just a plain one like the one Lister is wearing. I guess I could see him saving the gold one for a more special occasion than Goalpost Head's Death Day, but we can clearly see that he's wearing a plain white t-shirt under it, and that's out of character.
Let me see if I can find an image.
It better. He is wearing a regular spacesuit, but it's easy to see that he's wearing one of his nice suits under it. By the way, there was a deleted scene in Better Than Life.
Oh, sorry about my mic at some point.
They filmed it on a cold day, and they just couldn't hide that fact. I'm glad they cut it, if only because it featured Cat.
Here we go. Here, whoops. Here's what glitter and gold gem looked like. Like you can see the resemblance, right? Like I think Cat's jacket even has that kind of design on it. I think the white with the gold trim. Man, Gem Dolls were so cool. Anyway, I was never too into dolls, but I did like Gem Dolls.
Socks. No, just no.
Let me back that up a little bit.
By the way, there was a spacesuit, but it's easy to see that he's wearing one of his nice suits under it. By the way, there was a deleted scene in Better Than Life that they ended up cutting because
Oh, this
they
is
filmed
Teeth
it on
by
a
Lady
cold day
Gaga
and
playing in the
they just
background.
couldn't hide that fact.
That's a good song for
I'm
Kat.
glad they cut it, if only because it featured Kat wearing Bermuda shorts and knee-high socks. No, just no. These videos are running so much longer than I thought they would, and I don't know why I'm surprised. In any
Right?
case, that's just about everything I have to say about Kat from seasons 1 and 2. Next up, I'll be giving a similar treatment with seasons 3 through 5, along with his counterparts from Red Dwarf USA.
Oh, hi, Moonbeam.
See you
You're a little
then.
late.
Yeah, I'm back. Feeling good. Feed me.
I'm back, feeling good. Feed me. Okay. That's kind of funny. Anyway, all right. Let me get all caught up on the chat and then I will wrap up. And it is 5:05. I'm not that late yet. I'm probably be 5:30 by the time I stop. Let's see. Oh, my favorite Ewan McGregor Obi-Wan story is that they had to tell him during lightsaber scenes to stop making whoosh noises with his mouth because they add noise in post. Oh, that actually happened in a season 10 Red Dwarf episode or a similar thing. She blinded us with science. I've been rewatching Invader Zim lately, so when I heard myself say for science, I immediately thought of Zim saying science! Crichton is probably my second favorite episode. I literally injured myself laughing watching it the first time. It is a good one, as early episodes go. I'm guessing standards prevented us from seeing female cats with 6 breasts, since that wasn't the case in Can of Worms or The Promised Land. My headcanon, you notice the fan art I did of Cat, he just has one set of pecs, so I guess my headcanon, not that I think too much about what female cats look like naked, but I guess my headcanon is that they have 6 nipples but only 2 breasts. Like, the other nipples are just kind of on their, stomachs or whatever. In Cat's defense, I'd rather eat live goldfish than caviar vindaloo. Futurama made a similar joke. He's truly part of the team now. They grow so fast. I remember when I first saw Clues, I really wanted Worf to stomp onto the bridge, demanding, okay, which one of you chimpanzees did this? Oh, magic door. Why didn't you say? Search Ibanez JPM100. You'll find a guitar with a similar pattern as one of Cat's shirts. Yeah, I did the search earlier. I'll bring it up on the screen now. This one looks the most similar, I think. Yeah, that does look a little bit like one of Lister's shirts. Where's a better picture? There we go. Die, evil furry tail, you shall not harm anyone. What is it? Actually, speaking of Invader Zim, I sounded more like Gur than Cat when I said that. What is it? A hunter destroy. What is it? Oh, I'm just quoting Invader Zim, and I have no idea if anybody is remembering it. If this was a little later, he'd have probably said something like, I broke a nail. Yeah, probably. Blue with marigold, are you serious? And as you said, Danny has range considering he was singing bass baritone in Little Shop of Horrors. Yeah.
The dog encounter is priceless. I don't know who plays dog, but Lee and I have a theory that he's not American. He's a British guy doing a really bad Southern accent. Because his accent's pretty bad. He almost seems to break the fourth wall with, I don't know what it is, but I'm sure he wants to eat me. Yeah, Cat's monologuing in general is a little bit fourth wall breaking. It almost feels like he's talking to the audience. Now the most unrealistic thing in Red Dwarf, a southerner in a bar calling a black man boy and a fight doesn't break out. Yikes. It's true that sometimes you have to spell words in front of dogs to make sure they don't understand and get excited, like food and walkies. It was probably sped up for time. I don't know about that. I feel like it's more likely. If they wanted to, they could have just edited it down for time if that were the case. I think they did it for comedic purposes, even though I didn't think it was that funny. I could have sworn the instrumental version was on the single they released along with the remix. I mean, it's possible, but like it's not on YouTube or anything, or it wasn't when I made this video. Odie knows what walkies and out mean even when you spell them. He also knows treat. Oh, oops, sorry, and you definitely should avoid saying it now. Well, too late. Hopefully he didn't hear me. Is that an MXL 990 mic? I think it's MXL V88 is I think what it says. Yeah. So you're close. My sister's pups know the word leash and strike an anticipatory pose if it's mentioned. Find it interesting you call out Cat's outfits. I never really paid attention to them. I can't imagine not noticing them. Well, like I said in this video, I kind of like costumes. Excuse me. Not into fashion, but I love costumes.
What do you want, baby girl? Do you want to be in the stream? Are you telling me how much you want to be in the stream? Come here. There we go. You guys got both cats today. Oh. No purrs. She doesn't like it. She doesn't like being picked up. Oh, I'm getting some purrs now. I found the purrs. They came out.
Let's talk Dwayne Tipley, LOL. Just kidding. My dog gets all excited when I get dressed, and she associates it with me taking her for a walk. That's cute. Oh, who's a little purr baby? It also looks like fancy sheets for a waterbed. You mean the gold outfit? Yeah, we're up to the gold outfit. It's like a 50s doo-wop group outfit. Yeah, it kind of is. Okay, baby girl. All I know is that Jem is outrageous, and don't mention her around Diamanda Hagen. Why not? I know she was using the name Jerica Benton as a username somewhere. I don't remember where. Channel Awesome, maybe? Like on the website? That's weird that she'd use that name if she doesn't like it. Doesn't like Jem, rather. It makes sense that Kat and Jem have similar outfits. They're both truly outrageous. That's true. I think the socks were because it was so cold. I guess so. Still, it's not a good look. I have no interest in fashion, yet somehow I enjoy watching Dina talk about outfits. It was always Barbie with my sisters and sometimes Cindy, but the ones that my younger sister had always ended up with crew cuts. Feed me the expression all pet owners know and have a love-hate relationship with. Yeah, that's Tara first thing in the morning. She gets wet food first thing in the morning, so sometimes she tries to get me out of bed earlier. 8 o'clock in my neck of the woods, AM or PM? The way you paused, Cat, he sort of looks like he's in the middle of falling off his pogo stick. It does look like that. I knew it looked funny, but I didn't know why exactly, but yeah, you nailed it. Yep, the glitter edition clothes for the gem line and the tapes too, don't forget. Oh yeah, the tape. I used to have... Did I keep them? I feel like I might have kept them. I might still have all my old Gem tapes. Gem is pretty cool. Actually, it's one of those shows I can watch and it still actually holds up pretty well. Not quite as well as Transformers, but pretty well. Never thought I'd be thinking about where a humanoid cat keeps its nipples, yet here I am. They have spare nipples just in case. My sister would obsessively rent the same Gem VHS from the local video store back in the late 80s. It had a story about a father-daughter connection and the misfits on an unsafe flying platform. I think I remember that one. Oh, but cat style. Yeah, he did get the Gangnam Style dance before Psy did. Doom, doom, doom. I live on the Texas-Louisiana border and watched multiple seasons of True Blood. I've been inoculated against bad Southern accents. I never watched True Blood. My in-laws were into it, which makes me think it was probably not good, but they also liked Firefly, but that's like the only thing they like that I do. Rarity, and as she looked down, she realized she was wearing purple socks with a burgundy dress. Screams in terror. Cat, holy cat, what was she thinking? They're not even the same color family. Oh, maybe you should write that fan fiction, Flash, the My Little Pony and Red Dwarf crossover. Yeah, the dog was played by a British actor, Matthew Devitt. See, I didn't even know he was anyone who would know. Don't know what else he's been in, though, off the top of my head. I have heard him somewhere, though. That's funny. Luckily, I'm wearing headphones. Oh, that's good. I thought it was a candle? I'm not sure what you're referring to. Oh, regarding the mic, same manufacturer then. I used to have an MXS 990 when I still drank while recording, so I know the sound they make when you accidentally smack them. Oh, you could figure it out by the smack. That's funny. Oh, now I'm at the point where, with Tara. Oh, Taijian says, who is this? That was Tara. Whoops, I scrolled too far. Tara's being a little butt. When is she not? Teeny Tara. She blinked. How dare you contradict Dina and Danny? Well, slow blinks are different. Tara will stare into our soul. I found the purse. They came out. Don't patronize me. Oh, I'm pretty sure Tara likes my baby talk, but the idea that she secretly hates it is pretty funny. Which is this? That was Tara. Oh, I didn't know she was purring loud enough that you guys could hear it. I could barely hear it. It was part of the backstory for her character that she used to be Jerica before events happened that ended up with her as God Empress of Afghanistan. Oh, okay. That's funny. Oh, so it's 8 o'clock p.m. for you. Yeah, it's like 5:20 for me. 11:15 a.m. in the UK. Just stay away from the Gem movie. Oh, God, yes. Don't worry about that. I've heard enough about it to know it's not for me, to put it nicely. You know, I think Diamanda is the last of the reviewers from that era who keep up with the in-character stuff. Even Lewis mostly dropped stuff from atop the fourth wall, aside from rare segments at the end. Yeah, I think that's true. It used to be that, yeah, a lot of people played characters, but that just sort of, like, kind of fell out of fashion. Speaking of clothes. Oh, you meant to say 1:15 a.m. Okay. Searching for 67 Spider-Man cartoon music track that got covered by a band I heard in a Canadian radio show. That music is mad hard to find to purchase anywhere. Interesting. I would love to find a soundtrack that has like the incidental music from the Transformers series. Like you can find the theme song anywhere, but like just like the music that played, because they played the same music in every episode. But I did like it. Like if I ever did a video about Transformers, it'd be cool to be able to use that. 12:17 p.m. on the Australian East Coast for the daylight saving states. I remember from Serenity, do you want to run the ship, Jay? Yes. Well, you can't. I haven't watched Firefly or Serenity in ages, but I do remember that I liked it. This comment is currently at the end of the chat. Odie lets you know when he likes how you're petting him. He'll lean into your hand and look like he's grinning. Oh, that's so cute. Yeah, Tara always like leans into my hand. Or sometimes she'll like, what she'll do sometimes is she'll get up on the arm of the chair and she'll sort of lean on my arm. It's really cute. What if CAD really spelled dog? God, you guys. Look, we all know that this is the last comment. Oh my God. All right, you guys. You hear it the most when Spidey starts swinging through the city. The Phantom Bollocks. Electric Boogaloo. All right, you guys. Well, thanks for joining me. I hope this was fun. It was fun for me. How many more cat videos do we have? Oh, we have actually just 2 left. That makes sense. There were about 4 in the beginning, and then I started. When did I do more cat videos? I think it was after. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I started doing 1 video per season, but they stayed pretty long. They got shorter when I got to season 11 and 12. That's interesting. Oh, wait. No, they didn't. I was looking at the wrong thing. Sorry, I'm just scrolling through the rest of the videos just to see what's left. It's kind of interesting. There, that's where we left off. You be quiet, silly girl. All right, hopefully I'm not missing any interesting comments while I'm skimming over the comments. Yeah, I'm still doing this tomorrow. No problem, Mud Valve. Glad you enjoyed it. I want to say thank you for the work that you have done on the videos and doing these weekend lives. We'll donate when I can. Okay, St. Clinton, thank you. Yeah, I will stream again tomorrow. I probably won't go as late just because it's a Sunday and, you know, I can't stay up late or anything. So I'll you know, I have a bunch of shit I need to do on Sunday to get ready for the week. So, yeah, I might only go until 3 tomorrow. We'll see. So yeah, I will see you guys tomorrow, I hope. Thanks for joining me. And yeah, see you next time. Bye.